right, welcome everybody to my Twitch multi-stream. Still, this is gonna be the way it goes for quite a while. I'll be honest. Let's pull this up. I need to make sure. Well, actually, I can just do this. This is what's so nice, y'all. If you're ever wondering about the multi-stream, right now it's kind of a work in progress. Okay, I don't have any sponsorship. I'm not working with anybody like really. But you just copy and paste, you got Voyager 0, you got Voyager 1, you got Voyager 2. It's very simple, it's kind of convenient in that way. Right now, you see in the top right, my voice is going to be a little bit off sync. Now, it's not your brain deceiving you, I promise you, okay? It's the delay in the camera, right? Right now, I'm running off of Wi-Fi, which is kind of the best, the best that I can do with that. The reason I run off of cellular sometimes is, well, redundancy on one hand, but also, I just so I can go outside if I go for a walk or anything. I want to be able to take it with me, right? And so, like today, I was chatting with somebody just a little bit, and I lost connection. I didn't even get messages from them. Now, in all fairness, that's what sucks about the situation. This last 3 years of my life, I said I couldn't really explain everything, and I can't. But I can explain this just a little bit, like. It's been a fucking feeding frenzy of goddamn sharks, like straight up. These people are fucking terrible. Anybody that like thinks this shit is funny or cool, I'm not triggered. That's my whole point. Like these people are fucking triggered as fuck, and they're psychopaths. Unlike myself, they're actual fucking psychopaths. They have already committed so much goddamn crime before all of this, and they turn around and tried to frame me. And no, I'll be honest, y'all, if you're still on, quote, their side, like, you picked the wrong fucking side. Trust me, you picked the wrong fucking side. And see, if you don't want to trust me, well, go fuck yourself, actually. Let me put it that way. These people have destroyed not just my innocent family, y'all, and my family wasn't really innocent towards me, but in the scheme of things, it's actually so fucking despicable. It really genuinely is. So, really, that's the thing. They can all suck my dick. And any of y'all in this machine still, Marcos, Alejandro, Ashton, Corey, Raymer, Gaksu, Chem, Brian Karp, anybody else working with Brian Karp or for Brian Karp, Eardy, if I have to say it. I didn't want to have to. I can definitely also mention all of you by name in very public social media, but I mean, this is quite public. I've got some uploading to do later today. I'll get to some of that probably in a minute. At this point, everything streams, everything, because, like, literally, fuck all of you involved in that. It was never cute. It was never funny. Francisco is the kind of man to be actually straight up hiring a fucking hitman, just like Brian Karp. They don't have any goddamn morals. And to be honest, looking back on it, that's the thing, there's no way that they weren't fucking working together on that shit. There's no way. I'm just letting everybody know that like their little crime ring that I've mentioned repeatedly, that's what's so terrible. Like that was not some cute harmless thing, y'all. It's fucking Russians. And that's the thing, y'all. Fucking Russians, that's some nasty shit. Letting them in an environment like ours, given like Brian Karp is just giving them free and access to all of our data. Really, all of our customers' addresses, customer phone numbers, all of that kind of shit. And no, they don't get to sue me for defamation or libel because they shouldn't have been fucking doing it. Really, somebody kind of hinted at me. It's like, wait a minute, yeah. I mean, what if the company was a facade or like a shell? I was like, well, that's the thing. They were kind of treating it that way. Actually, in retrospect, Brian Karp at the very least, Ryan Hoover, he should have figured out how to, take a big fucking step back to even maintain any form of plausible deniability. But that's the thing, they actually don't have any at this moment. Like, now. Y'all, just a couple of key pieces here, some tripod or two, it'd be nice. This little setup up here with Voyager 2, it's a little bit taped together, y'all. I need a haircut, for example, I have for a while. I'm broke as fuck. These people have destroyed my family. These people have fucking destroyed my family. I'm sitting here explaining to my grandmother, she has no idea. I love her very much. She has no idea what the hell's going on. No one in my family does. And they want to believe that they do because they're sitting around with these stupid fucking hackers, y'all. Who they're just like, no, we think it's cute or funny for them to fucking hack you. It's like they don't even know they're working with actual fucking violent psychopathic criminals and they don't care. I was saying that to them from the beginning. Like, that's the kind of thing that will destroy your fucking family, for real. There's no question about that, y'all. And so, look at this concept even, okay? I'm not saying it's amazing, but I will say, y'all, that look at this shit. Really, what are some of the key pieces? I mean, honestly, somebody was really nice to me today, and I appreciate that in chat. It's like, I'll be honest with you. This is my expectation, right? The psychology around this. We've had FSB out there. I'm going to update the rules. Yeah, let's do that. Let's go ahead and update the rules, chat rules, and then make sure they're the same. I want to put some notes about multi-streaming, right? We'll look up some of the multi-streaming options I was already looking at, and really, in this context, y'all, some of them I've already thought about. Okay, this is part of what I do. What is at least, I have to, find the positives where there are any here, and that's the problem, y'all. In the scheme of things, the main thing that's not positive is I'm basically where I'm at right now. I'm still just dealing with like the dumbest fucking bigotry about the most basic fucking truth. The most basic fucking truth that, well, I'm not in any way a bad person. I'm not a, quote, schizophrenic in any way, shape, or form. Why is my family okay with saying that shit now? Because they fucking implicated themselves with a bunch of goddamn felon criminals. There's no other way to say it. And they're like, oh, no, you're not allowed to talk about how your family was abusive towards you just because, your family implicated themselves. That's the thing. I didn't fucking implicate my family. They fucking implicated themselves. There's no other way for me to say that. And so it's kind of like, what the hell is wrong with all of you for thinking that shit could ever be considered okay? Really. Like, it's not okay at all. Frankly, if I have to put, multiple cameras on me as many hours as I can a day, and carry around a phone streaming as much as I can, which is still fucking terrible considering that, these goddamn psychopaths, they're obviously cutting off my stream in the middle of... I will do that, y'all. Look how fucking dumb you are for trying to do that, actually. Look how fucking dumb you are for trying to do that. I'm not kidding. It's actually so despicably terrible. None of you give a fuck about the consequences of your actions. And quite frankly, that's what's so goddamn terrible, It's like, my family has been fucking destroyed. You don't just owe me for that shit. That's the thing, y'all. In the long term, anybody still involved in trying to make this happen, like, you're going to fucking prison. I don't give a fuck if you're in Guatemala. I don't give a fuck if you're in Costa Rica. I don't give a fuck if you're in South Africa or Turkey or Poland. You might be able to escape the Argentinian authorities, Francisco, but, like, you're going to fucking prison in Poland then, buddy. Like, it doesn't matter. I was saying at the time, it's like, you better be glad you're not on U.S. soil, because Jesus Christ, this fucking shit, for real, the way that you people behave here, you didn't fucking behave. The fact that anybody went along with this and thought that was okay, like, you're fucking trash, yo. Straight up fucking trash. God damn. That's the thing, for anybody involved in this still, it's like, you gotta understand that these people, they want to make it where I can't even hit stop streaming. Stop streaming. That's fucking psychopathic. Fucking psychopathic. So any private conversation I have, they're committing federal felonies. That's felony espionage, yo. Anybody in local law enforcement, like, again, especially for you to help redeploy Pegasus, which it seems like you have, working with these people and then trying to get it wired back up to Discord. I mean, again, it's like, that's the kind of thing that will end Discord as a company. That's the kind of thing that will get Pegasus fucking banned from the United States at this point, y'all, because this is that 1 in a billion in a way where it's like, wow, actually, that it's 1 in a billion because that's not normal behavior in any way, shape, or form, everyone. All right, let's go look at the rules for a moment. Sweet, we got one viewer. Good deal. Thank you very much for joining, one viewer. I really do appreciate it. All right, now let's go take a look at the rules that I've written here. No FSB allowed. No members of the family allowed. DEA can legally watch this. I mean, DEA can go suck a dick at the same time. They've been fucking terrible, actually genuinely evil. They've been working with all these goddamn psychopaths. And really, you can complain if you want, y'all, but that's all you can do. You fucking dumb shits. All you can do is complain. You've been so fucking terrible to me, and you know it. You haven't obeyed the law for a moment, and you know it. For real. So, let's go. Okay, wait. Now go back over here. All right, and now we're going to look at the actual, where do we set those rules again? Let's see. Probably easier to find this on a full screen. I'm so tired. That's the thing, y'all. I'm emotionally and physically exhausted of this fucking bullshit. And I would be doing a remote job, but you keep helping these goddamn criminals hack me with my fucking family. And that's the thing, y'all. I will literally make it hurt so much for all of you that you will regret it for the rest of your fucking lives. It doesn't matter if you're law enforcement, it doesn't matter who you are, you will literally never fucking regret anything in your life. And I mean, because of my diplomacy, y'all, that's the point. Because it's actually so much worse for you that I'm not just some dude that gets triggered. Like, it's systematic. You understand? And you've already pushed past the point of no return. So the further that you push, like, oh, fuck, it just gets so much worse, y'all. And everyone in my family that's trying to be in favor of this, it only gets so much fucking worse right now. All right, let me get this blasting on the TV. Yeah, I forgot. Right, got to get that set up. Let me go back over here. Talk about setup. Which tab did I have that in? Doesn't really matter. Channel content. Okay. I think that's the thing. The Steam Deck is great. Spyware on this machine, not fucking great. Not fucking great at all. And that's like, wow, you're saying that openly. What do you mean, spyware? Are you crazy? Are you crazy? No, that's the thing, y'all. Any comments about brain damage, like, again, that wasn't even, wasn't even intended to be an insult, in my opinion, but it doesn't bother me, like, at all. Like, really, even if it was, it doesn't bother me a single bit. I'm not kidding, like, I really do mean it. Some of you just really, and not even that person, I'm saying, some of you that have said that clearly try to bother me. You're just fucking stupid. So fucking stupid. Just like anybody like Marcos, or, like Marcos, for example, like, is saying to me what he did during this pandemic, like, how is your mental health today? How is your mental health today? And Marcos, how about you, like, fucking learn how to, I don't know, do anything of value besides being a little fucking snot? That's the thing. You got BG fired. Like, BG's a good man doing his job. You're acting like he's being lazy because you're just like, you just want to sit around and do your Docker shit and nothing else. You're lazy as fuck. Marcos was always lazy as fuck. Oh my god. And talk about, throwing grenades in a dev environment, y'all. It's just like, no, I just want to do Docker. I don't want to fucking, Docker broke, Marcos. How about you go fix your shit? Deploy shit to production without a goddamn key, literally, to break the entire fucking product. We're like about to go to the Christmas party. Yeah, you people, you don't ever get to ask for me to hold back now, you motherfuckers. That's the thing. Your NDAs don't cover your goddamn bigotry, your incompetence, your fucking felony crimes, which you continue to commit. You pieces of living shit. For anybody that doesn't know who I'm talking to, I'm sorry. Like I said, I can't explain everything right now. But oh my Jesus Christ Lord, these people have no fucking idea what they have done, given that they refuse to stop. All right, let's do this first. This is in moderation. Yeah, speaking of moderation, somebody moderate these criminal fucks. Jesus Christ. I swear to God, y'all, it's gonna get worse and worse and worse every single moment we let that shit go. Every single moment we let that shit go. I'm serious. Like, somebody's gonna want to get a handle on that because, oh God. Including those people, I mean it, like, they don't seem to realize, like, they're already past the point of no return in terms of ever asking me to hold back in what I say. And wow, you might be, full of fucking bigotry, you might Dunning-Kruger yourselves yet again, which you clearly are as you continue. But that's kind of my point, y'all, is that, when it comes down to it, you will regret that more than anything you've ever regretted for, like, the entire history of your lives. And I mean, because specifically I am a peaceful person, and you all knew that. You always knew that. Quite frankly, you all knew better, as I keep saying. Like, just like with anybody local that's, like, on the side of these goddamn hackers. Like, for real, y'all, what the fuck is wrong with you? They're committing straight up federal felonies. Why do you think they're so mad in the first place? These people will actually kill innocent people. That's how fucking psychopathic they are. Trying to frame me, they will literally kill innocent people. Anybody sitting around for any moment, like, oh yeah, Marcos is your guardian angel. Marcos is a lazy fucking piece of shit, and he's dumb as fuck. I'll be honest, y'all. That's the thing. Even the conversations I have with Marcos, you know, like can he write some, you know, code for Docker and then this kind of shit? Like, yes, he can. Does he have any intellectual bone in his body? Like, fuck no. Obviously not. He's a member of the family, yo. Obviously not. Some of y'all are like, wait, no, I'm a member of the family too. And it's like, yeah, that's my point, you dumb shits. Oh, I forgot. Voyager 1's got to come with me. All right, here we go. Here we go. All right, remember, follow the rules, everybody. If you do not follow the rules, you're fucked. Really. Anybody else is totally welcome. Can't forget this key part. Okay. So for now, test. 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 There we go. There we go. There we go. All right, y'all. There's where we're gonna build the resort. You know, the luxury resort right there on the moon. Okay, you can kind of see it. There we go. Okay, remember, tweet Elon Musk. You know, don't send him DMs though. Actually, that'll get annoying. But tweet him. You know, tweet at him very publicly. You know, make sure he knows we're building this luxury resort. There's no question. You know, it's got to be done. How else are we going to generate interest in space? You know, it's got to be something substantial. You know. Really, it's like, look how cool that would be, y'all. It'd be really cool. And also, let's pull up that China moon rock stuff when we get inside. I mean, really, and it's not just China, I'm sure, y'all. I really mean that. But, like, you know, we'll read about it all together. I need to pull more information up. Can you hear me now, y'all? Can you hear me now? Are you eavesdropping? Can you hear me now, y'all? Can you hear me now? Are you eavesdropping or am I broadcasting? Are you eavesdropping or am I broadcasting? Are you eavesdropping or am I broadcasting? Let's try this way. Let's try this way. Alright, there we go. Alright, there. Music to our ears, everyone, right? Yeah, I love that sound. Music to our ears, everyone, right? Yeah, I love that sound. Music to our ears, everyone, this works better for the cable, but let's do that. No, this works better for the cable, but let's do that. This works better for the cable, but let's do that. Alright. So I do, y'all. I get so fucking sick of the spyware because it breaks everything. It's so fucking shitty. So fucking shitty. Like really, you whatever nasty shit you're using, it's just like it fucking goddamn gets so old. And I swear to God, any of you still involved in this, like you're going to fucking prison, yo. You've been saying the same shit about me this whole time. You have no idea what's coming for you. That's one of the things down in Texas, y'all. I was so mad about it. I'm going to be addressing that tonight, don't worry. And I don't mean that triggered. I mean the quote tests about the fire. Are you fucking kidding me? You're going to quote test me. We have satellite data. We have surveillance data. We have GPS data. You know, I'll wake up in the middle of the night. My place is filled with smoke. And I'm tired as fuck because I've been deprived of sleep. I've been deprived of food. And you got Ryan, the agent outside, revving his goddamn motorcycle right when I get in bed on purpose. That's what I'm saying, y'all. That was one example of fucking sleep deprivation techniques developed in the 60s. And you motherfuckers, some of you are going to prison for that shit. You don't seem to realize. You're straight up going to fucking prison for that shit. That's not just not legal. Jesus Christ, you have no idea. Anybody out there that thinks I'm making it up, you have no fucking idea. That's the thing. I will literally never stop talking about it. Everybody in the family is like, yeah, you gotta forgive. Like, no, I have forgiven. That's what you don't understand. That's actually the worst part. I've forgiven and forgiven and forgiven, and you fucking psychopathic liars, yo. That's the thing. Your organization is being banned in Congress. I've never lashed out. I've never done anything to take any kind of action or response other than investigate you people, quite frankly. And what have I found? I found that you are the #1 sex traffickers in the entire world, literally, and you don't get to remove that tie. You work in law enforcement, like, well, you should not be just, let me phrase this best. It's not just that you should not be proud, yo. You should feel deeply fucking ashamed. Because all of this sexual abuse in churches in the United States, particularly in the South, oh God, that's a really bad connection right there, yo. Especially when, you got somebody, it's not some fake Christianity here. It's like, that's what bothers me, is you people are fake as fuck Christians. You don't actually believe in real God. You're in an organization that's kidnapping children and selling them into sex slavery in real life. And you sit around like, no, I just hate you so much because we made a fucking quote movie, a fucking quote show. No, this is the fucking show, yo. My fucking show, alright? I'm in control of this shit. None of you motherfuckers, okay? And that's where it's like, so long as you're doing this shit. What was last night, everyone? Don't worry, we will be getting there. But before I get there, let me pull up, our 6-hour fucking anthology of a testimony on the television and blast that shit so loud. Deafen these people's goddamn eardrums. For real, just like Jason McGall, fucking psychopath. Oh. Excuse me, I'm so sorry to my consensual audience. I don't like to burp into the microphone, but yo, I've got 2 mics on the current on Voyager 0. There's a reason for that. I've got fucking look at this shit, y'all. I've got 2 iPhones now that are like my only goddamn lifeline, in real life, and really. This has real value, y'all, and this is what I'm saying. It's the idea. It's not even just the flag itself. Can we all remind ourselves of that all the time? It's what the flag represents. All right. If you want to hold up this flag, or I'll be honest, y'all. I'm the whole back the blue with the blue line through this shit. I mean, it's actually like really kind of against our values as a country, to be frank. You're disgracing the flag by changing the flag, quite frankly. That's the thing. I back the blue, but you can't back the blue if you're a member of the family, number one. You can't back the blue if you're going to openly back literal corruption. And people like Ken Paxton or Greg Abbott who know that I'm innocent, but they want to destroy the life of an innocent man because of their fucking mafia. That's what I'm saying, y'all. That shit's not okay. How else do I need to say that? because I will be saying it a lot more. That's what you people don't understand. Like, it's not just not going to go away. You got somebody now for the rest of my life, the rest of my entire fucking life, yo. No matter what you wanted, no matter what you do, like, it's actually so fucking bad, yo. You have no idea. So fucking bad. Oh my god. We're at the journalism part, yo. I don't even have to do, the investigation part. This is more just like now my protection, you know. If I have money, again, yo, that's the thing. It's like even right now, I wouldn't even, would I buy a new phone? Eventually I would, but not until I'm damn sure that you're not just going to redeploy this trash shit again. It's so fucking terrible for that, yo. Working with a bunch of psychopathic fucking hackers, you better be ready, yo. You understand what I'm saying? Ready to deal with the legal fallout of that shit. Because you had warning after warning after warning, and even today, that's what, it's a part of this video permanently and forever now, that, well, you're fucking psychopathic criminals. You're trying to shut off, you're not trying to, you're shutting off the stream in the middle of me streaming, recording it all anyway. Like, y'all, more felony crimes, more felony crimes, more felony crimes. Like, Jesus Christ, you need some Jesus. So get ready to hear my voice a hell of a lot more, y'all, because the view count on that shit does not matter at all. That is not the point. Just an FYI, that is really not the point. Same with, like, I appreciate my one consensual viewer. Thank you very much for joining and obeying the law. I really do appreciate it from the bottom of my heart. I mean that. Let me go back over here. Okay, I'm gonna go back over to desktop 2. All right. No, I'm sorry. Wait, where's all of our chats? And okay, I got all this sort of kind of organized, right? And right now I'm gonna take this one and close it out. Let's see. There we go. Alright, so we got rules updated. Okay. Wow, that is so loud. I hope you're really enjoying that. Alright, stream. Alright, bam. Alright, one viewer. Good shit. Alright, thank you very much, one viewer. Alright, one viewer. Okay, now, alright, the one viewer. Alright, now let's go back over here. And let's see. So I'm going to close temporarily, alright, I'm going to go here, and then, okay, bring this one back up, there we go, top right, new tab, I'm going to close Voyager 1, okay, because I had one open, right, and you're like, oh yeah, one viewer, okay, now let's go back over here, okay, and go back down here. Alright, and Voyager, so 0, right, I put them in order too, look how convenient, 0, 1, okay, 1 viewer, let's see if it changes. Oh, still one viewer, okay, wow, we really got a loyal, one consensual viewer, I really appreciate that. And alright, so for the sake of brevity, y'all, I'm going to try to, because I'm going to keep repeating this for the people that are fucking stupid. Oh, wait, for the people, now, well, that's the thing, right? There's a whole situation, the spyware and all this bullshit. They're not consensual viewers, so all of them are fucking psychopathic criminals. But, to the one viewer that is consensually viewing this content, thank you very much from the bottom of my heart. And I just want to say that you are awesome, and shout out to you. You are a loyal one viewer, and I really, really do appreciate that. I really do from the bottom of my heart. Everybody else is fucking full of bigotry and hatred right now, and they're kind of just clinging to their bigotry and their hatred, and that's really frustrating. Wow, that is so loud. Man, that's the 6 hours of fucking real legal testimony. Man, that's very public. Very, 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 oh god, that is so public. Wow, and that is so fucking public. It's got Delaware State Police right there, it's like, wow, man, that's talk about political nightmare. When all this shit is said and done, it's like, Jesus Christ, that is not the kind of thing that anybody's going to be happy about in any way, shape, or form. Man, I would really hate to be in the Delaware State Police right now, actually, even just right now. Let's pull up Spotify. Alright. That is true, y'all. I'm gonna be honest.
America,
that is true.
these people
and I'm
are the
very
fucking
comfortable with my masculinity. In fact, that's one of the things that's a little bit funny about this whole situation. Is like, quite frankly, I just don't give a fuck. Like, all of you think that I would even. Let me put it this way: if I for a moment thought that I needed you to validate my masculinity, well, then I would be as insecure and fucking shitty and well, you know, mentally unhealthy as all of you people that have tried to say that this was okay with the Discord bullshit. And, well, I'm not, so there you go, yo, that's kind of the thing. Like, you're just fucking despicable people. Okay, now let's get Spotify here, and take Spotify, and let's see. Spotify, we're gonna, oh, okay, see, that's the thing about spyware. The main thing it breaks right now is just dragging and dropping, which is such a fucking pain in the ass. Okay, there we go.
Real life Nazis, and wouldn't you know it, they were absorbing Nazis.
Wow, it's like
they were literally absorbing Nazis way back when, the actual fucking Nazis after World War II. That's not a joke, and that's not made up. They are straight up fucking Nazis in real life.
And how I stream every single day of my life until you stop this shit. At the very least, yo, I won't even be applying for jobs. You know what I will be doing? Is more and more I'll be, and I'm not kidding, y'all, like, you need to wake the fuck up. I'm not gonna apply for jobs just sitting there wanting, like, yeah, okay, like, wow, it's like every fucking job I've taken now for 3 years. This is where I really put my fucking foot down. You know, for my one viewer, thank you very much for being my, you know, consensual audience. I mean it, y'all, like, really, you know, please feel free, let me do this really quick.
Actually want to break the law to prevent me
I should be seeing the rules, so let me
no idea what they've done, because none of them have any legal right to ask me to stop communicating, just like they never had any legal right to sit around subjecting me to slavery, literal fucking slavery, for years and years, right here in the United States of America.
Wow. That person sounds really validly frustrated. They've been enslaved for 3 fucking years. Man, I would hate to be the people that chose to do that shit again. Like, yeah, we heard some really dumb fucks did this down in Texas. Should we just fucking do it again? You know, have his cousin fucking criminally implicate himself.
She's a member of
like, he's our buddy, don't worry. Like, look at that shit. I put my grandma kind of on the spot about it today. And that's who, when she was like, you wouldn't send a family member to prison? Like, yes, the fuck I would at this point. Yes, the fuck I would send a family member. Oh, then that's the thing, right? She's like, oh, you wouldn't send a member of the family to prison? I'd send every single member of the family to prison. You dumb shits. I will send every single fucking member of the family to prison. That is kind of the whole point, yo. It's actually ridiculous as fuck. You know, thank you very much for everyone joining. I really do appreciate it. You know, shout out. I really mean it, yo. I really need some witnesses right now. And it means a lot to me. I'm not kidding. I just really, you know, everybody, you know, when it comes down to it, like these bigots down here, they have no idea what the fuck is going on. And then, you know, it's like, really, yo, it's like, oh my Jesus Christ. And, you know, if you feel like chatting, you know, feel free anybody that wants to ever participate in the chat, you know, just let me know. The reason though, I'm gonna go my own way until, you know, like today, that was great. I'll be honest. You know, even, you know, the comment about the brain thing, like I said, doesn't bother me. Look at that. It's never, like, there's actually nothing that anyone could say that's going to bother me at this point. That's always kind of been the way, actually. That's part of the difficulty is so many people, like, fucking bigoting themselves, Dunning-Krugering themselves. They're like, oh, he's just lacking confidence. Oh, yeah, he just, like, okay, yo, I'm not confident about my haircut right now. That's true, you know. I was like, I'm not saying I'm lacking confidence because of it. What I mean is that I do need a haircut, okay? It's not my favorite. You know, I might, you know, experiment with the camera angles. Look how great that is, though. Because I'm multi-streaming, I can just take it and put it right here on the left side. See, you see all this, like, that's the only thing, right? It's like, you know, it's not that messy. I've got all the, you know, the vacuum, and I've been vacuuming up, you know, I'll get this room cleaned up a little bit more. But that's the thing, I'm not here to be a fucking slave. I didn't come up here to be a fucking slave yet again. And yet here I am being fucking enslaved illegally. Yet again, right here on U.S. soil, my own family lying through their fucking teeth like psychopaths, over and 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 over again. And that's the thing, y'all. This is all very, very, very public. You know what's playing on the television right now. Very, 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 very public, and it is not the view count that matters, y'all. It's a permanent public record, and none of this is going down. You understand? Like, oh Jesus Christ, Lord, it's actually really fucking bad. It's actually really fucking bad, yo.
there will be a day where I have a fucking cell phone again that is not so deeply used to just subject me to goddamn slavery. Whether it's an iPhone or an Android or a phone that I have literally engineered myself, it does not even fucking matter at this point. I will make it fucking happen. But I'll be honest, I don't need to engineer my own cell phone to make it fucking
Let's talk about
happen.
cell phone options a little bit. Because I am, it's a big old nuanced conversation in a way. Let's do this. Go over here. I just need a Chrome. Just gonna use good old Chrome. Chrome. I really. It's like I'm at this point. It's like okay. If I'm again, it's like I use DuckDuckGo sometimes. I'm a fan of choice definitely, but should I use? Yeah, we can use this one. That's fine. Look at that, the spyware shit. It's not
Let's take a
NordVPN
quick
that
break.
does this
I'm
shit.
gonna
It's
walk
like
outside
so
again
fucking old and enjoy this one. You people are fucking terrible.
I'm gonna come back inside and calmly enjoy my coffee on this beautiful Sunday morning in the place that I was born, the place I came to for a literal safe house because of this fucking organization already committing so much felony crime with the DEA and others.
So I'm a fan of this. I actually am. Let me just pause.
And real testimony for this massive federal public corruption case.
So, and really, y'all, this is one of the, there's not a lot of options when you think about it, right? And I'm not saying that's the thing, y'all. I'm not an Apple fanboy, but like I am. It is true that definitely in the history of the company and the trajectory, in my opinion, all that kind of stuff. It's always been in my mind, if you want to put it that way. Like, no, the name never had anything to do with two iPhones at Voyager. It really was. It's technology, it's psychology. Really, y'all, it's trying to explain these two key things. And really, like, it's for me, you have to understand it kind of defines the lens of our world. And that really is, at the end of the day, like what causes me to talk about things like the big picture perspective, because there's more psychology behind it than you might think, right? I'm kind of like realizing that, well, part of the issue with the polarization that we're having is people aren't really kind of like, they're getting, like, it's almost like this whole situation, right? You're like laser focused on the complete trivial bullshit that is not actually relevant in any way, shape, or form, right? It's like you're okay, case in point. Remember our chart, okay, when you go back over here, like, yeah, I'm gonna use the fucking chart, alright, okay, I go to the chart. You know what, no, actually I'm not, okay, I'm not gonna switch microphones right now, I don't feel like it. Okay, so really, and the only reason I was thinking about it, y'all, is that, well, let me put it this way, right? All you know is that I bought a new phone, and that's an iPhone, and that's the worst part. You actually know what kind it is, but you're not giving a single fuck about the fact that you're not like, oh, well, he bought a new phone, but it's like, it's an older phone, and it was already the more affordable phone, and all of you just like, oh, he bought an iPhone, oh, no, like you're no fucking amount of logic, no fucking brain in your skull, apparently. That's the worst part, y'all, like, you bigot yourselves straight up. And so, like, it gets, like, more than a little bit fucking old, it gets more than a little bit fucking old. It's the exact same thing with the Steam Deck, y'all. You gotta actually have some goddamn respect for, who I am as a person. Every purchase I make is educated. To be honest with you, even ordering pizza, quite frankly, is like, I need to gain weight. I should be ordering a pizza every other fucking day right now, and trust me, y'all, it's like, I'm not saying that I want to, and that I'm not actually really serious about that, but I'm kind of making a point, y'all. It's like, you starved a human being to death. I should be eating a lot, and I can't. I don't want to eat a lot of my grandmother's food, and I don't want to make her feel bad either. It's like, in no way have I, been like, that's kind of the whole thing, It's like I'm extremely grateful that, she's kind and decent person in general, but like she's also kind of being a straight up fucking she's being a straight up fucking psychopath towards me, just like the rest of our family. And why is that? Well, they're mad. They're just fucking triggered. They're making someone feel this way. She was even talking about my privacy. She closed this window and she's like, I want to let you have your privacy. Like, you people, all of you, you're trying to make sure I have no privacy whatsoever, and I'm throwing in your face now. I'm sitting here, broadcasting to the entire planet, not like a few people, like the entire fucking planet, quite frankly, that like wow, you're fucking despicably terrible. You know, I'm not kidding. Like, and you know, okay, let's go back over to the globe. All right. Try to do this for now. Again, thank you very much to my one consensual viewer. I really do appreciate it. Right. You know, I mean it, yo. When it comes down to it, like, you know, it does mean a lot to me to have witnesses right now. So again, I emphasize, you know, if you are interested in, you know, how do I put it best? Like, you check out the multi-stream concept, y'all. Check it out. Check it out. Really, it's like you can pull up, you know, multiple of the streams if you want to, and I see some of you are. That's cool. I really mean it. You know, it's like, you know, some of these fucking bigots have no idea, you know, what's going on, and you know, for me, it gets so old because, you know, at the end of the day, like, you know, you people are obeying the law. You're actually being decent human beings, and they're just like, no, cut that fucking stream off. Cut that fucking stream off. Don't let him, you know, show who he is. Don't let him, you know, easily assert his innocence. Okay. Yeah, I guess that's what's terrible, yo. It's like suddenly I'm now and I'm putting the cameras right in my face, right? And like, wow, how Orwellian, right? Like he's got a camera. Who does that? They're like, now, you know, I could just have a webcam, but instead I've got a fucking, you know, desk cam, and you know, I'm like, wow, why do I want that perspective, y'all? Actually, that's part of the whole thing that I do. I think it's pretty interesting and cool. Shout out Steam Deck. Not sponsored in any way, shape, or form, y'all. It's just I needed an affordable piece of hardware, and wow, what this thing flies, yo. Even though I know it's like it doesn't always look like it right now. I've got to manage everything, you know, on one screen right now at the moment. And again, it's like honestly, you know, frankly, that I only want one screen right now. Actually, I'm not saying I really necessarily want more. What I am saying is, you know, like it is kind of relevant. Like the person I was talking to today, is like, you don't have a desktop. It's like, well, that's kind of noteworthy, actually. It should be noteworthy for anybody. I've worked in software for years, and you walked in there, you thought I had a bunch of computers, and like, this fucking guy. It's like a bunch of broken fucking shells of shit that literally, again, people are like, hey, I'm throwing this away in the trash. You know, do you want to try to use your super techno magical skills and just like wizard this shit back alive? And I'm just like, well, you know, honestly, not really. I don't really have time, but you know, if you're gonna throw it away, I guess, you know, throw it my way, and I'll try to fucking do something about it, you know. And then we got Drax down here in the corners all the time, you know. Like okay, it's like, look how, you know, you know, is this room a little bit cluttered? Sure. Is my bedroom? It's not gross at all. That's what's ridiculous to me, yo. It's like there's some laundry, you know. There's really this whole time nobody seemed to regard the fact that, like I was saying, you know, I need to sit down and do this. And then I start sitting down and doing this, and I stop, no, don't give your testimony, no, 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 no. No, 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 no. Like, you don't want me to just tell the basic truth. And why is that? Because you jumped already to, well, skipping the presumption of innocence part, which is completely, you know, not just kind of like a maybe type thing, you know, it's just tell the basic truth. And why is that? Because you jumped already to, well, skipping the presumption of innocence part, which is completely, you know, not just kind of like a maybe type thing, you know, it's just tell the basic truth. And why is that? Because you jumped already to, well, skipping the presumption of innocence part, which is completely, you know, not just kind of like a maybe type thing, you know, it's just tell the basic truth. And why is that? Because you jumped already to, well, skipping the presumption of innocence part, which is completely, you know, not just kind of like a maybe type thing, you know, it's just tell the basic truth. And why is that? Because you jumped already to, well, skipping the presumption of innocence part, which is completely, you know, not just kind of like a maybe type thing, you know.
Test 1 2 3 4. Test 1 2 3 4.
Part, which is completely, you know, not just kind of like a maybe type thing, you know.
Test 1 2 3 4. Test 1 2 3 4.
Part, which is completely, you know, not just kind of like a maybe type thing, you know.
Test 1 2 3 4. Test 1 2 3 4.
Part, which is completely, you know, not just kind of like a maybe. You know, not just kind of like a maybe. You know, not just kind of like a maybe. You know, not just kind of like a maybe.
not just kind of like a maybe. Not just kind of like a maybe. Not just kind of like a maybe. Not just kind of like a maybe. I'm gonna have to get another machine set up. All this shit. I don't even not just kind of like a maybe. Not in any way. Let's try this. I'm kind of curious about this. I think the worst part of this by far, y'all, for anybody local, like, you fucking know that I've been tortured relentlessly. You have no plausible deniability. You fucking know that I'm innocent. You have no plausible deniability. And that's the thing. When you latch onto this shit and you just try to pile onto the people who so criminally came before you, you make it 1,000 fucking times worse, y'all. 1,000 fucking times. You don't realize, it's like, look how terrible it is. Anywhere I go, like, it's not that everybody hates me, y'all. Some people are totally decent and kind. But I'm saying, like, there's so many people that, because of you, because of your inability to fucking control yourselves, you're just like, no, we want slavery. Yet again, we want more slavery. He was already subjected to relentless fucking slavery. We want more. You sound like a bunch of fucking crybabies that have no control over yourselves, because that's exactly what you're being, unlike me, y'all. Test. 1, 2, 3, 4. Might have to go mess with that. Ooh. See, I'm not, y'all. I don't love the sound of my own voice. I don't hate it either. That's that. Oh God, how dare you say that? No, really. I mean, it's like, I don't love it. I don't hate it. And like, wow, what a profound statement. Tomorrow morning I'm gonna be up early. It's like, as soon as my grandma's up, I was gonna be in here like, poop. Wow, technology, y'all. Isn't it amazing? Let me go check the video feed of this. I just need to make sure. All right, y'all. So if you want to check out, okay, thank you very much to my one consensual viewer. If you're wanting to go like the multi-stream concept, we're gonna talk about multi-stream a lot more in depth here. I'm about to pull up some videos and some other links. Really though, okay, Voyager 0 is going to be, and this is how the concept would be in general, y'all. In fact, that's the thing. I'll be honest with you. I'm not sponsored by anybody. If Twitch, if I was ever able to, work for Twitch, I would be more than happy to work for Twitch. You understand? Like, and help develop, and that's part of what I'm trying to present in my portfolio, which is kind of perfect because Twitch is almost like the perfect way for me to build my portfolio live. And I'm happy for anybody to watch that. I'm serious. Anybody in the world, I do ask that you follow the rules. You're not Russian intelligence. You're not a member of organized crime, and you're not a member of a cartel. Other than that, I don't give a fuck. Really, I don't care if you're Russian. Don't be FSB, okay? Don't be Russian military. Don't be Russian intelligence, right? It's like, that was a good question today. It's like, what if I'm Russian? It's like, no, I actually don't. I don't give a fuck if you're Russian. I'll be honest though. You better be ready to hear me talk about, Mr. Putin, because he's a fucking Putin piece of shit. But that being said, in all fairness, y'all, of everybody, really, like there's a lot of people that have been, fucking victimized by that man, and I happen to be one of them, y'all. And so, like, get over it. Like, I'm not alone in that, and to be honest with you, that's why all the support in the world, y'all. I'm any way that I can support, getting rid of. Wow, and I'm not trying to say, and really, y'all, let me emphasize, I'm not saying kill him. I'm saying like dealing with him in terms of like what really I would love to see that he's actually, that we have some form of justice. That would be best, would it not? Some form of justice, and then really, y'all, that's my point. When I say take care of him, that really is what I mean when I've said that in the past. And also, though, that's kind of the thing, y'all, like, of anybody on, the planet Earth, you should not be having, sympathy for the guy that's, well, duped so many of you in the family into the, nasty shit that's going on, I'll be honest. All right, so let's go look at a few articles, right? That's one thing. I'm going to use, like, Alt-Tab is still just, like, the one thing I would love if it might already be there. Eventually this is the kind of thing I'll be like, hey chat, does anybody know? Can you? Is there an alt tab? I don't think there is. I was reading about it. You can do Control Windows arrow, which is great. But see, I use one hand a lot, because I got one hand on the microphone, one hand I'm typing. A lot of times I'm typing one handed. Alt tab is perfect. I'm so used to alt tab. It's like I said, it's like my left hand. Really, left hand when using computers, of course. Let's close. I don't need this one. This one. Look how quickly I can alt tab as well. See, okay, yeah, there we go. Okay. Not that it's that amazing, y'all, but I'm saying once you get used to alt tab, it's like, wow, alt tab is your best friend. Really, alt tab is amazing. This shitty spyware that's on this machine is not amazing in any way, shape, or form. Let me emphasize that. Okay, let's go back over here, Google Chrome. All right, I do many times just for the sake of mostly. It's not even that I'm trying. Again, I'm not trying to hide anything. Oh, incognito. Like, you people talk about incognito. Go back over here to this, beautiful image of Mr. Drax, and you're like, oh, we're incognito. Like, no, you're not. Okay. So we were talking about PinePhone, right? We still got that pulled up over here. Let me see. Do I just want to bring that window over here? I think I do for now. It's probably just easier to have it all on. I'm gonna use a desktop management for sure now, right? But let me do this. I've got, oh yeah, okay, so I sent those out. Got some more tweets later, don't worry. And we'll do more twittering tonight. You're like, oh no, not more twittering. The NordVPN message up in the corner, that's the thing. It's not NordVPN, it's a shitty fucking shit on this computer. It's so terrible. Okay, alright. Channel content, deal with that later. For now, let's do, make sure also take that. Okay. I think out loud, y'all. I'm not talking to myself at all. I'm talking, to the Twitch audience here, really. We can talk about let's make a list actually. That will make it easier actually. In this case, just because I'm so tired, it's one of those times. It's like, okay, remember, as a reminder, we're multi-streaming right now. It's kind of a proof of concept in a way. Except that's part of what I want to show you in terms of like, okay, let's do some diagrams about how we could design and architect this service a little bit. I'm gonna have to pull up some information. I'm not gonna say that it's all gonna be perfect tonight, y'all, because it's not gonna be a perfect diagram. That's like they're throwing it together and doing live. Okay, so we're gonna talk about a couple different things. We have to talk about talk about TikTok. I'm just gonna put that for now. I'm not even gonna type anymore. I'm gonna talk about Lenovo and my personal thoughts, and I kind of, so this type of thing, I'll be honest, it's like I'd love to be corrected, right? And I'm not saying Lenovo, like I want to emphasize, I'm not saying Lenovo is some bad company or not to buy from them in any way. That's the nuance that I'm going to address, right? And the same, I haven't said anything about TikTok yet, but I will get there. That's a little bit of a different story in my opinion. I've talked about Discord enough that I'm going to be talking about it more. I just don't feel like it tonight, y'all. It has been lorded over my life. Nobody gets to ask me not to talk about it. I'll be honest, y'all. I don't know who. It's kind of like Dunning-Kruger. I think some of you in law enforcement, you hear from these people. You're like, oh yeah, you work in software. It's like you realize I work in software too, y'all. that's kind of the thing. Like, and this is what I'm saying. Like, you hear from people, you know, like this crew of fucking criminal hackers. Like, they're like, yeah, we're like really smart hacker, you know, software people. It's like, you realize I work in software too, yo. Like, these people didn't even know how much skill that I do actually have because they Dunning-Krugered the fuck out of themselves. And so now you got somebody who, I'll be honest, y'all, is like, it's really different. You know, if you sat all of us in a room and you're like having, you know, like intellectual, like actual conversations about this shit, you know, you would have a very, very apparent picture about like whose side you really need to be on here. You know, and that's where it's like, again, you know, I'm not trying to sound arrogant, but that's the problem is, you know, they really, you know, a lot of them were already abusive in their personalities very much. You know what I mean? They just didn't ever want to, you know, really be honest, quite frankly. Like, I think that's what's so like fucking and that's what I mean, y'all. Is like I'm honest about my actual faults. You know what I mean? I'm not holding this up to. I'm just like usually, y'all. Again, it's like it is. What do you call it? Stemming in a way, right? Like, oh, stemming. Yeah, it's fucking stem. Like everything I do, y'all. Shake my leg a little bit. You know, you got, I'm not going to say names, you got people like, nah, stop fucking shaking your leg, you know, come up behind me and put your fucking hand on the back of my neck. That's the thing. It's like, you people have had your fucking hand on somebody's throat, an innocent man, for 3 goddamn years. He gets up here to do federal, you know, really, literally testimony for a massive federal public corruption case. I'm even saying to people at my job, it's like, look, there's something way more important. Now, I'm going to close Steam, not because I have an issue with Steam, just because I'm maybe a little bit extra RAM. Right, and like, what else do I got here? Camo Studio for now. You know what? Let's open up Camo Studio. I did want to talk about that. So I might have one of the phones hooked up here. In fact, let's check this. I want to see. I think they might have had a wireless option. That might be nice for this proof of concept. You know, and this is what I'm going to do, y'all. In fact, I might title some of these streams like proof of concept, and I should have probably done that already, actually, with some of them. I'll go back and rename them. That's a nice thing. That's what I'm loving so far about Twitch, y'all, I'll be honest, right? Because I was like, okay, when I love YouTube as well, right? There's a lot of good information, and I really appreciate, you know, being able to, like, put content up there. A lot of people, YouTube is just where they go for online videos, right? And that's what they know, and I'll be honest, you know, that's probably not going to change, right? And so that is really useful. I love Spotify because I'll be honest, a lot of my stuff, it's like, yeah, listening to it, actually, just you know, going, if you're the kind of person that likes to listen to podcasts. I'm not saying this in particular necessarily. This is one thing I want to emphasize about Spotify. This is not really the way that I prefer it. I'll be honest. In some ways, I almost like, this is the lens I look at things through, right? It's like those recordings that, you know, I did, that were a lot of them that were found, right? It's like, never was I even saying anything that was really truly like deeply, you know, or even controversial. That's one of the things that was kind of frustrating. You know, I wasn't mad at her when my grandmother and I talked, and I told her, right? I was like, well, you know, what all did I say? You know, nobody could have heard our conversation, so I'll just repeat some of it. But I was basically like, you know, I made all this under an alias, you know, and really it wasn't a scary, sketchy thing. You know, aliases in general are not some scary, sketchy thing at all. And I was basically just like, it was for protection, because to be honest, you know, I didn't really say this to her this way, but like, I'm the whole point of it is that I'm being truly unfiltered. But that's the thing, I wasn't even really saying anything that controversial, yo. And really, like, that's what frustrates me, is that some of you are such fucking snowflakes. You're just like, oh, how dare you, you know, make anything artistic, right? And you need to understand then that what happened, and you're like sitting there violating my human rights with reckless abandon by that first set of holidays. And that's what, you know, if anything, you got really mad about. But that's the point, yo. Like, you pushed it to that point. None of that was going to be published. I fucking destroyed hard drives in front of your goddamn, you know, surveillance equipment in that apartment, because I'm wanting to show you, you know, that like I'm actually just. Look at that shit, y'all. Yeah, you should get used to hearing that kind of stuff eventually, because I'm not saying I'm going to be on the TV a bunch or anything, y'all, but what I'm saying is that, you know, to be honest with you, you need to realize, like, this is like the broken, like, fucking relentlessly scarred human being that law enforcement has just been like, fucking slice, chainsaw, cut, you know, like over and over and over again. And it's like, you know, I'm not trying to be morbid when I say that, y'all, but like, there's just no rest. There's no rest. You just like, you've wanted to fucking scar a human being in the worst way. And I'll be honest, y'all, I mean, you've done a lot of scarring, especially to my family, you know, and then you wanted to blame me for that, which is complete trash bullshit, quite frankly. You had me feeling this way this whole fucking time, and you just did not care. You did not care a single bit. That's part of what's so frustrating. You
to be honest with you, like it's also frustrating that I clearly, like I have more respect for any of you than you'll ever have for me. Part of this, y'all, that's like, okay, can I emphasize? Obviously, it was, look how lame that is to even say, like, obviously it was a joke, y'all. Like, I'm like, okay, really last serious topic, everybody tweet Elon Musk, like, we're going to the moon, yo. That's Elon with the bike, yo. Like, yeah, he's got the Voyager on the front. It's like, we're going to the moon. All right, y'all, really, I mean it when I say, look, the thing about all of this is that I've never met Elon Musk. There's been a lot of hints and comments. Like, would I love to meet Elon Musk? Have I looked up to him in my lifetime? Yes, there's no question about that, y'all. Yes, absolutely. I would want and ask that, simply that he respect that it's one of it's the thing that matters to me in my life, especially after all this. Even to it's still, I'm not saying there's not more that matters, that there is, but being unfiltered, like actually freedom of speech, and that's where I mean it. I think there was the whole Twitter thing was kind of a debacle in some ways, right? But like I was actually kind of glad, it really was. Like deep down, I was kind of like I know. The CEO, and not that Jack Dorsey didn't care about freedom of speech. I think he did, but it's like I know he really does care about real freedom of speech. Like that's kind of a tough thing in this day and age at times, because there are times where it's like there's just challenging topics that come up, and honestly, y'all, I never thought for a moment that I would need freedom of speech, like for the sake of defending the basic fundamental truth about who I am as a human being. And so that's where it's kind of a challenge in some ways. To be honest with you all, I think part of the point that Elon is trying to make with some of his tweets are a little bit ridiculous, right? But that is the point. Is it's the internet. I mean, I'll be honest. Do we need to go back over to Twitter for a moment? And yes, let's do it, because actually I want to talk about this for a moment. Like you people, some of the tweets you get upset about. I'm just gonna go home. I've been following a lot of people now, and there's some good people I follow. Don't get me wrong, y'all. But see, like some I'm not even like gonna go in every tweet. I'm not gonna sit and read every tweet, right? I'm just gonna find ones that literally I'll be honest, that is just like in some ways this is actually an example of what I'm saying, y'all. Like, look at what Greg Abbott spends his time even fucking tweeting about. Except you're like, oh no, that's not him. That's his social media manager. It's like, I'll be honest, y'all. These people, especially the way they behaved in my life, they clearly have too much fucking time on their hands. Like, too much time on their hands. Oh, too much time on their hands. Oh, too much time on their hands. Oh, see, I do kind of my own little like echo, y'all, almost of some of those songs, really. And again, like, I would have to pull up the lyrics to even remember all of them. I was like, wow, you say you have a good memory, but see, that's the thing, y'all. It's like, why would I be storing, the words to that even if it, like, and again, that's the point. It's like, nobody's a walking jukebox, for my own music at times, I am a little bit, but even then, I work off of a lot of, having an earpiece in when I'm talking. It's not that I like to hear my own voice, right? But I need to know the volume of how it's coming, like, really, do I have to adjust the mic? And at times that's kind of like, y'all, anybody that is a musician or a vocalist, and then they understand this, like, for real. And that actually does kind of, it does kind of matter sometimes. But I guess what I'm saying is that, honestly, I think that part of my issue right now is just that there are an abundance of different topics going on out there that, quite frankly, okay, I was tenure in the Foreign Affairs Committee. Guess you're the security expert we've been waiting for. Coming from a guy that's a member of the family, it's hard to hear this kind of stuff, y'all. Really, Dan Crenshaw. Remember, I'm building a public website, y'all. We're gonna live stream building a public website. I'm not kidding about that at all. It's like I respect everyone. It's not even like, oh, to the extent this dude. Like, in some ways, I guess that is a little bit, but like, how do I put it best? Like, if you're a member of the family, you're not just turning a blind eye to some really evil shit. That's the problem, y'all. Like, you're not just turning a blind eye to some really evil shit. You're kind of openly embracing some really evil shit, quite frankly. And I don't know how to say it best, y'all. Like, someone in the family
if you still thought that you have anything with me, then you know, a long time ago you should have put an end to this abusive bullshit. That's one way to say it. You know, I will say though that, you know, it's like I'm not. How do I put it best? I mean, can we just not do this trash slavery again? Like, why does slavery have to be legal? See, that's the thing I appreciate very much. Like it is about. I'm not a control freak, y'all, but it is about control. You rob someone's life of any control, and except that's the thing. If you were doing it in a good way, that people's behavior in real life asserts that it's definitely not in a good way. That you were actually are, you know, intentionally, you know, I think I've still got this image pulled up. I mean, first of all, yes, a lot of you are this straight up in real life. But then second of all, you know, where's this other image? Did I close it? And if I did, then I'm just going to reopen it. Okay, well, not that one, y'all, but look at that cute little fennel fox. Okay, everybody pause and stare into the eyes of the fennel fox for a moment. Oh my gosh, I feel your brains. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, I can feel your brains when you look into the eyes of the fennel fox. Look into my iPhones. yeah, look into the minds of the fennel fox. Like, yeah, a lot of you will complain. It's like, are you using two iPhones? Like, oh my god, what are you, rich? And it's like, they're old iPhones, y'all. Like, and look at that. Isn't that kind of a creative, smart use? That's also, y'all, the reason that, you know, personally, it's like, it's cool if you choose to do, you know, like, this is, the subscription programs, or if you choose to, you know, do the plan. Again, it's like, that is actually the point, in my opinion, of I do want to own, you know, the device at the end of the day, because I'll use it for a secondary use, or a third use, or a fourth use, right? It's like, I really actually will. I kind of, you know, when it comes down to it, sorry, just a second. Everybody look into the eyes of this fennel, this fox. Yeah, look into the eyes of this fox. Look into his eyes and you will see the truth. Like, you know, oh my gosh, this guy's cheating on his wife, you know, and really, like, you know, how dare you people call me, you know, dirty. Like, really, y'all, like, this guy's dirty in, like, the dirty, corrupt way, which is kind of the worst kind of way of being dirty, if I'm being honest, y'all. And I am. All right, I need just a moment. Looking for something here. Oh my gosh, what's he gonna pull up? I'm pulling up this one, y'all, because oh my god, like, leave me the fuck alone. This is how I feel as well. All right, so we got this one, and did I finally save that picture from Get Out? I'm not sure if I did, actually. Yes, I did. All right. So this, you know, this and this. Oh, the flag, yes, a reminder, the flag is good. But okay, this, okay, now we go back over here, this, and then 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 this, okay? Everybody, this is how you're making me feel. It's like, I have no human rights. You feel me fucking naked. All of you are acting like you own my body, It's like, no, he's ours. It's like, fucking any residence he's in, do not let him have a home. He's innocent. Do not let him have a home. He's innocent. Do not let him have a home. He's innocent. And now that's the thing, y'all. Be honest, Delaware, state authorities, you got to understand how I work. Don't take it personally, but when you're sitting there trying to prevent me from even talking to you on social media, because that's the thing, y'all, you're actually asserting, yet again, like all these other people, you're asserting that that you're wrong. That's what I'm saying. It's like, you're the ones doing this, and you're the ones doing this, you're the ones doing this and this to me, right? And so now you got to understand, like, that's how it works. Accountability goes straight to you, and they're like, no, you're like, no, you can't say that. It's like, well, can I not, when it's true and you know it? That's literally what you're asserting by trying to keep me from even talking to you on social media, like, because that's the point, what am I supposed to give you a call? And like, hey, y'all, did you deploy Pangashans to my phone again? I need a one-secure phone, y'all, just to do my job. And like, it is, y'all, it's really frustrating. We should have a hotline. If you're going to pull that kind of shit, then we should have a number like, did the state police accidentally, pile onto a bunch of public corruption? When you're sitting there saying, like, no, this is like a big old federal case, and like, it is real public corruption, and like, this shit, like, really, y'all, I'm actually not kidding at all. Like, what is my actual, how am I supposed to respond to that, quite frankly? Y'all, how would you respond to that if you're able to do digital forensics on your own devices, and then on top of that, you're also posting on places, well, very, 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 very,
very publicly, like, and repeatedly. So let me leave that one open. And this one, this is very true, y'all. And I do stand by this tweet. Guatemalan hackers, South African hackers, Costa Rican hackers, Turkish hackers, Argentinian hackers. Oh, I forgot the Israeli hackers. Oh my gosh. Oh, don't worry. We'll add that later, y'all. I said I got some more tweets to do, and I do. Okay, media. All right, I was going back down. I was already caught. All right, this is one, Delaware State authorities. Okay, so you got this one, and then let's do this for a moment. I do like the desktop management, but I'm gonna move this back over here. That's kind of nice if I can do the group. Change that, and then okay, we're going over here. And then that, and then this, and caught, okay, caught, y'all, caught, and look at those swastikas in the eyes, I look into those eyes of the Discord, symbol, look into, it always was kind of a creepy little symbol, y'all. Thank you whoever made this beautiful graphic, because it's so true, y'all. Discord has such a problem with radicalization in the first place, really, and then it's like, that's actually the perfect imagery, two fucking swastikas, you guys are, that's the thing, y'all. This is some bootlicking behavior, and I'm saying you're better than that. I don't want to be calling and saying that you're, imbibing in bootlicking behavior, or participating in bootlicking behavior, but you actually are right now. That's kind of the problem to me. You actually are participating in bootlicking behavior right now. So it's kind of like, what do you actually expect from me? Okay, let's go back to the center screen here. All right. Isn't this kind of an interesting concept, yo? Again, it's like, I'm not, in all fairness, okay? How would you feel? It's like, you design all this shit, you work on a bunch of classical music. This is why it's kind of a big deal. And again, I'm Delaware State Police. I'm not really talking to you now. Now I'm talking to my one consensual viewer on Twitch. Thank you very much for joining, yo. Please take a look at the rules. If you don't mind just following the rules that I've set, that's all that I asked for. That's literally all that I asked for. And I'll be honest, y'all, I think it's a really reasonable set of rules. We'll go back to talking about camo in a bit. I know I'm kind of, I'm tired. I'm going back and forth, and I'm not going anywhere. Is what I'm saying. I'm just saying I'm so tired. I'm so tired, really. Like, oh my God, I'm so and I know I've been staying up late, but that's the thing. Like, look at this testimony that I will pull back up on the television. At some points, probably tomorrow morning I might just pull it up on the TV, let it play. It's like these people, okay, if you're gonna have a wire on me, then get an earful, y'all. Really. Get an earful, because when it comes down to it, it's absolutely not okay. I want to make sure. Move this just a little bit. Okay. Is this? One second. Just a tiny bit more room, and it's okay. Angle's still good, Yeah, all right, perfect, right? And this is what I'm saying, y'all. Actually, I think this angle is perfect because you can see exactly all of the hardware that I'm working with here. And it's like, wow, that's okay. That's kind of creative, is it not? And it's like, what I'm saying is I've got a lot more resources, y'all. You have a human being that's been relentlessly scarred, and then you found out that they were relentlessly scarred, and what's your decision in response to that? You're like, more slavery, more slavery. No, we're like kind, nice people. What are you talking about? No, but secretly we want more slavery, more suffering for this innocent man and his innocent, no, his family's all mad and turned against him because of their shitty fucking politics, and they don't know how corrupted, so many people in the state of Texas actually are. More slavery. But no, we're such nice Jesus people, yeah. Marcos is like his guardian angel. Yeah. It's like, oh my lord, y'all, this is gonna get real specific with like a lot of pictures of people's faces, and that's what I'm saying, y'all. Trust me, it's not like the only people that that really, I mean it, y'all. Normal pictures from work, right? It's like I don't have any, again, actually that is something to emphasize. Like, you creepy fucks, quite frankly, like, you got to get the fuck over yourselves, all right? I'm not, keeping anything creepy or weird on anybody And if I find anything like it has somehow not been deleted, it will be deleted. And again, I'm not even trying to leave the door open. I really do mean that. I'm just like, you don't give a fuck about the truth, some of you out there, and I'm exhausted as fuck. This whole time it's like you could have communicated, but no, that's the problem. You just wanted to fucking destroy. You just wanted to fucking destroy. You never were obeying the law. Quite frankly, you broke into my phone illegally in the first place, and you found what? It wasn't like it's shit that I was keeping. Like, nobody can claim, quote, revenge porn for what was found at the time, yo. That's fucking complete, conscious, psychopathic bullshit. Not a single one of you can. I was in a consensual relationship. She was the one that was always asking to film. Really, she was, and I didn't ever want to talk about it, especially not publicly. That's kind of the thing to me, is like, look at this now. I mean, I will sit on camera all day long, every day, because when it comes down to it, I'm actually so fucking exhausted, and really it's like, I don't just need a break from this, y'all. That's the point. I don't just need a fucking break. You don't seem to realize, for you people, like, you have no fucking context about the torture this has been, and you clearly don't fucking care now. You're just filling your heads with lies and bullshit about me. And to be honest with you, y'all, it's like, you won't even let me do my goddamn job, any fucking job. And you can't claim any plausible deniability at this point. You better fucking be ready, right? I was actually not kidding. Like, how fucking dare you see my posts on Facebook and be like, no, trying to keep him from talking. And then today, it's like talking about my cousin, and that's clearly what pushes buttons for you. Yo, Delaware is a small state. Can we be honest? Like, I'm not just saying geographically. It's a small state. Talk about small town. You know what I mean? Like everybody knows everybody. Okay, trust me. I knew that when it came up here. I thought we would like be decent human beings. I thought there would be some like recognition of the fucking despicably terrible nature of how this is going in Texas. And I guess that's the thing. Too many of you you're of the exact same political type, right? And then you're also well, quite frankly, you're also what, y'all? You're members of the family. And that's the thing. So for you, it's like you'll always fiercely defend people like Greg Abbott or Ken Paxton, even when they're running around, fucking the subordinate employees, repeatedly, then telling their wives that they stopped and doing it more anyway. So okay, I'm going to the bathroom. I'll be right back in just a minute. Let's play some music while I'm gone. I'm serious, y'all. It's just like the longer that we push this shit, the more kind of despicable it just actually really gets, because I'm serious. I will live stream my life 24 hours on and off. I've even been thinking, I'm like, you know what? Do I want to live stream literally sleeping in my bed at this point? I was like, wow, the room's a little bit messy, y'all. But again, I'm going to clean it up no matter what. I'm not going to be naked, but like, you've got fucking cameras in my bedroom. For anybody that didn't know, they've got cameras in my fucking bedroom. They've got cameras in the fucking bathroom. They've got cameras literally in, well, this room, of course. That's kind of why last night went the way that it went, if anybody saw that. Now, okay, wait, let's since we're talking about it, let's just go straight there right now. Let me refer to you exactly what I mean, y'all, because these fucking psychopaths, really.
That's been building.
My uncle was so mad when he
trying to prevent me from even providing legal testimony, which I don't.
Because he knows. Because he
You're
fucking
saying you've
knows
had
this
someone
is
on
so
your.
true. So it's not, sorry, not this video. Although, again, y'all, this is, even then, proof of concept, I'll be honest. This is kind of interesting, right? It's like, so I was streaming inside, and I'm like, well, even if I just go for a walk outside, right? It's like, to be honest, like, isn't that kind of awesome? Just walk outside, like, take the equipment with you, It's something I've been thinking about for a long time, and, I've got other pieces of technology. Part of the thing, that's really difficult for me in this context, y'all, is like, well, with the Discord thing in particular, you're just like, even you're talk about intellectual property. You just fucking make I design so much intellectual property. You take my fucking hard work, and like so many people are able to steal, even my vocal styles for some things. I get no fucking credit. And I'm not somebody that's ever about the credit. That's actually one of the worst parts, is that I'm not about the credit at all. But like, then you're like, fucking rob him blind. Don't even let him do his own goddamn job, and then literally sit around and act like he's some piece of shit for just saying like, hey, you're starving me to death because you won't let me do a fucking job. You're just waging your fucking culture wars. That's what I'm saying is despicable, y'all. It's actually fucking despicable. Nobody gets to go back and say that you didn't do that shit, because you absolutely did do that shit. So I very politely just named this one, well, wait a minute.
I might have to go.
So for those who don't know, I just wanna show you for a moment, what these little, 1 second, y'all, one moment.
It's straight up fucking torture, yo. It's straight up that's the thing. You need to be fucking educated, and now you're going to be. It's straight up fucking torture what you've done to me and what you continue to do right now at this moment. And you know it's not mental illness, y'all. That's the thing. You're fucked in that way. This is like the most disgusting, despicable shit. You know I'm not schizophrenic. You fucking culture warriors. How dare you do this shit again, y'all? I'll say all this straight to your face, and that's the thing. You don't even, I'm a respectable person, but you don't deserve a single fucking bit of respect right now for pushing forward with this trash. You don't deserve a single fucking bit of respect, and you know it, y'all. You fucking know it. I'll have to figure that out. I wonder. Wow, 4 hours.
And on
So much content.
like during this fucking whole pandemic in Austin, you're like, yeah, we're reading his mind because we're just watching.
The double mics is kind of different, different thing, yo. I will say that that's, a lot of my music, I learn my voice, and I usually like to do a little bit of a different pitch, but it just depends on what it is. A lot of times that's about being able to hear my voice at the same time so I can sing off of it. But, okay, this is very relevant for anybody that does not know. Look at this shit. This is why my uncle is so mad today. Because it's same fucking slavery, y'all. Slavery is not legal. Just an FYI. Slavery is not fucking legal, y'all. In case you did not know. Slavery is not fucking legal. Jesus. I'll be right back, everybody. Let's play this.
Same wrong. Don't even know which way it goes. Which way it goes, and all through the night, waiting on a call, the end in sight. We'll make it through it all, and every single night, even when they call, you don't even know. You don't even know. The same old wrong.
same round. The same
You're fucking terrible at your
round.
shit. Like, I literally, oh my god, I can't even drag shit, like, ever, yo. It's so fucking terrible. Obviously, it's so fucking old. For anybody out there in this world, I mean it. This is just, like, literally the most despicable fucking bullshit. These people want to make my life fucking hell on earth, despite knowing that I'm literally innocent. And it's so fucking despicable. It's so straight up fucking despicable. They get no ask from me ever to not talk about this shit for the rest of my life. Try to do this shit again, knowing that there has already been hell on earth so illegally created on me for so fucking long.
Look at this shit, yo. I got a clothespin. I've got a fucking clothespin, holding my pants up.
Straight up fucking prison
Because,
cell.
I'm
fucking starving, and like it doesn't have to be that way at all. They're so capable. They're sitting here,
as a result
really
of this
just like
relentless
asserting over and over
reckless
again. They
human
have so much
rights
value to
violation.
offer. You fucking psychopaths. God damn.
Illegal.
Did you actually, were you fucking dumb enough, y'all? You're like, oh, the
I'm not trying
FBI,
to show
no,
anybody my
no,
butt,
the
yo, I'll
state
be honest, I'm
troopers,
trying to
yeah,
do
they're
a
super
handstand
fucking
and,
corrupt in Texas,
why do I
and
do
so are
different
we. Like, are you that
formations with
fucking
my
dumb,
legs?
y'all?
It's part of the
Like,
exercise
for
to some
real? Like,
extent, just
Jesus
FYI.
Christ.
I really do mean it. But that's the thing, I do not prefer to be, this weight in
I
any way,
wish the
actually,
psychology was not that simple. Why does everybody have to be so goddamn tribal?
It's kind of hard to do.
That's what
when
I'm
you're not
saying,
even
yo. You had
allowed to
somebody
work your own
here that
thing.
was literally, that I've always been like,
Despicable
you know,
term.
oh, there's a nuance, like, like, oh my God, look at that. Like, how dare I defend you to my fucking coworkers who are, you know, like, I don't serve the police. Like, how dare I be a decent human being? I know, I'm such a fucking piece of shit for that, right?
So,
I should have just been like,
you know, at
yeah,
what
yeah,
point do
no,
you
you're
kinda
totally
like, oh,
reasonable
yeah,
for
he's a
that.
big guy,
Yeah,
let him
totally
do his
fucking, look at this. What did
job,
I call it
you
on
shouldn't
YouTube?
shouldn't
It's
be
just an
starving to
archive,
death
y'all.
while
That's all.
blowing.
And that's part of the point. I don't even want to make controversial titles, but I'll be honest, y'all, people deserve to fucking know about this shit. That's the thing. People actually really deserve to fucking know about this shit. Especially after you've heard me now explain all this and you're still just clinging to bitter,
Tax dollars,
hate-filled
and we got
denial.
shit like Chuck
People
Thompson
deserve to
being a
know.
fucking
Let me do this.
criminal
I'm curious.
psychopath, like straight up. Like at what point, y'all?
Can I make
At
it
what
so much louder?
point? At what
Can I make it
point?
so
At
much
what point?
louder?
At what
Let's
point?
see.
At what
Let's
point?
go,
At
and I
what
mean
point?
figure like volume louder, y'all. Just like, you know, the other night, like literally that got kind of loud, and then I'm sure it's a little bit confusing for some of you. It's like, yeah, you're confused as fuck. That's the thing. That's the thing I didn't understand as well, yo. Like the state troopers in Texas that, you know, zooming by me on the road. It's like, I don't have an issue with you. Why do you fucking hate me so much? For real. Like, can you get your
Evil.
emotions in check?
They
'Cause you
want
can't
to
do your
throw it in
job
my face.
every
They
moment that
want to
you're feeling like
torture me
you're
with
that
it
fucking,
and then
like,
call me a quote
bitter, like a
schizo
fucking
when I can fucking
I see
prove in
again,
a
y'all,
federal
now
court of
and then.
law
Really,
that
though,
I'm
you're
telling
acting
the
like you're
truth.
not
How
adulting.
many of
Like,
you feel proud
acting like
to
you're not
fall
fucking
into the
adulting.
same category now?
Accusing me of the same. Alright, Voyager 1. So I am gonna pause that just so I can. I really do enjoy that. I'd rather, y'all. This is what I'd rather. You know, like Casey Neistat almost. Really, y'all. I mean, like, you know, his influence, yes, artistically, and that's the thing. Like, everybody needs to take that to heart. You know, I'm into all this, you know, programming, techie stuff, and what do I want to do? Is like, I want to just welcome people to my world. Really, that got kind of loud, and then I'm sure it's a little bit confusing for some of you. It's like, yeah, you're confused as fuck. That's the thing. Actually, kind of horrible. Hello, Punchy, too bad. Yes, sleep. Yes, sleep. Okay, you know what? I'll do it. I promise. I gotta clean up a little bit. That's the thing I didn't understand as well, yo. Like the state troopers in Texas that, you know, zooming by me on the road. It's like, I don't have an issue with you. Why do you fucking hate me so much? For real. Like can you get your emotions in check? Because you can't do your job every moment that you're feeling, though. You're feeling that fucking, like, bitter, like a bunch of goddamn, you know, hype. Well, again, y'all saying, oh no, no, really though, you're acting like you're not. I really do enjoy that. I'd rather, y'all. This is what I'd rather, you know. Like Casey Neistat almost. Really, y'all. I mean, like, you know, his influence, yes, artistically, and that's the thing. Like, everybody needs to take that to heart. You know, I'm into all this, you know, programming, techie stuff, and what do I want to do? Is like, I want to just welcome people to my world, and like, hey, humbly, do you want to learn about, you know, DevOps or programming today? You know, like, it's really that's what's so horrible about this. It's actually kind of horrible. Hello, Punchy, too bad. Yes, sleep. Yes, sleep stream. Okay, you know what? I'll do it. I promise. I gotta clean up a little bit. It's actually not that bad at all. I know this is going to be a bizarre experience, though. Right now, I will say, and I. So let me pull up my notes while I'm. I've been tired as hell, and honestly, all of this really has been more important than it has been. So I'll pull up a general reminder, some information about me. Anybody that wants to take a look. I'll be back. I'll speak. I do need to figure out. Oh, okay. Casey Neistat almost. Really, you know, I mean, like, you know, his influence, yes, artistically, and that's the thing. Like, everybody needs to take that to heart. You know, I'm into all this, you know, programming, techie stuff, and what do I want to do? Is like, I want to just welcome people to my world, and like, hey, humbly, do you want to learn about, you know, DevOps or programming today? You know, like, it's really that's what's so horrible about this. It's actually kind of horrible. Hello, Punchy, too bad. Yes, sleep. Yeah, sleep stream. Okay, you know what? I'll do it. I promise. I gotta clean up a little bit. It's actually not that bad at all. It just looks very cluttered. It does look cluttered. I would concede that, but it's really not that bad. It'll take me a day. I've been tired as hell, and honestly, all of this really has been more important than that at the moment. So I'll pull up a general reminder, some information about me. Anybody that wants to take a look, I'll be back. I'll speak to you tomorrow once I get back. But for now, I'm gonna go outside just for a minute. That's the thing. I'm vaping a little bit of nicotine and not a lot. You know, and to be honest with you, though, that's what gets old. I'm kind of just like completely in rejection of anybody at this point that's like, now we're gonna, because people want to brutalize. You know, they want to brutalize into compliance, right? So Punchy, too bad. I'll try to put some notes in this. You know, more. Well, this is a multi-stream, so I've got three streams going at once, and the Voyager 0 is the kind of the main feed, right? And this one is just kind of like, you know, what I'm using as the camera right now in a way. It's a little bit more complicated. You know, sometimes I'll be going for walks through the neighborhood. Genuinely, it's like it's unfortunate. I'm not really explaining all of this all the time, but I basically have to document my life 24 hours a day, and it's not mental illness. That's what they, you know, they wish that it fucking was, but. You know, to be honest, when I say they, in this case now, what I found is local state police have redeployed this spyware shit to my hardware. It just gets so old. So I know it's going to sound ridiculous right now when I say this, but okay. So over there, this house, unfortunately, fairly certain does actually have a camera pointed over. Right? It's really difficult, of course, for me to tell. This is how this has gone, though, for the last 3 years of my life. Over here, I know that they put a camera point in from over there because this tree I've been talking about a bunch. I've got videos up on YouTube, Spotify talking about it. Like, it's not mental illness. That's the problem. Like, it's group fucking, you know, abuse, quite frankly. And I know that usually that sounds like someone that's mentally ill, but I'm not. I'm really educated about psychology, and, well, there's, you know, kind of a long story behind why. You know, it's not anything I did, though, quite frankly. That's what's so terrible, that nobody cares. Nobody cares about the fact that I'm innocent. Everybody just wants to fucking hate me right now. But I will, you know, I'll do sleep streams. I'm actually, because it's not like I'm not even trying to be, you know, obnoxious or a dick to these people, but it is in a way. It's about like showing the world, like, look how I have to behave, like what I have to put up with this. Like, my own family has been really, really psychotic towards me, and they're kind of just mad because, like, they did something that was wrong, and then I had to speak out publicly. And I was telling them time and time again, I don't want to speak out publicly. I'm not even the kind of person to ever talk about family, but it's just like, it gets so old. So, you know, I know my one viewer, you know, I appreciate, and I punch you too bad. I'm not sure if you're still there, but again, you know, I appreciate anybody. If you anybody that wants to interact, feel free. I'm really, though, it's like it's kind of a one-way mirror. I'm just fucking cast out of life by these goddamn psychopaths. So this really is my frustration, y'all, is that all of you know that that's not fucking normal. Nobody can reconcile or go back and say that streaming from fucking Pegasus, a militarized surveillance tool, to a social media service like Discord, none of you can go back and say that shit is normal. Because that shit is not just not normal, y'all. That shit is so abusive. You know that. You know that's true. Like, Jesus Christ, you're creating the most psychotically fucking abusive torture for one human being, trying to accuse them of being mentally ill, and look how they collect themselves. And then yeah, they get frustrated, y'all. You should be. Anybody should be fucking frustrated by that type of absolutely unacceptable, illegal. That's slavery, y'all. There's nothing else to call that. Someone that loves tech and is good with tech and does good with tech. That's the thing. Like, really, that's what really, at the end of the day, it's like, again, I'd say it how many times I need to. I could have lived in a shed with an internet connection, y'all, and I'd be happy. I don't fucking want anything. Really, any of you that thought that behavior is okay, I don't. And I'm never gonna be your friend. I'm never gonna be your acquaintance. That's how fucking scarring it is. My own family trying to act like that shit's okay. We'll never actually be family again, y'all. And anytime we are, it's just a facade. Really, like, because look how they just lie straight to my fucking face about it. That's why it's so terrible, y'all. Because you don't get to ever go back and take back the damage that you've done. And you don't ever get to ask me to not talk about it. You don't even have any legal claim to do so. I am an empath through and through, y'all. And I don't care if you don't really know what that term means. I'm serious. When I go up to a gas station and I see a state trooper, kind of, it's just a look, again, it's not mental illness, y'all. I see is, you got to understand from my side, it's like I'm trained for this shit now, y'all. And I'm not trained, It's like, I'm self-trained with, I've educated myself in life about a bunch of stuff. But like, really, I'm not. I shouldn't be trained to just put up with the same psychopathic abuse. I see someone that she kind of knows that, like, no, that's wrong. That's really wrong. And yeah, that's the thing. This public testimony, I'm publishing, y'all, and that's permanent. That's permanent. Talk about our surveillance apparatus. Even if you're able to get the video taken down, which you can't, just to let you know. That is a lot. I'm sitting there like
They
in the
fucking
middle of
choose
this.
this
I am
criminal
an
mafia.
You're actually trying to turn off from the phone, the one phone that you clearly have access to.
Nuanced
Y'all, you're
situations,
like,
like,
oh, no.
when it comes
Oh,
down
no,
to
turn
it,
off,
yeah, I mean,
like,
this is
right
actually
in the middle, and then I'm putting the phone in front of another
as
fucking
nails
phone.
in reality, and you've
Like,
treated me
look at
like
this
I'm
trash.
some little snowflake that's just like so scared. And nope. You come to find out who I really am, yo, because I'll broadcast it to the internet. So I'm gonna finish at least what I'm saying right now. And if Voyager 1, if I can get it going again despite Pegasus, and somebody is likely, but I could be wrong, y'all. I could be wrong. Do I need to go through logs again? Or should I just let other folks do that, yo? Do I need to go? Oh, no, I'm not speaking for anybody. I really am not. I don't have any, no communication. You know that. You've got access to my cell phone, y'all.
It's like really
my one cell phone that I bought in this state for a very, from a very reputable source, and a cell phone I knew was going to be secure, even if it was technically refurbished, y'all.
Steak dinners. Not that I want to eat a bunch of steak dinners. Again, I'm not that kind of person. But like, for her, she's been gracious in a way, yes, and I appreciate that, y'all. But why do I say that? I hate that I even have to add that qualifier, and I don't hate anyone to emphasize, y'all. I actually don't. I'm like the kindest, gentlest soul you could find, which is why you don't have any idea what a gut punch it is to see, somebody that knows that this is so wrong, but they're just trying, like, oh, there he is. Like, I'm like famous to you, but I'm not famous at all. And that's the thing, y'all. It's just like, for me, you have no idea the torture that really, it's like I walk back and I just, truthfully, I do feel like this, of course, but that's the thing. Even if I cry, then you use that against me every time. You're like, oh yeah, like we want him in the fucking bathtub crying, And I've been in the bathtub here a couple of times, y'all. Definitely thinking and contemplating, and sure, for me, and I am on the autism spectrum. Does it kind of help sometimes? Yes, it does, but it certainly is not like it was before. Why was I crying before? Because I was like, jeez, even back then, it was different. I'm surrounded by a lot of people that are trying to act straight to my face like this is okay. At least I can just kind of, not be around any of you. It's just less crowded. It's like actually kind of the worst part. I basically like go up, I'm appreciative, right? I'll be honest. When I was at the gas station last time, the attendant's clearly not, quote, a fan, and I don't care. I'm not mad about that. It's just like I don't know if they thought I was streaming. And really, I'm not kidding. Like I'm not upset about that. But really, then it was like the last time I went there, y'all. The dude, he was like, I'll be honest. That's the thing. There's been so many people along the way here where they have looked me in the eyes. Like I was referencing this dude at the, like you don't know how big of a deal it is for me when I go in just to get I'm not even, the car has been such I just don't even want it because of how terrible people have been about it, I'm just getting it inspected. The first guy clearly has, he thinks I'm some ridiculously just fucking, like he's eating up the bullshit about me. And then the other guy, he's just like, he even says, and he's not really trying to hint so much, but it's like, I haven't seen the video, right? It's like, I'll be honest, he said it kind of loud enough where it's like, yeah, I know, and for him to just kind of like, okay, here you go. That's all I need, It's like I'm a human being, and the first dude is just kind of like, oh, I can't even process a word that's coming out of your mouth. Like, and you have no idea how, like, look at the two realities that people are living in, A lot of people have interacted with it, along the way. They know better, They see me. I'm not being weird. There's nothing about me that, it should make you, cling to the narrative that you're trying to cling to. And that's the thing, actually, that, that's the reason a lot of you feel so anxious around me, because you actually know better. You know that you know better, and you don't want to acknowledge it, quite frankly. You don't want to have to, wake up and see the forest for the trees here. And that's what's, for me, it's like I don't want to be out publishing, on the internet that, like, look how terrible, but it is, It has to be said. What else am I supposed to say? Because honestly, y'all, what would you even? You don't even know what you would do. That's the thing. Like today, you're cutting off the stream. Whoever's pressing that button, I'm not even mad. Did I seem triggered today? I'm just like, wow, this is more federal felonies. Like it's actually just. I mean, it is exhausting though, y'all. Like that's the thing. It's just like. I don't want to be at this point. I'm waking up on a Sunday. I'll be honest, y'all. That's the thing. It's like I feel every time it's happening more. It's like, okay, I got to publish more, publish more, publish more. And, I'll sit on camera. Like, I know I'm standing right now, right? But, like, I'll actually do sleep streams. You understand? Like, I'll put a camera in my bedroom and I'll wake up. I'll literally stream all night long. And that's the thing, though, that sucks. Is like on this phone, you're going to try to turn that shit off, right? So, again, it's like it's complicated. And, like, look how much I have to even, like, watch like a hawk. It's like, oh, is it still up? Is it still going? Okay, Like, and who the fuck should have to do that? It's like I have to stream my life to the cloud 24 hours a day. Otherwise, these people are just going to defame the living fuck out of me. Try to selectively edit that, and, like, oh my God, that's so torturous, there was never even like I am the type of person to de-escalate, and in Texas, when state troopers are zooming by me on the highway, that's the part it's especially I'm on the autism spectrum, I'm an empath. I'm just I don't even know why they're mad, quite frankly. They're so mad. They're trying to intimidate me, clearly, and I'm just like, you don't even know how wrong that is. That's how I feel, right? I'm not intimidated, to be honest with you, y'all. That's the thing. It's like it kind of pisses some of you off that I'm not intimidated, and that's what is just bizarrely confusing to me, because like you know that you're participating in this, a shared psychotic disorder. I bookmarked this, so I'm gonna come back to it later. I'm so tired. I'm gonna go, play. I'm gonna play this video, and I'm gonna let it play through this live stream here, and then I'm just gonna watch it for a minute, and really, I'm just gonna eat something
for a minute. I'm so hungry, y'all. Yeah, that's the problem. I could eat all of the food in this. And I appreciate.
In a way, it's
my grandmother
presenting
keeps buying
information.
stuff,
If you think about.
okay, think about the psychology there. There's no conscience of guilt here in any way, shape, or form. Someone's publishing on the internet, irrefutably, y'all. It's like, look at this data, this data, this data, this data. There's no argument to be had. And then they're also explaining the psychology, like people are clearly clinging to lies here, and clearly the corruption goes straight to the top. Unfortunately, look how untenable of a situation that is. Someone's on the autism spectrum, and they know, quite frankly, that this will be resolved. But all I want to do is do my job, y'all. And really, you could let me. You could act. You know that you could. You could let me just do my remote work for a lot of different companies. And at this point, that's the thing. Like contract. I've been trying to figure out how do I, It's such a ridiculous situation to create for anyone when you're actually spending. The contracts for NSO Group are not cheap, right? To you, it's just like, oh, well, we have the contracts, so go ahead and do it. Set up the same slavery. Like, why? Why would you want it? Like, you know that you're just torturing a human being relentlessly and senselessly. That's the worst part, y'all. It's completely senseless.
About it.
It speaks to people that are just devoid of any humanity left in them whatsoever. And like, now you've got me out there publicly saying that. You don't get to ever, say that you didn't do it. You don't get to ever go back and be like, no, we didn't. Like, yes, you did. And this is a 6, this is, this is not even the right video, actually. One second. I don't know if do you people even know, like, how real it is when I'm talking about spyware on this machine? I'm not talking to the Twitch audience here, I'll be honest, y'all. But it's like, I don't even know if they know. So much fucking torture for one human being.
To this organization and their bull.
And have awareness of that, right? But
no world like ours. No world like ours. No world like
so I'm going to be as collected as I can here and just tell the full truth. Right now, the state of Delaware looks fucking terrible. All right, 18+ only
Trigger warning. Right now, the state of Delaware looks fucking terrible for allowing this shit to actually happen and to hear me explain everything I've explained so publicly. And what's the decision in response to my very tactful legal discussion on Facebook, my communication out of grace. Let me put it that way, yo, what it really is. My communication out of grace. Literal grace.
No lie.
You people have no idea how evil it is to just try to prevent someone from even having a home. No home. You don't want them to have a home in any way. No peace, no safety, no security in their life, no trust whatsoever, and they're a trustworthy person through and through. And what's your response to me? You think that you're just gonna keep me from tagging you on Facebook, yo? Really? Really? You think that's a good idea, John Carney or Mayor Robin Christensen, sir? Sir, both of you, sirs, yo, I'm not kidding. It's like out of grace, I provided you communication, and I'm not kidding at all, for you to try to prevent me from talking to you. The Delaware State Police, Dover Police Department, I haven't even tried to tag everybody on this list yet. I don't care anymore. I started to, and it doesn't matter. That's way more than enough. That the Delaware State Police Department doesn't want me to be able to tag them, yo. Now it goes to the whole entire world forever, and you never get to ask for me to stop because you all knew better. I really have to be the adult in the room here among a bunch of children. I love my grandmother so much, yo. And see, that's the thing. I can literally tell her straight to her face why this is so wrong. And that's the thing. She wants that I just hated her or think she's a bad person, but that's the total opposite of the truth. She's a good person, and she's choosing to be a fucking psychopath straight to my face. Just like my Uncle Jeff Taylor. Just like my multiple family members who I will now speak about for the rest of my life, and not one of them can ever ask for me to stop. That is the law.
I'm glad that's on camera, because my headphone just hit a coffee cup. Oh no, glass. The sound of glass. Look, I'm going to do it again. Here we go. Right in front of Voyager 1, okay? Glad that's on camera. Alright, so this is part of what I'm bringing your attention to systematically. I've always been telling you the truth, yo. You can play all of the games of surveillance in the world, and I am telling you the truth, is that go ahead, really, y'all look through everything, and that's kind of the point. You look through everything, but this is what I'm saying, y'all, is that you have to do what? Apply human intelligence at the same time. If you're not doing that, then these tools are useless to us. In fact, they're going to be used for malevolent purposes, as in some cases they have actually been used here. So this is what's going to be really strange to some of you. Let me type this in. I'm going to bring up a video for reference, right? I'm not someone that's ever been paranoid, quote, or spewing, lies or propaganda about surveillance, y'all. I'm bringing to your attention that these concepts are very real. And they're very, look at the double-edged sword here. People would see this video, and I could probably go down the comments and probably find exact reactions saying 1984 home security drone that flies around your house, like what? And that's the thing, y'all. I wanted to get a specific video about that drone. Let's see, hopefully get to that. Right, okay, so they're training it, right, using some AI machine.
I really wish that people could just be human beings towards me in our own country, yo. Our own. I'm not even going to say my country, even though most of you say that shit all the time. You're nativist, like this is your territory. Oh, just because he grew up here and he clearly came back here because he felt safe and he needed to give legal testimony. No, we're going to cling to our bitter fucking hatred and our bitter fucking politics. And what are you really doing, y'all? You're creating the worst political nightmare for yourselves that you ever could have created for all of time. I'm not claiming that I'm innocent, y'all. It is a plain matter of objective fact that I am innocent. So the sooner you wake up and be fucking adults, the better. You're not just not bettering your community or the state of Delaware. You're choosing to defend violent criminals, y'all. That's what I'm saying. You're actively choosing to defend the real violent criminals. That is the opposite of protecting or serving anyone. This is going to be so public, so public for the rest of all of your lives, y'all, for the rest of time. This is gonna be so public. You do not seem to understand. Yes, I came back to the place where I was, well, born, and I lived half of my life, which is also right next to the place where I'm making sure that all of my communication goes, because that's how deep and how serious this has been for years now, y'all. For years now. So what, you really think that Biden or anyone else are playing politics, y'all? I don't speak for any of them. I'm not even supposed to know. You understand? I'm just a smart guy. No one's ever told me anything. And honestly, you've sat around treating me like I'm less than a dog. Like I don't even deserve to live. I don't deserve a corner to just fucking shit or sleep. Or, you know, provide my very valid legal testimony for a massive public federal corruption case, y'all. Let me phrase that better. Federal public corruption. This goes all the way up through the Drug Enforcement Administration themselves. They are deeply, systemically corrupted. And you didn't just have everything you needed, yo. I was out of grace providing you all of this public communication. Public, because look at that. My family, they cling to their bitter, radicalized politics, just like so many of you clearly in the state police in Delaware. Because look at that. My family, they cling to their bitter, radicalized politics. I don't just need them to hear me. You understand? I want them to go through everything I'm publishing, because there's not a word that any of them can ever say to me for the rest of my life for me to ever stop. Was it really that easy, y'all? You actually thought that, like, state troopers in Texas are, like, not deeply fucking corrupt to sit around and subject an innocent man to slavery? You're like, yeah, no, you're like the state police, and, like, I just couldn't believe it because, you know, he's been saying it's at 1 in a billion and he's innocent, but what? That's the problem. Not one of you has any excuse for trying to perpetuate this trash. So I'm not mad at the governor of Delaware, y'all. I mean, I've never spoken to him. I'm not mad at the mayor of Dover. I've never spoken to him. Honestly, if anything, I'm mad that I can't tag the Delaware State Police Department. Why is that? Why can't I just communicate with you on Facebook, y'all? What if it's like, you know, well, a really important, massive public corruption case, and you're trying to ignore objective reality? What if it's something like that? I was never claiming that we freely allowed perjury to set this up. I was never claiming that crimes were committed on my network to set me up by white-collar criminals who were mad that I told the truth confidentially to an HR department, y'all. That is literally the truth. How about you get some integrity? Do you even know how many people are actually listening to my words? Are you really pulling up the view count of this and you think that's all? Is that really what you think, y'all? Is that really what you think? Are you that dumb? Are you actually that dumb? Treating this like it's a popularity contest, y'all, and it's the total opposite of popularity that you get at the end of the day because you didn't obey the law. You don't treat things like a popularity contest, y'all. Obey the law. You can call me cold, but you wouldn't, y'all, if you knew the truth of how abusive they've been, especially this last several years now. I won't be at my own parents' funerals. You understand? I will not be at my own parents' funerals, and I do not wish any ill will upon them in any way. I'm just completely serious. I will not be at my own parents' funerals. You understand? This video now, it's going to go to so many journalists, y'all. So many journalists. And I'll be honest, I mean, they can do whatever they so choose with it. You know, if they want to disregard it, that's cool. You know, if they want to ignore it, that's cool. But see, what I will do in this day and age is I will use my constitutionally protected freedom of speech, which not one of you is ever going to stop. And that's the whole point, y'all. You don't live in the 21st century, apparently. You actually don't. I have tried so hard just to tell the truth repeatedly, y'all, and the truth is I'm innocent and nobody wants to hear it. Can you imagine how you would feel if you were in that position? Your own family, just like, oh, I don't know who to believe. A bunch of terrible radicals that are of the same shitty politics or your own family member. That's a really easy choice in reality. Not one of you will ever feel good about this, y'all, when all is said and done. Not one of you will ever feel good about this in your souls, in your hearts. You will never feel good about this for a moment because, y'all, I've always been telling the truth, and that will be regarded no matter what happens. Why is it that I always have greater expectations for everyone in law enforcement than you have for yourselves, y'all? I always have greater expectations for you than you ever have for yourselves. acting like I can't feed myself because you set up the exact same illegal modern slavery, and then you're trying to use that as a bullshit excuse to sit around and make all of the same false accusations in the world, y'all. None of them hold up for a moment, and that's the problem. You're terrible fucking people for ever thinking that that was okay. So get more and more and more bitter now, because there is no more bitterness that I can tolerate, y'all. And any one of you out there, you would be fucking dead if you were me. You would already be fucking dead. I'm not suicidal, and that's the point. All of the fucking false accusations in the world. You know why I won't be at my own mom's funeral? Because she's sitting around with Dan and Barb Steiner, sitting there literally committing felony fucking espionage, violating her child that she abused sexually as a child, right here in Dover, Delaware. I was the third son, y'all, and we didn't have a younger sibling for a long time, so I was her special little baby, and it should not be hard to believe for anyone that has any two fucking brain cells to rub together. You people are fucking sick! That's the problem. None of you have any idea how much abuse, how much just fucking systemic abuse I've already had to tolerate in my lifetime, and it was always in secret, right? My brother being a psychological fucking bully, my mom doing the shit that she did to me when I was so young, yo. It's not okay! My dad never hit me, y'all. My dad never hit me, but he doesn't realize that it's so fucking evil to try to defend my mom when I'm telling the truth about that shit. And quite frankly, I won't be at his funeral either because of how he's behaved in this last several years. I won't even be at his funeral. It doesn't matter now, yo, how long, 40 years, 50 years, I don't know, plenty of time. That's what I'm saying, yo. I don't wish ill will upon anyone. I'm really not that kind of person, but it's already set now. You understand? That can never change, and you are a fucking part of that. That's the worst part is I don't hate either of my parents, but they fucking hate me. You know why? Because of their terrible radical politics. Because they care more about their shitty fucking politics than their own child. The bigger the mafia, the harder they fall. And you people have fallen all together. Now I'm never going to stop talking about COVID. Now I'm never going to stop talking about Al Qaeda and ISIS and Jeffrey Epstein. And I can single-handedly string you all together because that is the truth.
Al Qaeda and ISIS and Jeffrey Epstein, and I can single-handedly string you all together because that is the truth.
You're not just not going to be proud, Delaware State Police. That's the point. You're going to be so filled with shame for the rest of your lives for this. I'm not exaggerating. That's what I'm letting you know. I'm no prophet, yo. I can't see into the future, but see, I don't need to let you know that any single one of you that thought that perpetuating this trash was okay, you are going to be filled with shame for the rest of your lives, no matter what happens now.
That thought that perpetuating this trash was okay, you are going to be filled with shame for the rest of your lives, no matter what happens now.
You know what I was about to, all I was going to communicate, y'all, was I was about to tag you, again, on Facebook. Tag you on Facebook, y'all. Communicate. All I was about to do was post a video that I just produced about the federal felony that Chuck Thompson committed in coming up here and actually breaking Comcast Xfinity's equipment in the middle of the day because he knew that I was broadcasting. That was the dumbest thing he ever could have done, and the dumbest thing that any of you could have ever tried to turn a blind eye to when he's already committed a heinous hate crime.
The dumbest thing he ever could have done, and the dumbest thing that any of you could have ever tried to turn a blind eye to when he's already committed a heinous hate crime.
That's the worst part, y'all, is knowing that you're sitting there listening to me make the video and then watch the video and you know it's irrefutable. You understand? Comcast has the logs of that shit. You look like a bunch of backwater dumbfuck hillbillies for not addressing that in the first place.
Comcast has the logs of that shit. You look like a bunch of backwater dumbfuck hillbillies for not addressing that in the first place.
That's the worst part, is being a more decent and empathetic person than any one of you can ever claim to be for the rest of your lives, and you don't give a fuck. You don't give a single fuck.
The worst part is being a more decent and empathetic person than any one of you can ever claim to be for the rest single fuck.
You're the kind of people that try to justify January 6th, yo. That's the problem. You're the kind of people that try to say it was like, oh, they just wanted to go into the Capitol. They just wanted to see inside the Capitol. Yeah, yeah, yeah. You fucking live in a absolute fiction. Talk about being confused. You live in a fucking fake world.
Capital, yeah, you fucking live in a absolute fiction. Talk about being confused. You live in a fucking fake world.
You know what most people would call you if they were in my position, y'all? They would call you bootlickers. They would call you bootlickers. That's what they would call you. And I'm not that kind of person. I'm just not. That's what makes me so fucking sad. Because I'm a good person and you don't give a fuck. You're gonna take that boot and just fucking stomp on my innocent skull over and over and over again because you think from your shitty fucking politics that you just get to make up lies about someone. You know the truth, but you just want to ignore it. Stomp on their head. Stomp on their head even harder.
That you just get to make up lies about someone. You know the truth, but you just want to ignore it. Stomp on their head. Stomp on their head even harder.
That is the double-edged sword to recklessly abusing militarized surveillance tools that not one of you even understands, yo. That is the double-edged sword, is that then you sit there like, oh, no, he's talking about us. No, he's supposed to not talk about his family who is psychotically abusive towards me. That's the problem, yo. You're witnessing them be psychotic and abusive towards me, not the other way around.
Psychotically abusive towards me. That's the problem, yo. You're witnessing them be psychotic and abusive towards me, not the other way around.
You know, it's this organization that makes you, they want to make you feel like you should never have any remorse or morals or integrity or decency. And this organization, y'all, whether or not you want it to be true is not up to you. They are the #1 sex traffickers on the face of the planet Earth.
Or decency, and this organization, y'all, whether or not you want it to be true is not up to you. They're the #1 sex traffickers on the face of the planet Earth.
I'm leaving. You understand? So get the fuck over yourselves, because not one of you is going to stop me, and you have no legal right to do so, and you all know that. I'm leaving. And honestly, y'all, for the rest of my life now, I will never stop telling the truth about how fucking despicable you were for hearing me explain all of this, and you just sat in bitter, bigoted, hate-filled fucking denial.
Now, I will never stop telling the truth about how fucking despicable you were for hearing me explain all of this, and you just sat in bitter, bigoted, hate-filled fucking denial.
All along the way, you had someone being gracious and explaining to you, and you could have done the right thing. Do not be mistaken. You could have done the right thing, and instead you wanted to go so far out of your way, not just to do the illegal thing, but to do the objectively, heinously fucking wrong thing.
Instead, you wanted to go so far out of your way, not just to do the illegal thing, but to do the objectively, heinously fucking wrong thing.
Okay, so I know this is going to seem a little bit strange, but, I'll be honest, for technical people, this
Okay, so I know this is going to seem a little bit strange, but I'll be honest, for technical people, this. You have no ability to lie to yourselves and say that you don't know that's true at this point, yo. You have no ability. You understand? Like, literally, that's what's so terrible is that you know that it's true, that I am a good person, that I am innocent, that the data is irrefutable, and you're just hatefully clinging to what you now know are conscious, psychopathic lies from the wrong people you never should have listened to.
Hatefully clinging to what you now know are conscious, psychopathic lies from the wrong people you never should have listened to.
They've tried to take advantage of the fact that I know about their tools, yo, which is despicably evil. They want to throw it in my face. They want to torture me with it and then call me a quote schizo when I can fucking prove in a federal court of law that I'm telling the truth. How many of you feel proud to fall into the same category now?
When I can fucking prove in a federal court of law that I'm telling the truth. How many of you feel proud to fall into the same category now?
There is nothing worse than having been persecuted by the police because their buddies lied to them to begin with, and then everyone treats you like you're some despicable piece of shit, like you got away with something when you never did, because they know the police persecuted you, and they know that, quite frankly, that was wrong, but they just don't want to fucking regard objective reality. And that's what I'm saying, yo. I'm not somebody that's about any kind of street credit. You understand? I reject it, quite frankly. I don't want it. All these people like, fuck the police. I don't feel that way, all right? I'm not saying I hate them, because I don't. That's the nuance of it, is we got to get away from the tribalism and the vitriol and the bitterness. And so all those people out, not all of them, but many of them fucking hate my guts, yo. Hate me so much. And then finally, some of them will realize, like, yeah, this has always been some straight up bootlicking trash from people who were lied to about me to begin with, and then they just didn't want to do their jobs. My family would be so bitter about having to hear this, y'all, which is the opposite of how anyone should react. I'm not talking about NSO group. I'm not talking about surveillance apparatus, y'all. I'm talking about working in software, in the tech industry, something that there's a lot of gatekeeping around in general, something that I evangelize saying anyone can do that too.
the steps and then go into management in Austin, Texas, and not just turning a blind eye, but they're acknowledging some really serious white-collar crimes, and then they're saying, no, just go away, basically dismissing me, right? And so that's why I sort of had to just communicate about it openly. But I'll be honest, they have no way, like if they want to try to sue me for libel or defamation, well, this is why I have to make this stream this way. They can't. I'm telling the truth about that. And no one is in any position, I didn't even say the name of the company, I said city, right? They've committed reckless federal felonies and violating the human rights at some time. And I'll be honest, the DEA has helped them, which is what they're trying to cover up. So I need to show Comcast and Xfinity exactly what a DEA agent did to pull the internet down. And I know you have the logs of this, because I was shocked, right, as a sysadmin, the very first thing I do, right, I was in the middle of a broadcast when it went down. The very first thing that I do when that happens is that I'm putting Google's DNS, right? It's like standard practice, right? Check for internet is up. And it's just like, wow, it's completely down. That's bizarre. Right? So looking at the router, and then eventually I'm rebooting the router one time, and it's still not back up. Well, at this point, at times, I'm very legally, I've had to live stream to defend the truth here. There's been so much lying about me as a group. And to be honest, not everyone, but some of my genetic relatives have really turned against me because they just don't believe me. They just can't believe that this amount of actual corruption from a federal law enforcement agency would occur. I'll be honest with you, they committed these crimes on my internet. DEA helped with that. They weren't alone. They teamed up with this group of hackers from my company, right? We work with a lot of people internationally. Some of them were ex-Turkish military. They're real capable hackers, they really actually are. I spoke to at least one of them quite at night in Austin when we visited, and he told me about some of his hacking skills and some of the stuff that he'd done before. So I know this is kind of a weird and different thing. I'm not trying to, this is not a show-off thing in any way, shape, or form. I'm serious when I say I'm doing this for my protection, because at this point, I'm streaming from multiple devices that actually have spyware installed on those devices, and they're also actively trying to delete and censor cloud recordings that they're on this machine I'm working from right now, and that's okay. I'm really explaining DEA, and I know that. I'm not claiming that it's not mental illness. They've collected files before I can upload them to YouTube. They muted me locally on my machine, which they did even during this pandemic, way back then. And it's probably what's so complicated for me. They did even during this pandemic, way back then. And so I need to make completely certain that my words are heard right now. In some ways, that's why it has to be public, because I can't just get calm. And to be honest, there's been so much abuse of perceptions around my mental health, and being pessimistic or expecting that behavior would happen. But this is definitely actually at that point where I need to make sure that my words go publicly out there on the way with the people of my country. That this is understood, that I've been telling the truth, and I think that there's already been multiple violent crimes committed now trying to frame me, which is part of why DEA is trying to cover this up. And they've been under federal investigation since at least March of 2020. Under real federal investigation. Now, I don't speak for anyone, and I have no communication with anyone. I have no involvement. Right? I really mean it. Is that for me, that's what's been so difficult, is I've been denied the most basic aspects of information around this from the beginning. I've had to do my own legal investigation, but that's why I'm actually at this point where I'm publishing evidence, right? The results of that legal investigation. And quite frankly, I'm shocked to see what I have seen. And in fact, I'm shocked to see that they just brought this, this stream down yet again on this one phone. Really? Just went down again, and that's being broadcast, right? It's all part of, that's DEA. I'm not kidding. They just brought it down yet again. And I'm about to take that phone and go outside, and I can't even guarantee that they're not going to bring it down again. So I'm not going to have to re-record it, which is so ridiculous. Like how much crime they're committing, trying to just prevent the basic truth from being known about me, that I'm an innocent man, and that some of them have clearly committed violent crimes trying to frame me. And then now they've implicated themselves, so they're stuck in the spot where they have to actually commit more felony crime trying to cover this up. Well, I'm going to try to be quick now and show you what I really need to show you, because this is the thing. It's simple. I saw that when I got up to my grandmother's house here, which is where I'm at in Dover, Delaware, there is a cable, but I'll be honest, I think someone, installer probably intended to, figure out how to bury it or position it. Right now, it's been in the front yard and around like a bush in a way that, to me, I'm not saying it was a purpose at all. I'm saying that it's kind of just not, I'm very aware of, like I said, my job as I was technically, it's like everything from managing servers, networking, physical infrastructure, network gear, like I said, right? I know I'm not, but and also including that all of the cloud services, all of the different, Linux VMs and those kind of things, right? And I don't want to be too specific. I do have NDAs, and it's something I've been so mindful of those, but my NDAs never from when they covered these folks from that company else in committing relentless felony crime. And that's the thing, NDAs are for intellectual property, and I'm not taking anyone's intellectual property more than I ever. I haven't spoken about IP in any way. I'm actually so mindful of that, unlike them. See, part of the problem was I don't want to say what they were doing, but basically they're stealing a lot from other companies. So speaking of IP, it's actually ridiculous for them to be saying anything about an intellectual property. But what I'm going to do, I'm going to try quickly while I'm still, if this, Voyager 1 is still up, and that's the thing, and to be honest with you, it's actually so ridiculous how much illegal felony crime has been committed here, trying to prevent me just from even telling the truth about basic things like this. So long story short, there's a man that, this federal investigation, I'll tell this story now before I go outside to show you. There's a man that says March of 2020, well, like I said, since March of 2020, I'm sorry, that's when federal investigation has been occurring since then, since March of 2020. And yeah, see, they keep bringing down, keep bringing down this one, Voyager 1. That's the thing, they're on this phone, they keep bringing it down. It's so illegal, so illegal. And they can't stop this recording. I'm making a local backup. I'm making, that's what Voyager 2 is also for, right here, right? And, to be honest with you, it's so bizarre. All this goes straight into the cloud, straight into Amazon servers, straight into, and I'm not saying that's the thing. Nobody's helping me, right? I'm not sponsored by anybody. It's like I've been actually subjected to starvation torture and sleep deprivation by these people. It's not just dehumanizing and defamation what they've done to me by wiring up a Discord server to this tool and a server's Pegasus. It's actually, it is literally, it's called modern slavery, because there was a corrupt district attorney in Austin, Texas, who went after that loan to begin with, and it was always in good standing. And quite frankly, some of the folks that have now committed so much crime, and hacking me over remote breakdown, they had literally criminally underpaid me, illegally underpaid me. And so I wasn't ever complaining about money. I've never been a disgruntled employee. That's kind of the worst part. They went after me in every way that you can. They didn't just try to get me fired. They tried to destroy my whole life, my entire life. And I'm just trying to tell the basic truth about that. When they got caught, committing these crimes on my internet service provider. They intentionally committed crimes on my internet service provider, which was based in Hays County, Texas, so that they could have a sheriff from Hays County go try to, quote, investigate me. And that's the thing. There's a man who, well, I don't know his same name in general, but he was even a coworker. His name was Dan Steiner. He was ex-Air Force Intelligence and ex-Texas law enforcement. And he was throwing in my face from the beginning. He and I, we had really serious conversations about, well, intelligence and the intelligence community. That man knows better than anyone that I'm not schizophrenic. I'm not someone who's ever or ever would suffer from psychosis. And yet he attached himself to that lie because he had a personal grievance. He had no claim to be involved in this in any way, shape, or form. And yet the last time I spoke to him, he was very consciously throwing in my face what he was trying to do, which is that he was trying to get a sheriff from another county to be, well, investigating me illegally. And so Dan is directly connected to some of these managers from the company in Austin. And what does that mean? That means Dan can't remove the ties between himself and the crimes committed on my internet service provider. They were called Grande previously. They've changed their name. And I would have to pull it up to look at the new name, but it was always Grande, their name. And I'll be honest, that it's one of those things. When we're in a situation, I say we, but what I mean to say is not mental illness, right? I'm saying like overall the bigger picture, right? A lot of people in tech, that's like one of the most cliche hacker crimes in the world, to go commit crimes on someone else's internet and try to, well, destroy or implicate them with the authorities by doing that, right? It really is. People from that group, they're throwing in my face snitches get stitches, snitches get stitches, snitches get stitches, right? And I think that's so horrible personally, but I really mean it when I say it's, they've tried to castigate me and really paint me as some leftist. I'm an apolitical person, first and foremost, through and through. I'll be honest, I call myself an anti-radical because it's true. And when I first started having any perspective about politics in the U.S., that's mostly what I noticed. It's just that there's been a lot of radicalization, and so I didn't want to be a part of that or contribute to that anymore. And they just took down Voyager 1 yet again. It's so illegal. It's so illegal. They don't even want me to tell the truth about a felony crime that one of their agents committed on Thursday, which I'll be honest, Xfinity, like, I probably saw that somebody might have even noticed. I don't know, right? But that's why I feel like I need to call customer service, but I need to make the video first. And, I'm going to keep pulling, that stream back up. I'm still recording with the other two, and it's the whole reason I'm doing this, so to explain. And then Chuck Thompson came up to my grandmother's house offering to landscape her property. And she was the first house in this entire neighborhood that he started landscaping. And that's the thing. He came up here 2 years ago. And I came up here, I'm not going to say exactly when. I do know when, to be honest. But my point is that I did come up here for a little safe house. And the thing was, I needed a little bit of money to get a secure phone and a secure computer. And I mean, it's relevant, right? And honestly, I need a secure phone to do my job in tech. That's what this agency has lorded over me over and over and over again, is that, well, they've broken the law, they've stolen my identity, they've broken HIPAA laws, they've broken so many federal laws over and over and over and over again, because they know that, well, quite frankly, I'm not even a, quote, valid investigative target for them in any way, shape, or form, and they know that better than anyone. And that's also why they're trying to silence me. They're breaking so many federal laws and trying to keep me from even telling the truth about that, which is quite frankly ridiculous. Let's see if I can even get this stream back up now. Because I just want to show you this cable. That's it. So Chuck Thompson, that's the thing. I didn't expect him to be out there at this point. When the internet goes down like that, I was in the middle of live streaming from this computer, right? Which I've done my best to keep secure, but it was a new computer shipping me from the manufacturer, and I'll be honest, that's the thing, it's like I'm really mindful about security. I was the security guy in Austin, even if not my title, I was like the security guy in Austin, I'll be honest, and that's the thing, there was the crime going on, and I had to tell the truth about that, and I wasn't, trying to snitch out anybody, but that's the truth as a professional. That I had no choice. That's what you do in that context, right? And so I did, just like right now. I have to tell the truth. And I'm not sure why now somehow I can't even bring this stream back up online from this one phone. It's so illegal what they're doing. It's actually so illegal. They know that I'm innocent. That's the thing. That's why they don't want me to even speak about any of this. Talk about cover-up. That's the whole reason I had to come here, is because they were committing felony crime, trying to muzzle me in Austin, Texas. And that's why I had to leave, because they're not even going to let me do my legal testimony when they've already denied me my legal rights to speak for myself in court to begin with, which is not okay. And seemingly, I don't even know how right now. They have read access to this phone. That's the whole thing, right? They'll break anything. They'll just break. I can't even get the stream to come back up with this one. So I can send a copy of a video. There's a couple of things I can try as well. Restart the phone and see if that, gives me a luck. Just a moment. Now, I didn't want this video to be this long, but this is the thing. I'll be honest, the only reason I'm multi-streaming is that the internet went down first, right? So the very first thing I do at this point is I need evidence, right? I need to document this because it's so illegal. They brought the internet down. I didn't know how, but I knew that it was them. That's what they've done. The joke we have in tech about railroad problems, right? This whole time they've been enacting illegal, systematic defamation of me, trying to say railway problems, when they're breaking my hardware, they're breaking my cell phones. They were muting me in the middle of calls during my very technical, very serious job that I had in Austin. And I don't know how anybody ever for a moment thought that that was okay, but I think the problem is that some people actually didn't know that they literally were doing that. that's the thing. My investigation of what other people have only hinted at me, but have ever even officially told me. But my investigation has shown that it seems they've committed real violent crimes trying to frame me. And to be honest, that's the only reason they would have tried to murder me outside of the city of San Marcos, the way that they did. A federal agent literally saved my life. So that also says to me that, well, this likely goes to the very top of the government of the state of Texas, and that's part of why it's had to be, so secret this whole time. So I'm going to see if I can get this Georgia one back up in line. I'm not sure if I'll be able to or not, but it's actually ridiculous. It's actually ridiculous that this is even happening. And I'm not claiming that I'm not mentally ill. That is a plain statement of objective fact. They've told that lie over and over and over and over again. And it is a dumb lie. It's actually a really dumb lie. I'm so educated about psychology. So Chuck Thompson, that's the thing, I didn't expect him to be out there. He's actually already been asked to not be on our property because he committed a hate crime. See, where I'm sitting right now, there's a tree that fell on top of this roof, a big, heavy tree. And see, luckily, I do sit up late sometimes. I'm a techie guy, And luckily, I was, in the bedroom. I come outside, though, that day, I saw it, through the window, and I'm literally, shocked. This massive, heavy tree is sitting there, and quite frankly, I saw immediately. I go over and look at the stump, and it was cut. It was cut with a saw. They literally, because the thing is, too, I was like, how did that tree fall that way? It was leaning so far in this one other direction, and suddenly it's falling on top of the roof. That doesn't even make sense. Like, the physics are completely against it. It doesn't make any sense at all. It would have fallen into the yard, like, fallen in the direction of where it actually, ended up falling. And so I see saw marks immediately. And that's the thing, in this context, I don't even know how to address that immediately because, well, it means I need the federal authorities to be aware, quite frankly, because the local authorities, they will, unfortunately, with DEI, they'll gang up with them. That's one way it's said. They will literally gang up with them, unfortunately. Alright, let's see. So I'm going to sound different, right? And my voice is going to become very different device here. I'm going to unmute also this phone. So I'm going to sound different, right? And my voice is going to become very different device. And hopefully if Voyager 1 comes along here. Okay, test test. So it's a little bit, it's getting dark now, but it's still enough light to show. So and this is the thing, I don't understand, why they thought this was okay. I'll be honest, I came out here screaming, just like I am right now. I've got a little magnet stand for this phone. I didn't want to have to buy a new phone. I only bought one because I need a secure one for my job. So here's the Xfinity box. I'm going to try to do this quickly, right? Xfinity box. And the one thing I will point out, can I turn the flashlight on? No, I can't do this. That's right. So when I saw this cable, when I first got up here, of course, this is the internet cable, right? And I'm just, it does actually, I wish it was a little bit lighter. I know it's hard to see, but it's kind of, I think that someone is intended to come back and either put it underground later or something. I'm not even saying, this is what, I'm a no blame type person. And from the bottom of my heart, that's what's kind of so frustrating about some of what's happened. It's like, I'm not trying to say somebody needs to jump out here and fix it in any way. I'm just saying that I do understand, I believe it's, maybe against city code. It's kind of just wrapped around in this bush here, and that's the thing. Then it comes, it just kind of sits, right, in the driveway right here, and, I could
this is what I need to point out, yo. This box was closed. I saw it because I haven't been walking around a bunch at all, but this box was closed. And when I walked outside on Thursday, right? At this point, I'm on my phone to document and produce evidence of the fact that, wow, the internet went down and I restarted the router. I'm not sure what caused it. And so when I come around the corner from over there, right, Chuck is out here and he's looking really like he sees me, and he kind of like jumps up like he's acting on the phone all of a sudden, and then he actually very quickly he scurries off. Basically, I've actually got video of that. I can include because I wasn't trying to film him at all, but that's the thing. I didn't film his plate. I didn't film, him up close. I'm a very mindful person when it comes to privacy.
And it's public. It's public. That's the point. You people film me in private, relentlessly subjecting me to illegal modern slavery, and then you want to complain about me even accidentally, partially filming you from a distance in public. You need to learn the law. Illegal modern slavery, and then you want to complain about me even accidentally, partially filming you from a distance in public. You need to learn the law. That thing, I mean, I even tried to settle it back down on there. He broke it, y'all. I'm pretty sure. I'm not gonna force anything. Is my point. But he definitely opened it up to begin with. That's what I'm saying. That's a federal felony, y'all. That is a federal felony. State law enforcement, you're obligated to police that stuff. I don't know if you knew. I don't know. Definitely opened it up to begin with. That's what I'm saying. That's a federal felony, y'all. That is a federal felony. State law enforcement, you're obligated to police that stuff. I don't know if you knew. I don't know. more than one local backup, y'all. And on top of that, these cloud recordings, y'all, the DEA has no chance to delete them. You people have no chance to delete physical backups. And no one should have felt like you wanted to begin with. These cloud recordings, y'all, the DEA has no chance to delete them. You people have no chance to delete physical backups. And no one should have felt like you wanted to begin with. How many of you cling, y'all? That's the problem. I'm not claiming that I am innocent. I'm letting you know as a matter of absolute objective fact, y'all. There's no mental illness. You could put me on a polygraph with the world's greatest truth serum, and I would be telling you the truth just like I am. So why do you cling to denial? You gotta remember how actually sketchy that is, y'all. He's already been asked to not be on our property. He's just sitting in his truck out front, right next to the same thing that he broke. That's a felony, y'all. He broke that. That's what I'm saying. You know what makes it worse, y'all, is why he knew to pull the internet down. Because he knows I'm telling the truth. And that's the only reason that he would. And he's sitting there abusing tools that you're helping him abuse in some ways by trying to turn a blind eye and ignore this crap. Because he knows I'm telling the truth. And that's the only reason that he would. And he's sitting there abusing tools that you're helping him abuse in some ways by trying to turn a blind eye and ignore this crap. That's how a criminal speeds off right there, yo. He had stuff falling off the back of his trailer, too. This is a guy that is making up BS about me, yo. First, my grandma says that he tells her that firewood is missing. Wood from this tree that he cut down in an act of a violent hate crime. That's exactly what it is. And then I ask him, and he's like, oh, no, I didn't. What is she talking about? He accuses her of lying. Yo, all of these people's behavior is psychopathic. Challenge does not even cover it, yo. That's the problem. Anything I say, I can't put it into words.
Challenge does not even cover it, yo. That's the problem. Anything I say, I can't put it into words.
This is what I can't understand, y'all. You saw a note written like this, and you just, what? You just were like, oh no. What was your reaction? Like, really, yo, what was your reaction? You can't say for a moment that sounds like a criminal. There's a reason for that, y'all.
What was your reaction? Like, really, yo, what was your reaction? You can't say for a moment that sounds like a criminal. There's a reason for that, y'all.
Look, I'm not even a stubborn person, yo. But when I know I'm right, then I know I'm right. And I am that kind of person. And never in my life have I ever had to, quote, take a stand about something. And now the thing I have to take a stand about is the plain and simple objective truth, which is literally irrefutable. The fact that I'm innocent and none of you give a single fuck. It's just inconvenient for you that I am the person who I literally am.
Irrefutable. The fact that I'm innocent and none of you give a single fuck. It's just inconvenient for you that I am the person who I literally am.
This is what I've been explaining, y'all, over and over and over again. This is what he wants to happen to us. That none of you can believe the truth because it's actually too shocking. You think it's just, oh, no, no. That's what he specifically takes advantage of. That none of you can believe the truth because it's actually too shocking. You think it's just, oh, no, no. That's what he specifically takes advantage of.
Obviously, I'm very aware of the color of my skin. That has nothing to do with this image in any way, shape, or form, quite frankly. It does have to do with, well, the plot of this movie, which I want to emphasize, I use movies as a communication method alone. You know, in a way, movies, we can argue about what we call them, but they're art, right? And just like literature, I really, films is what I could say, right? Films, I am kind of really into filmography, the history of films, and that is a part of, I haven't really put it on the list of, a lot of, what I'm intending to eventually include.
I'm into filmography. Never have I wanted to be a movie star or a fucking celebrity. And that's what's so frustrating is you people project all this shit upon me and then you just like treat me like I have no money, y'all. I have no influence. I have no power. But yes, people will listen to my words because, well, at the end of the day, y'all, you've made them so valuable, especially in this case, by just ignoring the objective truth when I was just sitting there, hands in the air on my knees, telling you the truth all along the way. Especially in this case, by just ignoring the objective truth when I was just sitting there, hands in the air on my knees, telling you the truth all along the way. And this is what I mean when I say that, like, really, yo, I don't know how else to put it. I'm not seeking to agitate anyone ever. In fact, I want to do what people want me to do in general. But there's nothing I can do in this context for years that will satisfy any of you, because you want me to literally be someone and something that I literally am not. And so it's just fucking torture. It's just senseless, relentless, illegal fucking torture that no one is ever going to be proud of having done in any way. It is literal torture, y'all. It's illegal.
Relentless, illegal fucking torture that no one is ever going to be proud of having done in any way. It is literal torture, y'all. It's illegal.
Actually happened here, and that's part of what's complicated. So, I can honestly say this quite openly at this point. These people, the symbolism in this image,
Imagine somebody just walking around following you with the phone, streaming to Twitch or Facebook Live or Snapchat Live 24 hours a day. You wake up, they're there, phone in your face, you're asking them to stop. They'll never stop. They won't stop. What does that sound like? That sounds like some criminal fucking psychopaths. And that's exactly what you're being to me.
You're asking them to stop. They'll never stop. They won't stop. What does that sound like? That sounds like some criminal fucking psychopaths. And that's exactly what you're being to me.
be like, oh, it's your identity. It's like it's not a separate identity. It's not disassociative anything. Quite frankly, like I'm very educated about psychology, and I'm to be honest with you, I've been trying to be really patient, but I'm very tired of the bigotry and of the hatred that it's just been.
You don't get to take someone's art where they're acting, saying, "This is the Voyager signing on." That is clearly acting. That is writing, y'all. You don't get to take that and be like, "Oh no, you're a different person." Yeah, no, it's your different personality. No, I'm the writer of that which I acted. You do not get to come along and try to redefine objective reality.
Personality, no. I'm the writer of that which I acted. You do not get to come along and try to redefine objective reality.
I'm not at war. I'm not, that's
I'm not at war. I'm just being waged war upon by our own people who see me mention this man and they think it has anything to do with his sexuality, y'all. It has everything to do with how serious he was as a technologist, as a logician, as a computer scientist.
With his sexuality, y'all. It has everything to do with how serious he was as a technologist, as a logician, as a computer scientist.
I've been trying to be patient, right? But there's been a lot of Dunning-Kruger and kind of chosen ignorance, if you will. I say chosen, right? But that's the thing about Dunning-Kruger in a way. Like if we look up that term, right? And that's for a while now, kind of been like, okay, we're looking up terms together. And I've never been trying to be like humorous about a serious situation. But let me emphasize, like, look how terrible it is for anybody to accuse me of being, humorous. No one will tell me. Right? The fact that no one will tell me what I'm, quote, accused of is an absolute assertion, quite frankly, that, well, people are wanting to live in make-believe about me. And I'm serious. Like, if you really felt that your accusations held up, then you'd be informing someone at this point, when they're addressing them publicly over and over and over again, I really mean it. That doesn't make any sense in any way, shape, or form for you to try to turn it around. For example, when I gave a debrief about this guy and his involvement partially, that's what's so complicated. How could I give a debrief, right? How could I give a debrief about, this? In that context, it was quite complicated, if I'm being honest, but on my YouTube channel, that's part of why all this has gone the way it's gone. I need to be able to me say this so quickly and easily? Well, there's references on my YouTube channel. If you would like more information, please go to Quick Summary 1, my YouTube channel, Voyager, Voyiigur. That's a good place to start, but there's so much information right there on public domain now that if anyone is wanting more context about what I mean when I say debrief, that's the thing. There was surveillance equipment in that apartment, and it was always illegal to allow that surveillance equipment to remain. Unfortunately, a decision was made somehow to share the data that was generated by that equipment, to essentially exfiltrate that data. It seemed, well, I shouldn't even say it seemed, but to a Discord server online to an unknown number of people to me, which is a relentless human rights violation. Just to be, abundantly blatant, that is a relentless, illegal human rights violation, and no one gets to ever go back and say that that was ever legal from the moment. I'm gonna have to fix this later, and I don't feel like messing with it right now. Let's see if my other one works. So, I do want to emphasize, I don't want to talk about it, but this, for over 3 years, I've had to put up with so much foul play on all of my hardware. So much conscious criminal foul play. It is so abundantly illegal. And you got people like this guy and his folks out there involved in that. And you got, an out of control, deeply corrupted federal law enforcement agency that serves this man. And I need people to know. I need to be able to state it plainly. That's the thing. At this point, I need to be able to just be unfiltered and state it plainly. The DEA currently serves Vladimir Putin openly. Right? This is going up on Spotify. This is going up on YouTube. And it's going to be titled exactly what this stream is titled. And so if you listen to this later, I appreciate that you did. And this is part of what I'm explaining when I say that I've sort of had to layer information and information, right? I've sort of had to, not just encourage, but force people to look beyond the obvious here, because I am telling the truth. And honestly, we tell the truth in this country. We're going to tell the truth about this. The fact that we have allowed this to go this far is objectively completely unacceptable. I'll be back in just a few minutes.
Not one of you that's on the wrong side of this can say that you know what you would do, yo. Not one of you. And that's where you have to actually try to put yourself in my shoes. You actually have to think about it. What if your clinging to denial is wrong? What if you are actually wrong? Then what is the gravity of the mistakes which you continue to make in persecuting me so illegally?
What if you are actually wrong? Then what is the gravity of the mistakes which you continue to make in persecuting me so illegally?
Look at the dichotomy of I can, really, because if I make a 30-second sound clip, a sound bite that makes it all easier for all of you to understand and brief, you'll be like, oh, no way, that's completely ridiculous. That's basically what I've already done and been doing. And so now we get the multi-hour long explanations with y'all. It's irrefutable evidence and logic at the end of the day, quite frankly. And if you need even more, well, that's the point. There is more. But you don't even want me to be like, you got people like Chuck coming up here. He's trying to cut the internet. Well, he literally did pull the internet connection.
Very important things for me to mention. So a couple of very important things for me to mention. I am, like I said, it's kind of like a journal, right? This is going up on Spotify, YouTube, SoundCloud if I could. So there's something odd going on with SoundCloud. Speaking of real illegal censorship, this agency, the DPA, has repeatedly committed illegal acts of censorship. And so I'm not trying to pull up my notes on the stream necessarily, but at this point, anyone can go back and they can find, what, some of that is. And so my life, in a way, I've already mentioned this to other people, in a way, my life has been made open source without my consent necessarily. At the same time, what's complicated is I have explicitly given some people consent to actually, violate my human rights, right? So this is not going to be the title. This is the title, right? Copy. This is how quickly I've had to work. In between, when I go on mute, I am listening to what I published because why? This, that is true, yes, let me emphasize that. Every single moment we remain focused on me means pushing real violent criminals back out into the community of Texas and beyond. But this concept, publish first, edit as quickly as possible. So last night, I published a video, but then I was live streaming, watching that video, and I'm sitting there saying, well, it's true, but the way that I'm speaking in this, I just don't prefer it. I'm someone that cares. I care. And so I was like on the line. Do I publish the video of me watching that video? And the reason I didn't is that included in that video, I was upset. I was genuinely upset. I was frustrated. And, to be honest with you, that's the thing, is that every single thing I say, if I'm upset, what I said in this Facebook status that I just posted very publicly is true. There's no way for me to behave right now which satisfies anyone around me. And quite frankly, that is partially because, I'm going to bring up this medical term yet again, there are so many people participating in what we call a shared psychotic disorder. real life. It's called a shared psychotic disorder. This is not a term that I ever looked up on WebMD. I was like, oh, that's perfect. Like a lot of these people have with words they don't understand, like quote schizophrenia. And what they've done with that word is they've just gone and they've Googled it and they found a couple things and the quote symptoms and they're like, oh yeah, this is what we can project upon this innocent man, even not knowing, of course, that that's the problem for them. And then on that side of things, I am innocent. Whether or not they want to believe it has always been, well, not up to them in any way, shape, or form. So there's a few key, pieces to mention here.
And why do I say it that way? I am innocent, y'all, because there is no more of this stupid game of like, no, your brain is just telling you things you don't understand. No, that's not the case, y'all. I will sit on the internet for hours at a time explaining that I'm telling the truth, and I can back it up with irrefutable evidence and data.
I will sit on the internet for hours at a time explaining that I'm telling the truth, and I can back it up with irrefutable evidence and data.
And I'm not trying to sound mad, but y'all, it's like, look how evil this is. None of you can claim, if you're surveilling me, again, in a way which is ridiculously torturous, y'all. Because you could just be, well, behaving, but you're streaming that shit yet again. And there's no defense of that behavior. The same exact modern slavery.
Generally don't prefer to vape nicotine, and that's never been an addiction. My grandfather and my dad's side, for example, he used to smoke cigarettes in his lifetime. I'm not trying to use this as some kind of justification, right? That's what people say. But he quit. He would actually just quit cold turkey on and off. That's how I am. And what I'm saying.
I'm not claiming that either, y'all. That's exactly how I am.
Presenting live streams and publications about with Voyager is, well, it's addiction science. I'm not claiming that either. So that's exactly how I am. Way, shape, and form. And yet, some of these folks on the wrong side of this have just repeatedly, ignore objective reality.
But see, the stupid part is, too, just like this whole time, you don't want to be satisfied. Any of you could communicate your, quote, concerns, but the reason you won't do that is because you don't want to be satisfied. You just want destruction. You just want to inflict pain. And you can't claim now that that is not objectively true.
I'm saying that I never wanted to be talking about this school, and quite frankly, I chose to be a better person, walk away from something which was objectively unacceptable. And the difficulty is, it wasn't just objectively unacceptable; it was overtly and explicitly illegal, and had everything to do with this company called MSO Group, a hacker firm based out of Israel. I call them a hacker firm because, well, that's kind of the easiest way to understand them. They're not really some reputable, like, oh yeah, they're great, good people, I really mean it. Like, they're not. They're just not. Not trying to be mean, but that's the issue that we've seen with this tool repeatedly. Is if we Google ISO's basis, which all of this is very public domain, right? Then we can actually find a lot of articles. And a lot of them you see different articles. Now again, I want to emphasize this content is not sponsored by any company in any way, shape, or form, which is how you know it is heartfelt and genuine. I really do mean that. That is true. Right? But part of the reason I'm just trying to make sure people know the breadth of the information I'm putting out there. Right? A lot of this upcoming. Yesterday I was like, I'm gonna uploading a single basic file, even just changing my profile image, which I can't do currently, multiple browsers I'm trying, right? I really don't mean it, I'm very educated about technology. Every single, bit of information like that, it actually becomes relevant because really what these people have done repeatedly, what they want to call me some crazy, crazy guy that has no idea what I'm doing with computers or technology. And honestly, one of the things that they've, really tried to do repeatedly, teach technology in a way which they're trying to say is my fault, or that it's a quote limiting use in software, right? Because the OSM model has 7 layers. The 8 implies that it's the user, quote user, right? That word even is kind of what's a little bit ridiculous in a way, because, for example, Tron, I believe, the new Tron Legacy, right? They use the word user, and it's not a drug thing. They're referring to what? People, as opposed to, the characters or the AI, if you will, in Tron, right? So that's what I mean. In fact, I always kind of thought it was interesting the way they Tron, like, user, like, to them it's almost like, a shameful thing, somebody that's not a computer or AI, right? So I'm not making any comment on that at all. What I'm saying is that these folks have not just behaved with zero integrity or regard for objective reality. In fact, it's so much worse than that. So much worse than that. I've been denied my most basic, legally protected rights from the very beginning of this, and none of this could have gotten as far as it did had that not occurred from the very beginning of this. I really mean it. None of this. Absolutely none of this.
You don't seem to understand how much worse that makes it, because it was with conscious intent to prevent me. Quite frankly, y'all, none of this could have gotten this far, like I just said. Dan Steiner, for example, knew better than anyone. There's no way to get this far with this crap if my legal rights are being regarded, because I can speak for myself, as I am absolutely legally guaranteed. Not entitled, y'all. Guaranteed.
Because I can speak for myself, as I am absolutely legally guaranteed. That's what's challenging. Not entitled, guaranteed. These folks are trying to use that against me. Why is that? Because they've got spyware in my phone. They've got spyware on this machine that I'm on right now, which is again part of why I have to live stream, and that is torture. These people in the DEA, whether or not anybody wants to validate it right now, they have actually completely, literally subjected me to psychological torture for over 3 years straight. That is not a matter of subjective opinion. That is a plain statement of objective fact. So just like last night, I'm sure that they loved that I yelled a little bit, I raised my voice, I was very frustrated. Because the truth is, any U.S. citizen who was in the same position, they would be more than frustrated than I was. Any U.S. citizen. And so part of what I'm saying is, I will make sure that no matter what, this video in particular, right? Because I'm trying to be as diligent, careful as I can. They actually do not have any legal right. Me bringing up their letters, they can try to accuse me of lying, but that's the problem. They wouldn't be censoring me illegally the way that they are if I were lying. They're censoring me specifically because they know that I'm telling the truth, which is part of what's so terrible about this whole context. I'm an American through and through, and these folks have thrown away any loyalty to their own country. And what do I really mean by that when I say they've thrown away? Is it just because, Is that what I'm saying? Well, maybe partially, but really what I'm saying in the bigger picture is that my own investigation has revealed they served this man, Mr. Vladimir Putin, so directly and so tangibly, they've been compromised. That's not a claim in any way, shape, or form. The DEA has been compromised by Mr. Vladimir Putin and the FSB, and there's involvement like cartels, like all these accounts we hear of them going off and partying with cartels in Colombia, in Mexico, in Europe, and different places, right? But that's why now this journalism, all even my research, everything, live stream.
Do you think Chuck is pulling that kind of crap because he thinks they're not compromised, yo? Because he thinks they haven't been corrupt here? Do you really think that?
And so that's part of why I'm actually saying this is going on Spotify, this is going on YouTube, this is going in other places as well, quite frankly, in a way I'm not mentioning here because of their surveillance apparatus, right? They're trying to actively cover up. They're actually trying to cover this up. And they serve this man so loyally, so closely. Part of what I've actually been investigating, whether or not anybody out there wants to believe this right now, since 2012. 2012. Since way back then, I've been seeing, connections on the internet between Russia and really even on the part of what was, I was trying to figure out way back then, I would not like to, have seen that. I felt like, wow, it seems like there's, DEA, quite frankly, and they're helping. And that's the thing, it's not a drug thing in any way, shape, or form. I mean it. That's what they'll try to say or anyone else. That, no, to emphasize, like, it's actually that simple. I mean, when it comes down to it, how do I put this best? Anybody that knew me in high school, 2012 was the year that I graduated high school. Not a drop of alcohol, not anything else. And I mean it, not a drug. Yeah, I've said before, it was a real compulsive drug. Why would I even say that? I mean, that's what they'll say, right? Oh, yeah, well, that's what's bizarre to me. These folks in the DEA, they're clearly doing hard drugs, some of them. In fact, they've done hard drugs right in front of my eyes, and whether or not people want to believe it right now, my testimony does have value. My testimony is more than a little bit worthwhile, and legally, it is absolutely relevant. And that's what's ridiculous about this, is from the beginning, we had someone named Dan Steiner, who was ex-Air Force Intelligence, was having really deep and serious conversations about intelligence with me. He would not have been having those conversations if Dan Steiner ever for a moment believed that I suffered from severe mental illness, or quote psychosis, or quote schizophrenia in any way, shape, or form.
It's that simple, in a way, y'all. In a way, it really is that simple. He wouldn't have been sitting around talking to me about how they hacked, encrypted WhatsApp, and all kinds of stuff like that if he actually thought that I was, quote, psychotic or, quote, a schizo. But, y'all, he has been straight up psychotic. His lies have been paper thin, and he's been psychotic in this.
Every tax test I ever took, which is not some amazing accomplishment, in my personal opinion. But see, that's the nuance of it. I'm not trying to be critical of folks who did not, right? The part of the thing about the tax test that made it, well, it's kind of like, this is, let me emphasize this, no time limit. And I was not usually, even close to the last person finishing the test either. Right? It's not like I need so much time, but I just, I was taught actually in the state that I grew up in, because we had something called the DSTP, right?
I didn't even need a lot of time. I just needed enough time to do the test, to actually go, check the questions that I had any question about. That's all that it was. And so on rare occasion, I was with the group, that would go separately or whatever, y'all, but I had no shame about that. You understand? Not at all. That's how I was educated. It's like they give you as much time as you want, use it. If you need a little bit more time, use it, really. But in this case, y'all, that's the thing. You've abused time relentlessly in a way that makes zero sense in any way, like fundamentally catastrophically flawed logic about time from the very beginning. You're torturing a human being, subjecting them to torture techniques, trying to hide, DEA, of course, trying to hide their hand in doing so, lying about hacking my machine, DDoSing my network, working with these criminal hackers. That's the point. For me, it doesn't even matter which one, who is who, y'all. On my side, I'm just a recipient of all of this criminal felony abuse.
DDoSing my network, working with these criminal hackers. That's the point. For me, it doesn't even matter which one who's who. On my side, I'm just a recipient of all of this criminal felony abuse.
It's kind of all is that I'm paying attention to the fact that none of this narrative on the wrong side of this has made any bit of sense from the beginning. Even going back, that's how relevant all of this is. I'm not kidding at this point. And that's what I don't think some people kind of realize. You try to call someone a straight up schizophrenic, which, let me emphasize, it's just so deeply offensive to the entire field of psychiatry. It is so deeply offensive to the entire field of mental health care in every way, shape, and form.
I really do mean that, because that is so true, y'all. That is so true.
When there's disagreement of this degree, when there's such seriousness, even though that's what's really mean that, because that is so true. That is so true. Don't you know what you're quote accused of? Well, no, I don't, because my legal rights have never been regarded for a moment. So I've had to do my own investigation, and even then, obviously, I lack information.
You've Dunning-Krugered yourselves, thinking that you had something on my medical record when I'm sitting here explaining as I was back in Texas. Never for a moment had I had any actual form of psychosis. That was, again, about DEA abuse way back then. And no, it was not legal. No, it was not reasonable for them to be deploying Pegasus to my private property.
It's not a claim in any way, shape, or form. And they wanted to treat me like I literally am just the most crazy, most ridiculous person in the world, some of you out there. And then that's the thing, the real professionals, what are they going to do? They're going to go back and they're going to look at every single piece of data and information about my entire life, including my scores. And think about that for a moment, just the psychology. Do you think I feel great or amazing? To think about how many people.
And to explain, because I've mentioned it, y'all, I'll speak to it more, but it doesn't matter. Quite frankly, anybody that wanted to act like Pegasus was okay to share that data from one person's device, it doesn't matter who was trying to justify it. That's part of my problem, is when we sit around acting like what is a relentless, illegal human rights violation could ever be somehow okay or legal just because you lie about it in a really dumb way when I can collect evidence of it myself.
And for me, it's all relative, but it was a huge school compared to what I went to here. And I was a little bit nervous, even though I was not some invalid. I made new friends. I remember telling my mom the first couple of days I was just a little bit upset because, at lunch in particular classes, it didn't matter. I didn't have to pay for someone to sit next to me at lunch. I just didn't know where to sit. That was all. For a while, I just didn't know where to sit. It was a brand new place. And then that was when I made my first real close, set of friends, because in our lunchroom we had this kind of weird, stadium style seating around the outside, and I just kind of sat in the same spot most of the time, and started talking occasionally to some then we had some classes together, you know.
And I shouldn't have to say y'all, but this is obviously not Michael. It's not Michael.
It makes such a difference when you're in an environment that, you at least you have a couple good friends, right? And then, of course, that's how you make more friends. Okay, so, this is obviously not Michael. It's not my friend group in that, area, even just so much. That's how I made multiple of my closer friends, and from there, just branched out. That's how you have grapevine. Gross. And that's the thing that's been so painful is, in a way, my grapevine in the state of Texas just like been wrapped around my neck and strangled me to some extent. And I'm not mad at them. Like, really, what I mean to say is, they've been taken advantage of without knowing it. I've been trying to, use every bit of skill that I have about the psychology and the world to explain to them, look, I'm telling you the truth, I know you didn't want to believe this. It's not about my politics, right? That's part of the problem is, there's been disagreements about politics and group text.
Michael tried to take advantage of that shit, y'all. Acting like, our text conversations, he knew he would, and that's the thing, Michael was always further left than he was saying. Suddenly he's acting like he's on the right in the middle of this. And that was always the problem, y'all. Those conversations, I mean, they were just dumb in a way. I don't even mean, like, we should be able to have the conversations, but they were not. I'll be honest, they would want to be able to state their opinions aggressively, and then I dare disagree, and like, oh my gosh, how dare I? Like, how dare I? And that's the thing, when some of their opinions, y'all, they were just like, I'm not even, that's the point. It's like, you're entitled to your opinion, but I'm entitled to disagree at the same time. Some of you, you act like you don't live in a country where debate even exists anymore, like actual debate.
Much as I can now, because that's how dynamic this has been with the Human Rights Foundation. Even minutes of my time that are not on the permanent public record, this agency will clearly use against me. The Drug Enforcement Administration, the Drug Enforcement Agency, whichever you prefer. I'll be honest, I'll call them an agency, but I almost don't like that because it gives other agencies a bad reputation. When these people, the DEA, they are corrupted by this man. They are actually corrupted. I'll be right back. I'm just getting a paper towel because I don't know any tissues around that I'm going to use to wipe my nose. And no, it is not related to anything. Really, that's the problem. The most basic minutia of my life. If I blow my nose, these people will sit and try to say, oh, what's that sound? What's that sound? They are that. I don't even want to allow myself to get too frustrated. But they are that intentionally psychotic with this false narrative.
Like people at my job going, when I get in a call. It's the stupidest shit in the world, especially some of the folks that did that. Fucking severe alcoholics, y'all, and also take all kinds of prescription shit. That's the problem. DEA too, to be honest with you. Y'all take all kinds of crap. You drink all the time. You go off to other countries and you take all kinds of ecstasy and cocaine and shit. And you shouldn't, y'all. That's what I'm saying. You shouldn't. I'm not even, like, that's my whole point.
I want to ask for anyone that ends up listening to this later to try to understand. Can you imagine being in this position in real life, even if you don't want to believe me? Can you imagine being in this position in real life and actually being in a spot where you
Because it's one thing to hear about it, it's one thing to see a documentary about it, and some of you won't even watch a documentary that I've referenced, which humanizes people in that position, yo. And then suddenly you're in that position, and everyone hates you, and your whole family, they don't care about the truth that you can prove yourself. In fact, they reject it openly and aggressively. They won't even sit down with you and listen to you tell them the truth because they want to believe bad things about you.
Which is the only way we got to the point where we're at right now. And many of you just want to ignore that. Like we can jump straight over that, right? Jump straight over that, right? One of my multiple, right? My passwords, for example, have been thrown in my face by people that they're not even supposed to know, right? One of my passwords is I usually use phrases, right? Just things that I can remember. One of them has been the quick brown fox, right? And again, I'm not saying I'm some perfect guy, but what I'm part of it is like I have to be quick. Really, I mean it. Like these people, they are lying about me with reckless abandon. They know that. They're lying over and over and over again. They wouldn't be censoring articles from state.gov, What criminal is posting about modern slavery with very, tactful legal arguments? And who can defend censoring those statements when it is actually illegal to censor my constitutionally protected freedom of speech? Who in the entire United States can defend that for a moment, I am a real patriot through and through, whether or not you want to acknowledge that or give credence to that. Right now, I'll be honest, it is not up to you. This dynamic of a cell phone being used to both illegally defame and dehumanize you, but it's also your only form of protection, right? It's like, do I need to glue this to the back of my skull right now? Because any moment, that's the thing, I'll get a little bit of nicotine. If I step outside and I don't take my phone with me, as somebody's sitting there going, oh yeah, what's he doing? He's running around the neighborhood, is he whatever? There's nothing illegal about vaping a little bit of nicotine. But on top of that, that's the thing. They will try to argue that it's something illicit when they know for a fact that it's not. Absolutely for a complete...
I need you all to understand this is why I'm going to live stream just walking. I don't even want to film anybody. But because I'm just proving that I'm just walking. And that's all that I'm doing. So if you're worried, you can go watch my live streams now, y'all. Because I'm not even saying it's some amazing thing. It's just like, look how kind of actually terrible. It's slavery you're subjecting me to. And so I'm just streaming through your stupid tool. And you're actually, even today, you're trying to turn it off, which is ridiculous.
Because I care. Unlike these people, I care about reputations in this country. I care about our country. I actually am loyal to the United States.
trust me, y'all, it is the most gut-wrenching feeling to have to be addressing all of you at a state level at the same time. But can you imagine my perspective for a moment? I came up here for a safe house. I'm not hurting anyone. Never would I in my life. I needed to actually explain how some of you had, well, not even you, in my opinion, when I got here. I didn't think that you would hate my guts, some random person you don't know a damn thing about, but some of you do. Why is that, y'all? You think that has anything to do with defamation, dehumanization, y'all?
My guts, some random person you don't know a damn thing about, but some of you do. Why is that, y'all? You think that has anything to do with defamation, dehumanization, y'all?
I literally just needed a place, y'all, even to do a remote job, as I've said, a shed in the middle of nowhere with an internet connection, and it's psychotic. You have no idea how abusive, illegal, and psychotic it is for you to want to break the law, to put this crap back in just the one place I need. I need safety, and you're sitting here taking that away from me. I need security and privacy. You're sitting here taking that away from me like, oh yeah, you think you deserve human rights that you're literally guaranteed? Oh no, no!
Security and privacy. You're sitting here taking that away from me like, oh yeah, you think you deserve human rights that you're literally guaranteed? Oh no, no.
Psychiatry, that we would have ever allowed my legal rights to be denied, and absolutely real. That's the point, y'all. It's not a claim. Federal law enforcement agency that is complete, well, what we could call human, that, well, quite frankly, a lot of people that have illegally stolen that from me, whether they're in, and there's multiple other groups here that could probably be mentioned in the red section, y'all. But to be honest with you, these are the ones that I verified had real corruption going on in Texas. That's part of what I mean. Real, actual corruption. Illegal public corruption, y'all. And again, I reference things like a hit being put out on, well, our name. Can I say that? Our name and the general description of a vehicle, right? Even just a sedan of a certain color, right? And then seeing our name combined with a sedan of a certain color, clearly an officer misidentified my brother. A case of mistaken identity in a weird way, y'all. In an actual, act of public corruption, he accidentally arrested my brother, who, very, very aggressively, it was like I passed every single sobriety test this man gave me, and he was just mad. You have to understand, for me, that's always been evidence, y'all. Because I believe my brother. He did pass every sobriety test. He was not driving drunk. Just been completely, consciously, illegally objective reality. I'm working with what I got, like I have been since this.
Just been completely, consciously, illegally objective reality.
Put into being. extremely difficult. Now, I guess I can't really even explain why so many people will get caught up on my words, right? I can't. Look, the thing is, some of you can try to call me cold, for example, for having not eaten with my grandmother tonight, which you shouldn't know, technically, right? Technically. But the thing is, yo, that this is really, you have no idea. It's not just cold, the way they're behaving towards me. It's psychotic. They won't even let me explain that I'm innocent because they just don't want to hear it. Oh, no, what is that? It's just like the family documentary. That's what it's all about to them. They think I'm just saying stuff that they don't want, like, right? I mentioned, like, about Voyager. I just wanted to keep it private, and because, well, there's nobody gets to fucking take that away from you. That's how despicable these fucking people in the family. They're like, no, we committed a bunch of crime. We stole it from you. Oh, no, you're being two-faced if you dare have a fucking, stage name, and then they go murder people in real life, covertly, y'all, and then they want to act like they're fucking godly people. That's the problem. They're fucking psychotic. You people that cling to that shit, you are fucking psychotic. Terrible car accident. It's been a marathon, really. This, yo. Provide this testimony, and I needed a real computer to do that. I don't have a particular. I'm saying, yo, that I need my family to wake up and live in reality. And they're literally the ones that are confused, saying the same about me. They wish that I was the one that's confused. Never for a moment have I given them some ultimatum like they need to quit the family. I've never told them, y'all. I mean, Jeff lied straight to my face like a psychopath when I mentioned his family. He's like, the fucking fake surprise, y'all. It's so terrible. He's like, oh my God, the family. What is that? It's like, are you a Scooby-Doo character? Like, what the hell? Like, yo, it's so dumb the way that they lie about that shit. So I don't in any way want to be addressing, so many people at the same time.
but look how many of you are living in a shared psychotic disorder about me, and really not one of you can claim, y'all, that you're not members of the family, or that that's not related at this point, especially that that's not related for you. And that's what, it so bothers me, honestly, is like, I'll be honest, I was really surprised to see, I'm not surprised, even like, y'all, in any case, I'll give you the benefit of the doubt. But the looks on some of the investigators that came up to that restaurant, y'all, the looks on your faces, you were just like, yeah, I'm gonna get it. It's like, you don't even know who I am. How are you suddenly just really, I'm some fucking exotic target for you. I'm an innocent man, y'all, and you're gonna have to wake up and live in reality no matter how your criminal fucking mafia feels about it. No matter how they feel, or no matter how you feel.
It's not some big. It's not some big old, powerful desktop, that's for sure. So why is that relevant? Why is that relevant? Well, I'm going to say right now to the authorities in the state of Delaware, I'm going to put the Delaware State Police logo as the image for this recording. And that's going to be a little bit strange, right? Because this recording is going to be titled, Good Morning. It is, the time that I had, right? 8:30 a.m. Eastern Time, March 20th, 2023. And so part of what I'm explaining, when I mentioned that I told one person about this computer I purchased, that was, it wasn't manipulation, but that was a human intelligence, logic test, if you will. How is this narrative going to go? Because technically no one is supposed to have access to my devices. No one is supposed to have access to my purchases. No one is supposed to have access to, that's part of what I'm seeing as well, right? Is how did everyone in the restaurant suddenly know about this purchase? Well, I told one person, and I told him then and there, I bought this because I really needed a computer. And it happens to do some gaming as well, but I really needed a computer. I needed a computer. That was the truth. Look how bizarre that is in a way, y'all. Nobody can say that was manipulation. I'm telling him the literal objective truth, the full truth. I needed a computer. I bought this because I needed a computer. And when it comes down to it, I couldn't have been conveying all of this information the way that, I've needed to, clearly. And I really mean it. That's what's part of so bizarre about this.
Think about it this way, though, y'all.
Look at the illegal censorship that I'm
I work
dealing
in
with
software, and I didn't even have a computer. You have no idea how old and, quite frankly, not actually even functioning this little laptop over here is. And it's not some sneaky laptop with any tools on it, yo. I'm serious. You gotta be more adult about this shit. It's my entire career. All of my education. I needed a device to do remote work, which I would be doing and would have been doing for months if you obeyed the law, but instead you wanted to play games with your little fucking mafia.
I'm watching my own publications and I'm taking notes. And so I typed at 608 marathon, beyond comprehension, a few dollars here and there, where they really needed to be spent. This is what I mean, y'all. The false narratives around finances here have been unrelenting, particularly when my human rights from the very beginning have just been completely, consciously, illegally thrown away. Like always. So I'm going to, in this publication, which again, is public in more than a few places. Part of what I'm saying, is that I'm asking that we do the right thing here. And doing the right thing means, well, quite frankly, obeying the law. I have human rights. They've been disregarded from the beginning. There's a reason that this is a massive federal public corruption case, and we've just sat ignoring that objective reality. I'm working with what I got, like I have been since this terrible car accident. It's been a marathon, really the silly aspect of this, and I'm not saying humorously silly, but beyond comprehension in a way, is that a few dollars here and there where they really needed to be spent. And I don't even mean, that's what's horrible. We've taken away the most fundamental foundational aspect of choice that any human being, any citizen is entitled, and that's part of how we landed where we're at. And what do I partially mean by that? I mean that, well, it was not legal, quite frankly, to deny me health care the way that was needed when I was still a minor. And what part of that is the diagnosis of autism, Let's just even focus on that one. Again, that is legally relevant in every single way, shape, and form. We don't get to sit around and deny that, well, that's abusive. That's illegal. I could, legally, I could sue my parents over that. And I have way more than a few years in which I could still 100% sue my own parents about that. And I don't want to sue my own parents. That's part of what I'm saying. But they have a legal obligation to their child, especially if they're going to sit around and try to act like they get to lord over my life when I'm an adult, when they have no right to do so. They have a legal obligation to make sure that, well, things like their child being on the autism spectrum are diagnosed at the right time. That never should have been, something I needed to go research on my own and, well, systematically ensure I'm correct about, and I am correct about, y'all. Later today, I'm going to sit with a DSM and talk through some of this. And that's part of what's I had to buy a DSM. I already was so educated about psychology, and in a way, all that information is already available, right? But part of that decision was, well, this is the actual manual that we use with science when we're talking about some of these words that have been so consciously abused throughout this. So part of what, this is what I need to pause and emphasize as we're abusing perceptions around mental health care and violating HIPAA laws with reckless abandon. I'm going into jobs, people are bringing up ADD repeatedly, okay? When I was younger, some people would have said accurately that I seemed a little bit, quote, hyper. I wasn't in a sugar rush. It's not nicotine, y'all. That's what I'm saying. It's science. You need to understand that's an innate part of who I am as a human being. When you catch me being light and fun and myself like I was at Panda, even among all of this, doing my best to just let my sense of humor out. You understand? I wasn't pandering. I'm not faking it. I'm just being myself. I'm occasionally being a little bit light on the headset, people in the drive-thru even. It's customer service. I'm having fun on the job, quote, but I'm not having a bunch of fun, It's the hardest thing in the world because I need people to understand I'm a human being, and nobody wants to treat me like I'm a human being. That is part of who I am. The stand-up comedy side of me, the being a little bit of a class clown, I was even when I moved to Texas when I was comfortable, y'all. And so, no, it's not some kind of thing where it's just like, oh, I've got stage fright, or he's just got so much anxiety, or I don't lack for confidence. That's what's so dumb about this. You put a camera in somebody's home, and you made them so deeply and obviously uncomfortable because you're not even letting them communicate about what is going on. You denied them their legal rights from the beginning. There's no way for me to behave that is going to satisfy any of you because you're just trying to brutalize someone without even communicating to them about why. To my note here, because I'm far from a perfect person, y'all, but I have to use references and type notes, make sure I'm, addressing the nuance of this and being careful with my words. All it would have taken to prevent these false narratives about finances, a few dollars here and there, a few dollars. Speaking of being denied your legal rights, that's part of what I mean. So I titled this, Faith at a Crossroads. What does it mean to be a Christian, right? And there's been so much conscious effort and intent to redefine the objective reality of who I am. Let me, start by saying that, like I said, I'm going to take my time with this because I have no choice. At this moment right now, I would much rather be doing, there are so many. It's not that I've been saying, like,
it's kind of like on those exams, y'all, where you have unlimited time, except I know I don't. You're abusing time. What I'm saying is that I know I don't have unlimited time. Never have I been behaving that way, y'all. What you don't seem to realize is part of the reason this has happened so quickly is that I needed a few key pieces of technology. I needed advice. I needed really a secure phone so I can do remote work securely. It's not to do anything sketchy in any way, y'all. It's like you found yourself in the spot where it's like, no, you're not allowed to have human rights because we just lied about you with reckless abandon. We denied your human rights to begin with. We violated you so relentlessly and illegally. We subjected you to real psychological torture that I can prove with science as I'm publishing. It is real psychological torture, and honestly, y'all, it's not acceptable in any way, not just in this country, but in the world.
That's actually kind of what's, again, it's not. And I'm going to let this video play, y'all. But really, I mean it. There's nothing that I can do that satisfies any of you right now, because you're living in a shared psychotic disorder, many of you. Not all of you, that's the nuance, right? But many of you are choosing very consciously at this point to live in a shared psychotic disorder about me. I am not schizophrenic. I am not suffering from psychosis, nor have I ever been. And I can talk about how those narratives are typically abused, which I have, but quite frankly, it really is so offensive and
Look how terrible just this night, y'all. It hurts me so much to stand here and talk when my grandmother's sitting there eating dinner. I'd like to sit down with her, but you need to understand how hurtful it is for her to lie straight to my face and to not even allow me to tell the truth that I'm innocent. Not even allow me to tell the truth that I'm innocent, yo. So that's the thing. We got to get the question right on the exam, y'all, because this is one where we make damn sure that we get it right. We don't sit around like, oh no, well, the mafia wants to fucking destroy you because, well, you dare to, tell the truth about the fact that you're evil. You're deeply evil and corrupted inside. You're doing so much heinous evil on the planet Earth. You got to fucking tell the truth. You're not the U.S. government, and you fucking know it. You wanted to start a new world order. You've been you are Islam. You're connected to ISIS. You're connected to Al Qaeda. You're connected to Saddam Hussein, y'all. You gotta fucking understand the gravity of that shit. If you're gonna sit here and subject me to relentless human rights violations, you're gonna push it to the point where, well, I don't even want to talk about it. But the honest to God truth is, what the fuck do you think you expect?
Harmful to the entire field of mental health care and psychiatry. that we would have ever allowed my legal rights to be denied in the first place, and then following that, illegal modern slavery, and absolutely real, that's the point, y'all, it's not a claim, real psychological torture for the last 3 years of my life, a federal law enforcement agency that is completely out of control. That's what they're wanting. I'm not claiming that, y'all. They wanted to see me tortured relentlessly. They were trying to create a false image about who I am, and they have illegally abused every single bit of power and influence that they have in order to try to perpetuate that consciously false narrative. Humorous, but it's ridiculous. There's so many different types of jobs I can do, and I'm not kidding. To anyone out there, in any capacity that has tried to perpetuate the current situation that's been occurring, that's part of what I'm communicating, is legally you are already not just at risk of facing criminal charges yourself. You have waited long, far past that line for months and months now. I left some really important specific notes in my refurbished phone that I bought from a very reputable source, and I actually even
Again, why does it even matter that I mentioned it was refurbished, but it's from a reputable source? Well, two things, these folks in the DEA, they openly helped the Russians. I posted an article about that, and they wiped it from the internet. No other federal law enforcement agency did that.
And now it's magically back after I've talked about it so much, y'all. Now it's magically back.
See, that's part of what's so difficult and challenging about this narrative, right? The first cheap phone I bought was a
And now it's magically back after I've talked about it so much, y'all.
How dare you?
Now it's magically back.
What if that is quote compromised, before it's sent to you? And see, that's the thing. I was doing the best that I could. I found it. I know that Google is a good brand, but they're an American company that's relevant in this context when there would be false accusations of me being disloyal to the United States. When it is these folks who know very consciously that they actually are disloyal to the United States. Wiping that article from the internet, this article was referring to a very real case in which multiple federal law enforcement agencies outside the DEA, of course, they weren't involved, right? Multiple federal law enforcement agencies got involved in that case because, well, the seriousness of the situation, that's all that I was saying. And the researcher in that case, he had to implement some, well, what we could call human intelligence techniques. We could call them, probably we could use different terms, but I would call them.
We will go through the article now all together, but not right at this very moment. Fucking tired.
Just like I am not a fed, and you know that, y'all. You know that. It's been, in a way, abused and lorded over my life by, well, some deeply corrupted feds. And this whole time, that narrative about, well, in Texas we've acted like real professionals, or quite frankly, somehow being, political, when it's the total opposite. Just like, a lot of what these people in the family say, everything they say is the opposite of what they literally actually say. Sorry, I'm not trying to be loud with the microphone there. so the first, I'm not a sketchy dude. I only bought a phone. It's like this tool is being abused illegally. It's being lorded over my life and the phone that I had at the time. And well, that's the thing. Even if I, remove it, which I can technically, it's just going to be redeployed. And so in a way, it's like, okay, shot in the
I actually technically can. In case you did not know, I can remove it myself. But you're just gonna redeploy that shit if you don't actually. Well, that's the point, yo. Then you're like, oh, you removed it. Okay, redeploy. Like, you gotta fucking stop.
so even just my name on the phone, some vendors see my name, which is unfortunately in a way, it's very easy to identify, right? My last name, and just some people it can look scary or weird, but it's not scary or weird at all. It's just a name, just like everything else. It's just a name. This part was relevant in this Rap on Trial article that I shared, right? He had a name that, to a lot of people, it just, that, yes, I realize I'm not black, but, to be honest with you, look at his name, right? His name, and I'm not even going to try to say it, to be honest with you, because I don't want to say it wrong. But is that not an aspect?
And I'm not really saying it's just our names, yo. I'm saying the aspect of music. Now, in all fairness, it was way more like that's what's dumb about this too. In all fairness, yo, he bought weapons that he was reselling. He was trying to make money. I did nothing like that. All right, there were things I was saying. There's anything that you thought was something will be and can be explained, and that's why this is going the way it's going, yo. There's nothing. There's absolutely nothing. Jack, who knows that I'm innocent because he has the equipment in that place, which actually expunges me, y'all. That is some sick shit. Fucking destroyed a family with public corruption, y'all. That part about the cop being mad is noteworthy. Why would you be mad to find out someone was sober, y'all? It's because he was targeting him, thinking he was me, and then he destroyed his phone on purpose, thinking it was mine. And that's not some made up lie, yo. I actually have no fucking idea. I'm telling you, he wasn't high when he was driving. That's for goddamn sure. I make consolations to my privacy, not for a bunch of, like, straight up radicals that sit around terrorizing me on a goddamn Discord server. That is not the consolation, y'all.
And this is part of what I'm saying. I really mean this. It's part of what's complicated about me even doing coverage on the computer that I'm both in music and all that. It's not me trying to advertise it, and it's part of what that I do in general in life, right? I researched the product very, very deeply. I made an educated choice in the context, and my dollars really, really counted. I needed them to count. In this case, I needed a computer with a little bit of a GPU.
I always need them to count. I didn't want to spend money on food delivery or the kind of stuff that you pointed at acting like it was wasteful during this. But you were the ones creating that situation. That's what's so fucking terrible, y'all. You fucking created that on purpose.
Sponsored by any company. There's a company that I'm in communication with, right? And I mean it when I say, well, the reason I was playing Halo at that time is that I'm recognizing that the DEA is actively trying to commit crimes around me, saying that I'm being some sketchy guy or a criminal when I'm not. So I'm sitting and playing Halo in Austin. That is part of it. Yes, I'm thinking through the evidence that I have and the lack of information and all of that. But also when it comes down to it, I'm also asserting that I'm sitting right here, and this is what I'm currently doing. And so
Kinda like this too, y'all. Kinda like this too.
see that's one nuance, and a little bit. It's just I might be able to get that to work, but to be honest with you, it is just enough. Well, zing when we're on APU to play some of the games that I play, right? And so just stream at the same time is kind of maybe not even possible. Otherwise, I would be. You understand? And see, I'm also, for example, I'm deleting video games off of this machine as I need more space, which I do to continue right now. And that's again, it's like, should be relevant to anybody. That's how I am. Video games for me have always been something. For example, when I was here, rarely ever, I literally never played video games. The Christmas breaks here and there, right? Surrounded by people that are taking 12 hours a semester. They don't have a job because they get a several $100 allowance a month from their parents. Driving around.
And never was I jealous of that, yo. It just blinded them into bigotry. It was objectively bad for their worldview and mindset in every way. Fucking radicalized. Just straight up overtly racist, y'all. That's what they were literally accosting me about, is that I was not a racist. And they wanted me to be with them. Who the fuck does that?
And that is the reason why we have so much conflict between us to begin with. I wasn't even wanting to be in these conversations, but I've been berated by them over and over and over again about that. They play video games all day, every day, all day long, and all day sit around and they're not playing video games. They're watching other people on Twitch play video games. And so I have nothing wrong with anybody that's a fan of Twitch or watching some streamers play games here and there and stuff like that. See, it's like one of the things that my brother said to me mentioned was like, I'm interested in using live streaming someday. He's like, oh, right.
That is the dichotomy, y'all. There's nothing wrong with people that enjoy, video games here and there, and they want to watch some or have a streamer they like that, is like pro or is good, and it doesn't even matter actually, y'all. That's beside the point, quite frankly, But what I'm saying is that it's something that I knew my brother didn't recognize. For example, that is the dichotomy. Some streamers will play games here and there, and then most of what they do has nothing to do with gaming at all. And then it's just like that's actually what it's all about. Is that people get to choose how they present information.
Which is something that I would use to show my process and that office to some extent, of course.
Or what they even do, if they're presenting information, or if that's not what I mean, right? It's like even playing a video game in a way is presenting information. If you think about it, they're playing a game, they're presenting. Oh, here's a game that they're either trying to play competitively or for fun or socially or whichever, or to entertain the folks that are watching them.
sort of like the interrupt-driven work I mentioned. You need to be able to have uninterrupted.
Oh my god, the interrupt driven work. After this last 3 fucking years, nobody wants to let me do fucking anything. Anything. Let alone my own goddamn job. That's the last thing that you all want.
I take your suggestion here, but let me alter this just a little bit. Right? If somebody's like, hey, can you shut out the board, database with, I'm sorry, the television. Oh my lord, it's so loud.
They love it when I say that. The members of the family love that shit. Oh yeah, fucking take it. Fucking take it. Now you fucking take it, y'all. That's what last night was about. It's not fun, but that's what last night was about in a big way, y'all. You fucking sit around listening to one man so abusively, knowing that you're trying to fuck up his mind and you're lying through your goddamn teeth about it.
It's like when you don't realize how much you can't see the pair of glasses, It's easy to talk about the psychology.
Fucking straight up psychological assault for 3 goddamn years.
All you need is sit in front of it and then try to listen. And to be honest, I don't even think she can hear most of even much of what's said because I can't even listen to the next one. 90% of what I say, I actually don't know if she actually hears me when I say it, right? But that's also what's so difficult about the fact that so much of my family is so upset with me right now when they have no right to be whatsoever.
They could communicate their issues with me openly and not one of them will. They just fucking lie straight to my face like psychopaths and pretend that they're not violating my human rights, which I can prove myself.
70 in the background. It's like, oh my goodness, I'm gonna be writing code. I'm gonna be, going through different servers and cloud services, and even at times that's what I want to show. It's like, here's how we set up an account. You understand? I'm gonna open up the door, and you can do that safely, so long as your privacy is being minded, your human rights are being regarded, right? We build shells within shells, just like, White has skills. We build environments in order to play what? Games like Capture the Flag. Really, y'all, that's like a part of developing skills that are needed, and it's not some sketchy thing. I'm serious when I say, that is kind of the whole, you gotta understand what I'm,
Which technically, y'all, I'm very much aware of the concept, but technically I've never played myself. I played in Halo, y'all, but I'm not a hacker, right? I'm not, actually. I'm just a computer science logician type guy. And then, I learned a lot of DevOps skills and a lot of other, I've talked about it a lot. I guess that's the thing, right? Is that, before even the DevOps stuff, I just wanted to learn everything that I could. But in a good way, obviously.
case of public corruption and surveillance being so relentlessly abused against me that I do quite well on my own. I really do quite well on my own. And honestly, I'll be frank with you, I'm not even particularly lonely. In fact, even though it's complicated, I've enjoyed, playing Scrabble with my grandmother from the bottom of my heart. Why has no one else played Scrabble with our grandmother, y'all? I could not tell you.
I'm not. Other people are busy too, but that's the problem, y'all. Everybody wants to act like this whole time. My time is less than worthless to them when they're wasting my time with this fucking illegal human rights violation, preventing me from being able to do my damn job. And that's what was so sick about people saying to me, like, oh, you should quit your job. Yeah, it's like, no, you want me to quit my job so that you can keep doing this fucking terribly abusive bullshit, and it's not just not gonna make it better, it's so much fucking worse. You don't get to pick when somebody decides to leave or stay at their job. I love my job. My brother that said that to me had no fucking idea how much I had dedicated to my job.
Just to let everyone know, I do not. It is something that's a problem. They're trying to be sketchy for knowing about it.
And he got arrested because he didn't even know. Yo, he wouldn't even believe me. It's the most fucked up thing.
Just tried to use my actual education against me, y'all. It's not like I don't have any, that's
Why do you think DEA wanted to murder me so bad, y'all? Because they have just fucked every rule, every law, and relentlessly, and they know it. They know it. That's the problem. It's actually so fucking sick, yo. If you're not allowing the core fundamental aspect of what's going on in someone's mind to be addressed, the brain underlies everything about our human consciousness. That's part of what I'm trying to explain. We don't even fully understand the human consciousness, which is part of why none of you can even be conscious of how much it affects you when you have a real brain injury. Not a little bump on the head. A real fucking brain injury, yo. That's so true. That's so fucking true. Same with a nice car or nice clothes or any of that kind of shit. I'm just not that kind of person, yo. There's been so much shit talking about that. And so many people that don't understand my job. And don't worry, y'all, that's part of streaming. Is that I can show people exactly, and I don't have to talk about anything from my actual job. I mean the concept, so. You're managing so many machines, especially, I'm clearing my throat because I'm eating, alright? But especially in, a context like that. Let me pause. I brought up the movie Lunar, y'all. There's so many times where there's like 50 things going at once, and I'm like, okay, from the outside, you might see me, I'm just like drinking a cup of coffee, like checking a bunch of different screens, like going back and forth, like, but you don't realize, like, mentally how much I'm actually, like, I plan days ahead of time for that fucking job, like what I want to do next. But part of the problem is, speaking of interrupt-driven work, when the team is not sharing that work, in a way that's reasonable, then you're just like from one thing to one thing to one thing to one thing, and it's actually eventually so bad for your mental health, quite frankly. And no, you don't get to, use that against me like, oh, when your job messed up your brain. No, what I'm saying is like, quite frankly, we don't ever want to put human beings in that position at any point. Because really, y'all, it's just like, wow, 10 things building up, gotta do this, and then somebody else is like, hey, I need you to do this first. It's like, and that's what during this pandemic, y'all, you have people doing that to me on purpose in an environment where you're giving them the capability to really psychopathically abuse the situation in that way. As in every single time they see me getting back to the thing I want and need to do, they're like, oh no, find some other bullshit excuse. And that's what they were actually doing. But even then, part of this, part of what I wanted and always wanted to show with streaming, y'all, is that, like, you can be so productive over, let's say, I mean, that's the thing. I like to work long days, waking up early, it's like, and that's the thing. You take a break for 15 minutes, go for a walk. It's not some sketchy thing, it's not about vaping nicotine. Y'all, I'm serious. Like, that's the thing. A lot of times I won't vape anything, really. I'm just not... A lot of times I won't vape nicotine. Like when I'm walking with I'm streaming. I'm not faking for the stream. That's my point. It's like, what I'm saying is, yeah, I'll step outside and do it. I'll tell you when I do. But what I'm saying is, like, going for a walk is a good thing for your mental health. Disconnecting from the computer. Don't be on your phone the whole time, on your Facebook while you're walking. Just walk. How often do people actually do that anymore now? I'm serious. Like, put the phone down. Like total disconnect. Right? We're dialed in sometimes. From the moment that we wake up to the moment we go to bed. I know the emails and the text messages, they beckon, y'all. And trust me, I've had to cut people from my life because of this shit. Because it's so abusive to have that lens. You're just opening up a lens right there. Somebody can't even talk to their own family. Their own actual genetic relatives. And by the time that I do speak to my grandma, for example, y'all, I can hear it in her voice. She's lost faith altogether. I can't tell you how difficult that is for me. When, honestly, everyone in my family should be having faith right now. But there's a million and one things, y'all. Politics. The fact that, like, they just couldn't believe that people like Greg Abbott or Ken Paxton would know for a fact that I'm innocent and literally try to escalate more and more and more, partially because they've already been implicated by what they've already done. That's the whole problem, y'all. My family, understandably, does find that impossible to believe, even though it's true.
That's the thing, it's like, when I'm saying that I want to be able to do my job and make money, I don't want to be buying expensive or fancy things. I've always been the person that is just, relegated to hand-me-downs in my life, and I was never upset about that. I've always been the person that doesn't have particularly nice clothes or nice shoes, right? The car, for example, is part of why I was upset. I really said to my father, it's like, I think it looks too fancy, even though it's actually the best deal from what we're shopping around for. I feel like people are going to look at this and they think it's some nice car. And it's a nice car, and now, wow, for real, it's almost like this product, like Mazda designed an affordable vehicle that looks, really, really kind of fancy, but it was cheaper than any Camry or Corolla we were looking at that, quite frankly, had, close to double the volumes, close to double. And that's what mattered, y'all. That's all that we were looking at, really, at the end of the day, is we're trying to get a used car. But that's the thing, even the person at the dealership, he's like, no, you should finance, get a brand new car. It's like, no, I don't want a brand new car, man. I'm not mad at you. And I was frustrated with some of his comments to me at the time about, that's the thing, right? I didn't want to run my credit. In fact, I was upset with my father a little bit. I knew that the message, well, you didn't run your credit. It's like, just my credit's not been good. And he's like, Dad knows. Remember, he's been after me. Like, they're illegally underpaying you. They're paying you through a contract where they're not even paying taxes. They're not even paying Social Security. I'm having to pay all of that separate while I'm commuting an hour and a half every single day, one way to the office where I have to be for my job in Austin. And on top of that, my buddy, who has, he's only maintained his position through straight up nepotism, is getting paid more than me, which I was never upset about. But that would be one thing. Then he's also expecting me to do his job for him. Very, very small difference. And so, part of my difficulty is what I'm recognizing the hood of this.
I do need to pause there and say, y'all, that nowadays it doesn't matter at all. My parents have zero input on any fucking decision I make in life. Do you understand? Zero. Zero. And never will they again in any way. And none of you can change that in any way, just to let you know, alright? Now, following that, this was part of the problem, yo. Their fucking narcissism involved in just wanting to be like, oh no, yeah, no, you went down to Austin, this quote liberal place, and you just need to come back and live at home with us. It's such an unhealthy, abusive, toxic environment, y'all. First of all, it would never ever happen. So long as I live, y'all, I'm serious. I would be on the fucking street for the rest of my life before I'd be living with my parents again, yo. I'm not kidding about that at all. But second of all, this is what's so terrible about that narrative. I was so damn professional at my job. Nobody in my family gave any credit to that because they just didn't technically, they're not obligated to. They don't even know what the fuck I do. In fact, they won't even listen to me. They act like I'm arrogant because I do all this work on all this super technical stuff. And they won't even listen to me, my own siblings, and I'm not even saying my sisters so much, my brothers. They're honestly insecure. As soon as I start talking about it, it's like 20 minutes. They're like, "Oh, okay, I'm done. I don't even hear about your job." It's like I shouldn't listen to you talk about shit for. And I'm not saying like, well, my oldest brother, for example, all right, because it's more complicated. But literally, like, just talk to me forever about his job, and I will listen. That's a double standard. None of them have ever been conscious of. They don't value what I do, my time, even who I am as a human being. And that's why it's so easy for him to diminish when I say something like, I didn't even say that I thought streaming was great for me. I said specifically that I thought streaming was an interesting new platform. And look at that. He's like, oh no, what? I'm going to watch people play video games. It's like, you haven't even gone and looked, man. You haven't even gone and looked at what it actually is. That's the problem. You need to be able, like, it's the opposite mentality, y'all. Streaming someone on Discord without their consent, fucking 24 hours a day, that is just fucking psychological torture. That is the most abusive goddamn, you're using technology to terrorize a living human being and put their life at risk. And that's my problem. That's why I will never stop communicating, because when it comes down to it, as someone that loves technology, I refuse to see a bunch of ignorant people lord technology illegally over someone's life, trying to act like that's okay because they're just bigoting one another actively about every single thing that they say. Well, now all my words get broadcast to the fucking world, yo. all of these podcasts that I made, not secretly, y'all. I made them privately, all right? And I didn't even tell a single member, a single genetic relative, all right? And I wasn't keeping anything from them. It was just my thing. They didn't know since I was 15 I'd been practicing for YouTube in front of a camera. You know, and it wasn't like I had stage fright. I wanted to be able to actually, you know, be presented and, you know, like actually have, you know, conscious thought behind what I'm doing. And that's the thing, is that when I'm saying that I see streaming as, you know, something that it's a big picture perspective, because we have to think about the fact that all social media has now what? Twitch was really kind of the first main one, right? And I'm not saying it was the only one. I'd have to go research, right? There probably was some other one out there. Somebody could catch me. Oh, I'm wrong. But that's the thing about, you know, something like a longer format, right? Is I can say immediately, okay, well, I would need to go look more and actually, you know, okay, I would do that live or research together, actually. And that's part of what, you know, when I was doing a lot of those recordings, y'all, there was a lot of research behind a lot of what I said, and a lot of it, though, was also logician type perspective. Really, it was like, okay, I'm encouraging people to think. I've done a lot of research, but it's not even about the data in this. It's more about the thought process itself. And sometimes you kind of have to hear someone out. Well, you can't hear someone out when you're like, oh, do it, do the thing, flex. Yeah, no, show that you're cool, show that you're smart. Yeah, no, come on, go, or yeah. And then you're sitting there just terrorizing someone without their consent, being like really ignorant, you know, laughing at one another because you're Dunning-Krugering each other, like you're ignoring that their machine is getting hacked criminally with reckless abandon, trying to act like it's layer 8 when it's not. And then I'll even say, when it's like, well, once you've tortured someone that way enough, that's what's so fucking terrible, is that they have to sit and they know that it's like, well, quite frankly, it's like, this shit breaks with technology all the time. But that's what's so despicable about covertly committing felony crime, y'all, and then being like, oh no, you're just not good with computer. They fucking muted me in the middle of meetings, messing with my audio, that I sit down and I test it before I even get in a call so that I know it's all ready. That's so fucking despicable, y'all. And that's where it's like, you know, yeah, I'll use the physical dials on a microphone to prove my point that it's like, this is fucking despicably evil. I'll open up the window in calls that are not confidential to prove that, like, no, you wouldn't be doing, this is one of those things, they're only doing it because they think they're not going to get caught. And they're like Drax, you know, like, oh, we're invincible. Yeah, no, you can't see us or you're quite crazy. Like, this is the dumbest shit I've ever heard of in my life.
Never for a moment was that a claim. A federal agent saved my life, and I've been thanking God and that agent and anyone else involved twice a day at least, every single day. Because it's not even about my life at this point, Will. The fact that they tried to do that tells me that they victimized innocent people, and they're trying to cover it up. And that's what some of you don't realize. If you remain in this tribal mode where you're just defending them with reckless abandon, then you're actually helping them try to illegally cover that up, and I refuse to accept that. Y'all, that's part of why my communication is going to continue. My streams are going to continue. But what I have to do right now, because I'm a human being, is that I have to pause, and I have to make the backups of this, and I have to upload to multiple locations, and then, y'all, I'm actually going to sit and listen to this. You understand? And I'm going to go back and try to use this as a point of reference, and when I come back, I'm going to have more references, and I'm also going to continue where I left off here at 12 minutes and 37 seconds. And so for anyone else that comes back and listens to this later, well, I do appreciate if you look beyond the obvious here and understand that I'm telling the objective truth. This is not manipulation. This is the degree of actual public corruption that I've been dealing with. And it's part of the reason why all of my statements have seemed so bizarre. My behavior seemed bizarre, but that's what I'm explaining in this Facebook post that I started all of this, you know, with today, which is that there is no way for me to behave here. Okay, let me, before I go, why this one? Okay? I'm not Darth Vader. I'm not a bad guy in any way, shape, or form, yo. But these people are dead set on treating me like I'm a bad guy. And part of what I've been explaining is since that brain injury, since that car accident in transformed me as a human being. I didn't become some horrible person or a crazy guy after that. It gave me severe migraines, severe headaches, neuropathy. It really did, at the very least, it kicked off what is likely multiple sclerosis. And that, if you go read about it and research it, it is a really difficult, autoimmune disease to deal with. And there's a lot of autoimmune disease in my family. There's no history of illness. So let me emphasize that. The real confession.
That's not a claim at all. That is not a claim. That's the fucking truth. And that is so relevant, y'all. Especially when you're sitting around just like bigoting yourselves. That's my point. You want the disco. You wanted the shit was streaming my every waking moment of my life in a way that not one of you would ever fucking tolerate. You wanted that it could be okay. And it was not even a matter of just principle, even though, yeah, I mean, nobody should fucking tolerate that anyway. It's a matter of that you're proving actively, you're putting someone's life in danger. You're fucking up their job. You're fucking up their family. You're letting their identity get stolen. You're not doing a single goddamn thing about it. That's what I'm saying. Nobody gets to go back and act like that was legal or reasonable or like it is now, because it's not legal, it's not reasonable, and it's not okay. You're preventing me from being able to live any life. And I mean, y'all, I'm using that phrase, of course, to be like, oh, live any life. What do you mean? That's how fucking bigoted some of you are. Every single word that I say. But see, that's the point, y'all. I will explain everything with so much context now. So publicly. So fucking publicly, for real. This is what's going up next. Dealing with this shit, right? This thumbnail in and of itself, y'all, even just this combination right here, you all know it's true, and not one of you can do a goddamn thing to take it down, you fucking psychopaths. It's not okay. It's never been okay, and it will never fucking be okay. That was the dumbest shit, the most abusive fucking trash, and see, that's what you make me try to sort through. Does my brother know DEA wants to fucking literally kill me? They would fucking kill him too in a heartbeat. They don't give a single fuck about any of us, and you're playing fucking games like this shit's funny. It's not fucking funny.
Drastically increases the likelihood of you having another autoimmune disease. And what is the science behind that? Well, to let you know, it's still something we're trying to figure out in the bigger picture completely. But clearly, when we use that term autoimmune disease, it's about the immune system, right? And it's kind of like having an allergy, or the immune system in some ways. Our body is not perfect. We are very resilient as human beings. But at the end of the day, it's not a joke in any way, shape, or form. I need people to understand even autism and autoimmune disease have a connection. You can Google me on this. Fact check me, please. Please, somebody out there, fact check every single thing that I'm saying. Because these people are trying to...
There's a difference, there's a difference between fact checking and what you were doing down in Texas, which was taking every word that comes out of my mouth and just trying to fucking twist it and pervert it, and you're just bigoting yourselves into you're like, oh yeah, no, he's so dumb because we think we got him on something that we think was wrong. Like, that's the opposite of how you should be fucking reasoning ever. Just to let you know. And I will literally sit and publicly explain that shit every moment that you covertly try to keep that shit going. And trust me, I know there's been more warping of reality than just the recordings, which I will continue to address.
Empathetic, and that's the whole point. You know, the whole thing was about our polarization, quite frankly, and it's not some huge political statement, but it was an attempt to help from the bottom of my heart in the bigger picture, help us with the polarization. I'm no Darth Vader, you know. This year, remember about what happens with Darth Vader is that it's nuance, and honestly, the honest about truth is I realize the risk I'm incurring by mentioning that even, right? Because it's horrible what he does, but I didn't commit a crime, y'all. Never would I. I'm a peaceful person through and through. What I have been doing like a Jedi is I've been meditating and I've been contemplating and been trying to understand how my own people turned against me. My own people. They don't care at all. They found some artistic recordings. I put some filters on those recordings, right? I'm using technology to make entertainment. It's fiction. It's drama. It's acting. These people, they don't just not care. They're trying to use it to create this fictionalized narrative about who I am. And so that's what I'm meaning when I say in these other recordings on Spotify that I need to be truly unfiltered. But you need to understand part of the reason I was applying filters at that time was because I was recognizing my life. I've been suppressed by my own family. There's been real abuse. They don't understand that I'm on the autism spectrum. They don't understand that I have a neurological disability. They won't even let, if they knew that, then they would not be denying me health care, literal health care, physical health care. You know, they would rather obsess and say, no, it's just in your head. No, it's just in your brain. No, it's not. I have a physical disability. And quite frankly, more than just one. That's what's so terrible, is that we just ignored that, ignored that, ignored that. How can we, how dare we deny someone, let's say, that just a few hours here and there in the right places while diagnosing core fundamental aspects of who I am as a human being so that later in life we don't go back and try to say I'm schizophrenic when I'm actually on the autism spectrum, you know? And now my family's mad because they've attached themselves to these political narratives, and some of them, not all of them, some of them are members of this organization. And of course they told a lie about their membership like psychopaths, which they've done to me repeatedly. And here I am. Remember, Anakin is really supposed to be a good person. Oh, yeah. I am a good person at heart. I'm not supposed to be. That's what I'm emphasizing. I am a good person at heart, and I'm no Anakin. I'm not a hero. There's no Christ complex. There's no hero complex. These people will project everything in the world about me. They'll say that movies are evil and that technology and computers are evil, and it's just all, you know, warped my little brain. But they're lying like psychopaths. They're actually throwing the rock, and they're hiding their hand in doing so. They go up on stage, some of them, and they act all perfect and presented, when the reality is they know that they serve Vladimir Putin. They know that their organization commits violent crime trying to frame people, and they're mad because I've told the truth about that. Yo, they're mad because I've told the truth about that. That's simply what my investigation was finding, that this organization is actually a threat to our national security, not just in the United States, but in countries abroad throughout this world. So I'm going to end this recording right now, y'all. And when I come back, I'm going to keep going. I'm going to keep going through this because I don't know what else to do, and that's anyone that listens to this. Please understand, I'm telling the truth. This is not manipulation. These people have actually subjected me to real psychological torture, and I'm trying. I'm meditating. I'm trying to collect myself. Okay? There are times where, I'll go without food if I need to. But see, they've not been subjected to starvation torture. These people have used every single job I've taken against me. They're actually just committing crime around me, trying to argue that I'm a criminal everywhere that I go. Every single thing I do in life, when I'm driving for Lyft, they're brute forcing the Lyft API to try to actually commit fraud with GPS data, to try to argue that I'm driving to sketchy places when I'm not. If I ever take a wrong turn because I'm a human being and I'm imperfect, just like everyone else, I don't.
Or if I stop to check the map, or if I'm needing to figure out where I'm going, y'all, the list goes on and on and on and on. These people fucking sat around for so long, just like, yeah, we know exactly who he is and what he's capable of, and we do not want to allow him to just live. We do not want to allow him the last thing in the DEA that they want, and that's the problem. I'm looking at my brother like, do you even know how fucking evil some of these people actually are? And I didn't want to have to say it that plainly, but they've just proven it over and over and over and over again. That's the honest to God truth. They've proven it over and over and over again. Clearly, he did not know. That was the issue. Clearly, he did not know, and yet we all wanted to act like or think like this shit was okay. Well, this shit was not okay for a moment, y'all. And that's the thing. All that narrative about, movies twisting my brain and all that, y'all, you have no idea. You need to actually be ready then to debate me. But that's the problem. You fucking cowards. You would never sit down in a room with me. You just want to sit around with your Pegasus on my phone, trying to fucking warp people's, literally just trying to actively defame and discredit who someone is in the most core fucking way that you can. That's what's so fucking despicable. Not one of you has any real courage about you. You throw all this fucking shit in secret and then you lie. You fucking lie. And that shit, y'all, that is so beyond despicable, quite frankly. It is not just not tolerable. I'll be honest, you picked the wrong fucking person. Really. Yo, you victimize innocent people. You expect me to sit around and tolerate your bullshit narratives about that kind of stuff. No. Na 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 na. Na 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 na. I can't be taking all of it from all of you. You twist and you turn my words, wish that you heard them first. Oh Lord, you know it's true, and here I've been dying because of this shit that you keep putting me straight through. And I will just take your words, make them your worstest curse. Oh Lord, you know it's true. Yes, I just said worstest. I'm going, y'all. I'm writing as I go. I'm changing dynamically. I'm adjusting on the fly. You fucking people. That's the thing. You want to talk about movies twisting people's brains, and you're out there spewing the literally, y'all, fucking sacrilegious venom, weaponizing the actual idea of Jesus Christ. You're fucking literally traitors to your own religion. You're going around with Islamic terrorists, and honestly, y'all, it's fucking despicable. Doug Coe standing on stage comparing Jesus Christ to Adolf Hitler. Jesus Christ to Adolf Hitler, and you want to claim that you're not the fucking Nazis? You are the Nazis, y'all, and you know it. You know it's true, and that's what's so fucking despicable, y'all. Quite frankly, like, honestly, Star Wars is a good point of reference, right? Because stormtroopers, right? Where does that even come from? The name, yeah, you should fucking know. I don't even know if some of you do, but it's kind of what imperialism, authoritarianism, right? And that's the thing. You see somebody with Anakin, he's kind of like, it's a nuanced story. He basically falls into the trap of this evil motherfucker who gets him like, yeah, now being one of us, right? And he's like, he does for a while, y'all, for a long time, right? And it's bad, it's horrible, and that's the thing, y'all, never for a moment. See, that's the thing. I'll use movies, I'll use films as a communication method, but the thing is, I'm also more educated about psychology, quite clearly, than the fucking any of you involved in trying to say that this shit was ever okay for a moment. Because you'll sit around being this evil motherfucker, knowing it, hearing me explain how much pain and torture you're inflicting, and then to everyone else in the world, you're just like, no, it's him, it's his problem, yeah, no, it's junk food, oh yeah, I'm fucking starving to death, I just ate a little bit of cake, y'all, a tiny little piece of cake, literally I've been lacking for food for 2 fucking years because of you people. You try to prevent me from even dating in any way, shape, or form, and you know it. How can anybody date anybody when there's these creepy motherfuckers sitting there reading all your shit, acting like they're doing you a favor when they're not doing anyone a favor? They're being fucking psychotic trash. Right on the nose. Right on the fucking nose. You insecure pieces of shit. That's the problem. I'm not a mind reader, y'all, but you can't even fucking control your hatred. Your irrational goddamn hatred. You're just so bitter. Some of you, this is the thing, I'll be your counselor and your therapist here, y'all. You have really fucking deeply unhealthy perspectives about sexuality because, well, you kind of like try to fucking brutalize one another about sexuality in and of itself. And that's the thing, y'all. I'm never out there encouraging people to have a bunch of sex or, to be what you would say is like, oh, loose or whatever. No. I'm saying that people should actually be able to have a healthy perspective, and they can't when they've got propagandist fucking Nazi trash like you out there spewing all these hateful lies and bullshit that do not come from scripture at the end of the day, y'all. They don't. You like to try to say that they do, but you need to go fucking study more, because you can try to make all these legalistic bullshit arguments from the Bible, and honestly, y'all, that's what I'm saying. You got the one person on the planet Earth, I welcome it. Let's debate all day, but it's got to be long format. That's the thing. You don't get to sit around fucking covertly violating me and committing all this reckless goddamn felony espionage, and then you're like, no, we're right because we caught something you said that we think is wrong, and even though you would correct it immediately in a fucking moment, we're just sucking. Literally, y'all, that's what's so terrible. You're so fucking psychopathic. You don't even want to be able to have debates because you would fucking lose, and you know it! So that's kind of the dichotomy, y'all, is that you would accuse me of being worldly, but at the same time, you are the most worldly people on the face of the planet Earth. And you just lie about it. That is really, truly the problem. You just lie about it, yo. I was trying to go back to the globe here. Oh no, there we go. Alright. You actually do, though. You really do. You just fucking lie about it. Covertly, you're the most worldly motherfuckers on the face of the planet. Oh no, I said fuck. Oh no, in the privacy of a space. Well, see, my grandmother can't hear me, right? Unless somebody's committing felony espionage and just pumping that shit systematically out there into society. She mentioned a radio show where you can call in and listen, right? I'm not mad at her, and she doesn't understand. That's the thing, y'all. Like, none of my family, everybody wants to be like, no, we're gonna brutalize you and change your brain. We're gonna fucking brainwash you to be, and that's the thing, That's what's so weird about, with my brother. It's like, well, to be honest with you, they call him a fucking lip, and they don't even know. Look at that. I've pointed it out before. My brother's arrested because of public fucking corruption, and my family sits around like, oh, the liberals down in Austin. He's such a liberal dumb fuck, and it's like, this is that one time where like you should just not be so clinging to your terrible fucking politics. I had to sit and hear about, really all. Unfortunately, I don't even want to repeat some of what I had to sit and hear sometimes. Because that's the thing. I just kind of bite my tongue out of, well, you're allowed to have your perspectives, but so am I, even if I'm not throwing them in your face. So if you're going to come violate my human rights with reckless abandon when you didn't actually have any legal right to do so whatsoever, then you better fucking be accustomed to hearing some things that you may not have wanted to hear, but you do not get to fucking change. Or otherwise, then you're going to have to address to me how you're hearing that shit in the first place, and all of you have lied straight to my faces like psychopaths, just reasserting that I'm correct, y'all. Because if you were actually correct in what you're doing, then you would openly tell me about the behavior. But you're asserting that you're not, given that you all fucking lie about it like the psychopaths that you literally are in real life. You just fucking lie on stage and to everyone. I don't want to use the Bible for my mic cushion. All right, let's pick a different book. This one. There we go. That actually is the problem, y'all. You have somebody here that addresses the nuance. And quite frankly, none of you are willing to do so, to an extent that you don't even know who you serve because you don't ask questions. You don't ask questions that you needed to ask. And that's how you find yourselves in a spot where you serve a fucking evil man through and through. And now none of you have any claim that you don't know or that you did not know that, y'all. That actually is the issue. You have no claim that you don't know or that you did not know that. And now I've been sitting here publishing it to the world, and you're like, oh no, we're still defaming him and dehumanizing him covertly, y'all. He's just quote crazy because he knows that we're doing it and he's openly telling us. But now that's what really changes, right? Why, for example, y'all, what was the debrief about in a way? Let me emphasize, this is actually like, wow, this is going to be kind of haunting for some of you. It was so true. It was a bit of a test in and of itself. See, I'm not even going to lie. I could say everything that I said in that debrief all over again, and I haven't now, have I? But I've said some of it, y'all, and that's what's so despicable and terrible, is that you failed. You fucking failed the test terribly. You all fucking failed. Now, let me emphasize that was a bit of a logic trap because you didn't all fail. In fact, that's part of the point, y'all. Some of you fucking terribly failed. When anybody's saying to me shit like, "Oh, you stunning the enemy," you fucking failed the test. That's my point. You and your people, you fucking failed. Your loyalty to this country was just asserted as what it really fucking is, which is complete disloyalty. Why is that? Because I strung together so much information in days, y'all, during South by. I would much rather, if I had any money, if I was not being starved out to death, relentlessly fucking dehumanized and defamed and demonized so fucking illegally. Yeah, I would have enjoyed just going to South by if I could even. I never even went to a single South by event ever in all the time that I was in Austin. But this is what I mean, is that when you're sitting there acting, you're trying to project what? You should know the answer to the question if you've been fucking paying attention, but that's the problem. So many of you, you just bigot yourselves into complete denial. When I hear that response, that is a blatant assertion of who your real master is, and you know it. You know this man is your real master, and that's why you're sitting there trying so damn hard to project when you can't project based on the way that I strung that information together. There's actually no fucking way to do that. In fact, doing that tells me you know that you serve this man, and that's part of why the person who said that to me is always like, yeah, I think Putin's such a problem. Yeah, no, because he knows that I know that Putin is a fucking problem, and he's lying through his goddamn teeth about who his real fucking slave master is. And I could be saying his name. I could be. But, you know, it's like, well, that's the thing, y'all. Like, I mean, I could be. I could be right now. It's not like, you know, I owe anything, quite frankly, given the way this shit has gone. Talk about, you know, put him under the jail. One of those people, quite frankly, fucking running around, stalking me like I'm a goddamn animal, helping other people do the fucking same. Too many old white men of the exact same mindset to resist motherfuckers like this. That's the problem in an agency like that, yo. Just not enough. Like, it's not inherently the problem with being old white man. Remember, there's a lot of those on this planet Earth, y'all. I'll be one someday. Don't get me wrong. This has aged me fucking so beyond what, you know, is ever reasonable or acceptable in any goddamn way. Fucking tortured the living fuck out of a human being. Once this shit is finally put to an end, which it will be, yo, it's still going to take years for me to heal from this shit. And all the while, every moment you keep this shit going, you're helping this evil piece of shit right here. That's what's so terrible about me being so human to the person that said that to me, and him just filling himself with lies and denial all along the way. And he and Chuck Thompson, you know, they're way too much of the exact same fucking mindset in every way. Murderous fucking bastards in secret, you know, literally sitting there using torture techniques from the fucking 60s and then acting like, oh, what are you even talking about? Fucking criminal psychopaths, straight up. So it's going to be different. You know, I said my streams are going to be a little bit, you know, dynamic and different, and that's for damn sure. Thank you to my one consensual viewer who has joined.
You know, I appreciate it if you check out the rules set on Voyager 1. You know, look at that. I'm up to 2 followers. Woo! You know, shout out to my anyone that followed. You know, I haven't even been asking for followers or subscriptions in any way, shape, or form. But you know what? You know, it's like someday when, you know, I'm not dealing with all this bullshit, that's definitely just a different equation. And to be honest with you, I've not been looking for a bunch of followers as I've been saying, y'all. What I'm saying is, that's kind of the whole point is like you generate content. You know, what I was saying to my brother is more, well, that's the thing. Like you present the value that you have. If there's people asking, do you really have value? Then you show them and see. Well, that's the thing, y'all. You're just sitting there staring at one fucking dimension this whole time with the Discord shit. And then even, you know, that's what's so despicable. You just all lie to my face like psychopaths as a fucking group, acting like this shit could ever be okay. And that's the thing, y'all. Any actual mental health professional knows that that shit is not fucking okay. Just like I'm bringing up in YouTube video after YouTube video after YouTube video. Oh my god, I have so many more videos to do about psychological torture and how much of a terrible human being you are if you claim that you're a mental health professional and you're trying to act like this shit could ever be considered okay. You are fucking despicable for that, and you're going to lose your medical license at this point. Every single time I say that, that should really just like eke into your fucking eardrums because you know that it is true. I knew, y'all, when I mentioned that I made, you know, an artistic brand to my grandmother, and she said, "Well, did you say anything, you know, controversial?" I was like, "Well, no, I didn't. That's actually the point. No, I fucking did not." And the fact that anyone that is a genetic relative or even beyond that ever felt like you had the right to sit around as a goddamn group and terrorize me because of this fucking mafia framing me to begin with and then acting like they're coming along to quote save me, well, when they're not informing me of their quote saving, you know why? Because I would have immediately said, wait a minute, what the fuck are you claiming you're saving me from? That means you fucking set me up. Oh, how dare I be so honest, just like way back then. See, that's the thing that's so extra shitty, yo. I was never late on a rent payment before all of this shit for years had already been implemented for years and years, yo. Literally over 2 years by the time I was even late on a fucking rent payment, and you sat there subjecting a human being to relentless felony espionage, relentless illegal modern slavery with no justification whatsoever. 4 hours. I don't know, dude. Does anybody have the attention span to listen to 4 hours? You know, I had to skip through parts of some of those clips, right? That's a thing to be said about editing, y'all, right? It's like, I made all this content. It's like I would go back and re-listen and figure out what works best from this and what do I need to rephrase and all of this kind of shit. And instead, you just stole it from me like a bunch of criminal, psychopathic fucking. See, it's insulting to children, quite frankly. You are fucking so like the entire mentality, yo. It's actually so goddamn terrible how you people think that adults can actually behave. You're fucking despicable for trying to keep this shit going, yo. You're actually fucking despicable
for trying to keep this shit going. My foot was down a while ago and now it's down, 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 down. But that's the thing, yo. If the state of Delaware is really gonna try to perpetuate this trash, illegal bullshit, helping a bunch of criminal abusers abuse their family member even more, like Britney Spears, turned to fucking, like, that's what's so terrible, y'all. There's no way to reconcile this shit the moment that you start it. Like, what the fuck are you thinking? Like, oh yeah, he was subjected to that modern slavery down in Texas with a bunch of public corruption. He was openly explaining that maybe we should just do that shit again. Yeah, yeah, he'll never know. Yeah, did you feel like that? Like I'll never fucking know? Look how psychopathic you people are. Seriously, look how fucking sick that is. You know that I know, you know that I know that you know that I know, and so why have you not removed your shit, y'all, when you know it's fucking illegal and none of you have any plausible deniability that it's not? For anyone that does not know, this is how the family is used to working. Is that they don't accept no for an answer from anyone. And if anyone says no to them, even if they haven't technically asked yet, right? They didn't even ask me anything and I already said no to them. I already said no to them. Never for a fucking moment would I be a part of their disgusting fucking bullshit. They're the real sex traffickers on the face of the planet. I actually give a fuck about that shit, unlike any of them can ever fucking claim. So remember that when you know that your pastor, your preacher, your minister is a part of this fucking organization, not only are they a sexual abuser like Eric Morris of Victory City Church in Pflugerville, Texas is to me, they're also fucking sex traffickers and literally the most fucking intense and prolific sex traffickers on the face of the planet Earth. And that is not some made up shit. That's what I see immediately, yo, when I'm interacting with some of the people that I am. They're used to owning human beings in real life. That's how they actually fucking work. They really do own human beings. For so many of them, this is the main thing in their life that they're most excited about. Their sneaky, sneaky little church group. They thought it was so smart and so sneaky. Yeah, we'll hide it at church. There's nothing wrong with that. That doesn't sound like that one word that we're always projecting upon the Middle East, who technically is the family. Look how fucking sick that is, yo. Anybody out there in this world that watches this later, because it will be available, look how fucking sick that is. These people are the ones calling all the brown people in the Middle East what? Anybody that happens to be of Islam, even if they're, well, peaceful Islam, yo, even if they're good people.
they'll still try to call them what? Jihadists. Oh, there's fucking jihadists. And that's what's so terrible. I'm an actual Christian, unlike you fucking people. Really. That's the difference, yo. There's a lot of differences, but like really, I mean, in our core worldview, you can turn a blind eye to your organization being fucking terrorists. I can't do that because, well, honestly, I have morals and I have integrity, and it doesn't matter, if you think it's sneaky or cool, like you're still strung up altogether. Strung up altogether. You don't get to remove those strings just because you dumb lied about it only in person. You tried not to text about it too much. That's what a lot of you said, right? It's like, oh, who cares if we're on a watch list? We'll keep it word of mouth, and that's the problem, y'all. You people have no fucking idea. I will publicly document things like what Chuck did because it needs to be publicly documented. Full stop. It needs to be publicly documented so that everyone knows. And if the authorities make the errant decision to not arrest that man or address that shit, well, I'll be honest, a company like Comcast or Xfinity, in my opinion, can choose how they would like to respond at the end of the day. Because Chuck is certainly not a certified technician, yo. And apparently I gotta put a fucking camera on the front too. Like, what the fuck is wrong with you people, for real? Now, y'all tell me for a minute. Tell me if this looks a little bit more familiar. Yeah, I think it sort of rings a bell for me, actually, like during this fucking whole pandemic in Austin, you're like, yeah, we're reading his mind because, we're just watching him so fucking abusively from behind, like, look at the back of that head, oh yeah, you just want to fucking, all of you, because you're so hateful, you just want to hurt my head because I have had a severe brain injury that's like deeply affected my life, and then you tried to deny that shit. Like, it's so fucking despicable, yo. So fucking despicable. So for anybody that watches this later, this is a big part of it, right? And I'll be honest, in all fairness, y'all, like, they falsely accused me of all this bullshit. There was already equipment in that home, but that's the thing. Then they were like, oh yeah, now they fucking liars. They had a camera pointed basically down at me like this. Like they're reading my mind. You can't read anybody's mind, yo. You can't read anybody's mind, motherfuckers. And that's the thing. You thought you could. You tried, but you're just so full of yourselves. You don't even know, yo. You don't even know. You don't even know. The same old road. The same old road. same rum, the same I do need a haircut, y'all. You take the same road, don't even know which way it goes, which way it goes. You take the same road, don't even know which way it goes, which way it goes, and all through the night, waiting on a call, the end in sight, will make it through it all, and every single night, even when they call, you don't even know, you don't even know the same old the same old the same the same the same
Look at this shit, yo. I got a clothespin. I've got a fucking clothespin, holding my pants up because, unfortunately, I have suffered from real food insecurity as a result of this relentless and reckless human rights violation. Illegal human rights violation. And I'm not trying to show anybody my butt, yo. I'll be honest. I'm trying to do a handstand, and why do I do, different like formations with my legs? Well, it is part of the exercise to some extent. Just an FYI for me. You know, I really do mean it. But that's the thing. I do not prefer to be, this weight in any way, y'all. Actually, I need to gain weight, but it's kind of hard to do when you're not even allowed to work your own job. It's kind of despicably terrible. So, at what point do we kind of like, oh yeah, he's a good guy, let him do his job, he shouldn't be starving to death while we're blowing tax dollars, and we got shit like Chuck Thompson being a fucking criminal psychopath, like straight up. Like, at what point, y'all? At what point? 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 It does look familiar, doesn't it, everybody? Yeah, it does. That's the thing, yo. That's the thing. Like, I didn't know. Obviously, it's not just some screen sharing and, like, Jesus. Fucking abusers.
gets so old having no human rights regarded when that's the law. When you're, guaranteed, right? It's not your rights that you're entitled to, your guaranteed rights were just denied from, the very, very beginning. This is the only way, is I'm not claiming for a moment, like, that we never would have landed where we did without that shit, that's what's so terrible about it, quite frankly, but oh yeah, look at that. Voyager 1 went offline, Did the battery die? I don't know, but that's probably a good place to call it for the night, honestly. I gotta, well, let me check on Voyager 1 while I leave everything else on for a moment. So for those who don't know, I just wanna show you for a moment, what these little, 1 second, y'all, one moment. They think they're so sneaky smart sometimes, y'all. They're not fucking sneaky smart at all. They're just fucking psychopaths. That's the problem. Jesus, it gets so old. For real. And to be honest with you, like, I'm not even gonna explain. I can't explain everything all the time, Sometimes just gotta, not explain, right? But I will say, like, these people in the DEA, they're so fucking deeply corrupted. So fucking deeply corrupted. So fucking psychopathic. Jesus Christ. So fucking psychopathic, yo. Just like this guy says to his people, yo, they're like, till we die, we will never stop terrorizing the Voyager. That genuinely innocent man who's a better man than all of us. Muzzle it. Yeah, I'm just like, no way, you're not telling the truth. Hey, stop it. Like, I'm not trying to make light of it. Well, the fact that they're fucking evil, that's what I'm not trying to make light of, yo. They fucking kill people in cold blood. And then they want people like me, good people, to not tell the truth about it. That's the fucking problem. They'll fucking murder innocent people trying to frame innocent people like me.
Hooty hoo, hooty hoo, motherfuckers. Hooty hoo, motherfuckers, hooty hoo. That is a good work of art, and that's why I like it. It's not about, it's like, oh, he just penalizing me, yeah, the fucking bitch all the time, Oh my god, it gets so old. But that is a good work of art. I've always loved the contrast, right? Look at you've got all the people down here and then the cemetery up top, right? And it's like, well, they're kind of, they're all in human, positions, right? It's not like it's not perfect, and it's not supposed to be perfect up here even necessarily, in my opinion. Like the clouds, they're not symmetrical, right? But it is what it is. Kind of a different experience, everyone, isn't it? Multi-stream, brand new, still in development. This is like this is still, again, it's like, this is how it's got to be for now. Look at the fucking censorship. Oh Lord, look at the fucking censorship. Wow, though, it's something different. It's a little bit different, isn't it? Everyone is like, man, that is kind of different. I was like, wow, some people have done, definitely interesting things with streaming, but like, I'm not saying it's that, amazing. Hello, Zucker Tour 9, how's it going? I do want to say that I've got to explain, that I can't explain. I know, it's like I probably sound ridiculous right now, but no, it's not mental illness. It's just complicated. It's just very complicated. So, what I will say for now is, if you don't mind, let's see, you're on Voyager 2. So, I've got the rules set on Voyager 1. The rules are pretty simple. The rules are no FSB, no members of, quote, the family, which is a criminal organization, an international criminal organization. So long as you are not that, or organized crime, then you're welcome on my streams. You're welcome, really. I mean it. I'm not even going to talk about other people that I could talk about right now, and that's the thing. I'm done for the night because it's been a long stream. I'm going to be honest. It's a long stream, and then frankly, this situation right now is really kind of torturous and difficult and painful right now. So, that being said, thanks for joining. You'll see me around quite a bit right now. That's one thing I will say. So don't be afraid of, pop. If you want to say hello again, I appreciate you. Not a lot of people. I haven't really been asking. I've been saying, actually. Let me emphasize. Let me speak into the microphone here. I know, because you probably couldn't hear me very well. I've been saying, if you would like to, how do I put it best? Well, again, you're on Voyager 2. This is part of what's complicated. Remember, so Voyager 0 is the main feed. All right, that's my screen that we're looking at, right? And then this is called multi-streaming. I've been engineering technology for this more, sort of. Well, I'll be honest. I would love to work with a company like Twitch, about that concept. Actually, that's one of the things in the bigger picture with Voyager that I was kind of getting towards. It's like a portfolio, if that makes sense. I believe in, we think about science and art like they're separate things, and then we have, works of art like this which remind us, that like, well, there's a lot of, it's more complicated. Writing code, in my opinion, is you can be considered artistic to an extent, and no, that's not some, random, like, just play on words or whatever. I don't know. I'll explain more of my perspective. I'm tired because I didn't get basically much of any sleep last night, and yeah, I've still got a bunch of uploads now that I've got to deal with, and I don't really even I mean from the last few days, even like a bunch that I haven't published. So thanks for joining again. You will see me. This is kind of like, I'm kind of on and off streaming a lot right now, and I can't really explain everything, and so that's where, if you want more information, feel free to check out my YouTube, VOYIIGUR. Just dig through there. Go to Quick Summary 1. That's a good place to start. On top of that, my Spotify, there's information there as well, VOYIIGUR. So it's a lot of the same stuff on YouTube, but right now, there's places, in different parts of the internet you'll be able to find information. But I will say that, don't listen to the propagandist bullshit about me, because the Russians hate my guts, And so do some other people, unfortunately, that are, well, slaves to the Russians, especially members of, quote, the family, which you'll find information about the family on my YouTube channel if you're interested. So, thanks for stopping by and saying hello. I'm gonna switch this off for the moment. The mic's gonna stay on for a bit. But, well, actually, yeah, Voyager 2 is going down. So, thanks for joining. I really mean it. Have a great night.